Once hailed as a prodigy, young Chen Lin suddenly found himself reduced to nothing, even facing heartbreak as his childhood sweetheart called off their engagement right before the college entrance exams. Everyone dismissed him as a failure, but little did they know. A surge of memories from a past life awakened within him, revealing astonishing secrets. During the career orientation at Fanyan City's second high school, the class teacher Lu Wen earnestly advised the students that a career is not the only path in life. With hard work, there's always a way to rise above. While some students were ecstatic, others were visibly disheartened, as most had seen their dreams slip away. Chen Lin, sitting by the window, appeared lost in thought. Just moments ago, memories of his former life had unlocked in his mind, making him realize he was a time traveler. Had it not been for this revelation, he too might have been overwhelmed by emotions like his classmates. Chen Lin, I'm sorry. I've decided to team up with Lu Liang, his dear friend had regretfully informed him. Under normal circumstances, such a betrayal would have upset him. But now, with his mindset transformed by the memories of his past life, Chen Lin felt a newfound courage. Despite the ridicule from others, he remained composed. When the school bell rang, he casually walked out of the school gates and summoned a small black wolf in a secluded corner. Initially thought to be a weakling, the wolf proved fiercely loyal. Although frail now, Chen Lin was confident that the challenging path ahead would forge its transformation. We've been underestimated, but everything will change once we get into the academy, Chen Lin said, gently patting the black wolf's head. His eyes filled with resolve. He was determined to rise above mediocrity, especially after reclaiming the memories of his past life. Despite facing daunting challenges, he was set on controlling his own destiny. Indeed, the competition in the college entrance exams was fierce, and as a summoner, his chances seemed slim. But Chen Lin refused to resign himself to a mediocre life, particularly now, with his past life's memories empowering him even more. Watching the young black wolf munch away, Chen Lin sighed quietly, gently stroking its back with his broad palm. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection? Evolution? What's going on? Chen Lin looked around, but no one was there. Could this be the legendary cheat for transmigrators? He pondered, quickly coming to terms with the idea. It seemed he indeed came from another world, but key memories were sealed away. The voice spoke again. Loyalty at 100% will never betray. Initiate a life bond? After a moment's thought, Chen Lin decisively agreed. Instantly, a searing pain tore through his soul, causing him to collapse to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. Two passers-by heard the commotion and shivered. What happened to him? Must be struggling to accept being assigned a mundane profession. They moved on quickly. Struggling to his feet, Chen Lin felt the pain gradually subside. Then, a strange power flowed into the black wolf, and the voice in his mind announced, soul fusion complete, life bond established. Congratulations, your summon has awakened an SSS tier talent, greed and gluttony. Overjoyed, Chen Lin swiped his hand, and a transparent panel appeared before him, detailing the black wolf species, level, and attributes, with its SSS tier talent being the highlight. This talent allowed it to convert everything it consumed into its own strength, continuously enhancing its power. In the Great Xia, individuals awakening such rare talents were few and far between, receiving significant national attention and support. Years ago, the Xinlong kingdom nearly fell to foreign invaders, millions perished, and the land was left in ruins. It was only saved by a person with an SSS tier talent who held the last line of defense. However, Chen Lin soon questioned, why am I suffering while my summon reaps the benefits? This hardly seems fair. Lost in thought, he suddenly had an idea, grabbed the black wolf, and said earnestly, from now on, you'll be called He Ming. Work hard for me, understand? He Ming licked Chen Lin's face joyfully. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction, signaling it to continue eating. Soon, the steak was gone, and as the notification sounded, He Ming grew slightly bigger. Simultaneously, Chen Lin felt a warm flow inside him, as if he too had gained some strength. Although minimal, this reciprocal effect was exhilarating. The more Haiming ate, the stronger they both became. This realization filled him with immense joy, knowing he had a reliable ally for future confrontations. As long as they kept working in the right direction, they could climb to the very top. With a slight smile, Chen Lin embraced the now slightly larger Haiming, walking away into the setting sun. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, bright moonlight bathed the earth. Chen Lin entered his home to find his mother, Li Huiru, carrying dishes to the dining room. "Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon," she said, aware of her son's crucial career transition that day. "Okay," he replied. Chen Lin casually set down Haiming and went alone to the restroom. Suddenly, a cheerful shout echoed through the hallway as his sister, Chen Li, ran towards him wearing a white t-shirt, her long, white legs faintly visible. "I heard summoners can get their beasts at school. Let me see yours." Chen Lin pointed to Haiming, who was sitting obediently nearby. Chen Li paused, then crouched down to take a closer look and even reached out to play with it. However, no matter what, Haiming appeared very frail. Muttering to herself, Chen Li said, "How come it's so small?" She stood up, walked over to their mother, and said seriously, "Mom, your son is a lost cause. You better have another one." Li Huiru's hand trembled, almost dropping the kitchen knife. Seeing her mother's reaction, Chun-Li didn't dare stay longer and fled as if flying. At dinner, the family of three sat together at the table. Chun-Li swung her legs and occasionally glanced at the pork knuckle in her brother's bowl. "Bro, give me a bite, will you?" Li Huiru coldly interjected, "It's not for you." Seeing his sister's pitiful look, Chen Lin couldn't bear it and fed the knuckle to Haiming instead. Suddenly, a warm surge flowed through his body, bringing a slight increase in strength. Chun Li's eyes widened, utterly shocked. "Chen Lin, you care more about a dog than your dearest sister?" Chen Lin, surprised, responded, "What makes you think you can compare to him? Besides, Haiming is a wolf, not a dog." Chun Li fell silent, her emotions mixed. It seemed in this family, she was less valued than a pet, having lost her proper place long ago. After dinner, Chun Lin took the initiative to handle the dishwashing duties. As he finished, Li Huiru approached him. She pulled out a card from her pocket and said gently, "I heard that the threshold for this year's college entrance exam has been raised again, making it much harder than before. I saw Aunt Zhang taking her son to buy equipment and skill books. Your classmates must be doing the same, right? As a mother, I can't let you fall behind at the starting line." Chun Lin took the card, which had a deposit of over 35,000 yuan, essentially all of their family's savings. Li Huiru handed it over to her son without reservation, aiming to support him in this crucial life challenge. Chen Lin felt uneasy, but he knew rationally that he indeed needed some initial funds to develop his potential. "This money was saved up for you and your sister, so don't feel bad about using it," Li Huiru said, seeing right through her son's concerns and comforting him with a heartfelt tone. "It's getting late, and I need to head to my night shift. Oh, and by the way, you switching to a combat profession has made many of my colleagues envious of having such a promising son." After giving him the card's pin, she turned and left. The cold wind blew in as the door closed, and Chen Lin took a deep breath. With his father having passed away early, Li Huiru had to work 2 jobs every day to raise him and his sister, barely having a moment to breathe. Clenching his fists, Chen Lin silently vowed to excel in the college entrance exam to win a substantial prize for his mother, ensuring her a comfortable life. Although some might scoff at his lofty ambitions, this year's exam competition was fiercer than ever, and success was not guaranteed. While there were other ways to prosper, they required time to accumulate, which wasn't suitable for Chen Lin at the moment. His best strategy was to fully prepare and impress the judges with his potential, earning a significant reward as the quickest route to change his circumstances. As the streetlights came to life, Chen Lin stepped out of a restaurant, his hands carrying a box filled with 100 pounds of mutant beast meat. The restaurant owner, often left with leftovers, had happily sold it to him for over 6,000 yuan. This was the perfect nourishment for Haiming, his potential-filled companion. Chen Lin found a secluded alley and summoned Haiming, signaling it to feast. The creature devoured the meat, consuming several times its body volume in no time. Meanwhile, Chen Lin felt a warm surge inside him, enhancing his strength considerably. In comparison, skill books, even the lowest tier ones costing thousands to tens of thousands, often brought disappointing improvements. Most families still broke the bank to purchase them, merely to increase their child's chances in the exam. After all, valuable resources in the exams dungeons were almost entirely controlled by educational institutions. Failing to get in meant risking one's life hunting mutant beasts outside the city to upgrade using their life crystals, a near-suicidal venture. Most people, even if capable, would hesitate to face such perilous wilderness. But with Heiming as his secret weapon, as long as Chen Lin could continuously provide it with nourishment, it could rapidly grow and compensate for any innate shortcomings. True to expectations, after this meal, Heiming had grown significantly larger, with its stats on the display panel skyrocketing, surpassing those of his peers. Based on the description of the greedy glutton talent, its potential is truly boundless. Half an hour later, the creature before me, Heiming, had transformed beyond recognition. It had swollen in size to over 2 meters, almost reaching Chen Lin's waist. The mutated beast meat that once filled the boxes was completely devoured. With a thought, Chen Lin accessed Heiming's status panel. Summon creature. Heiming, type. Mutated wolf, level 1. Attributes. Strength 34, Constitution 36, Agility 36, Magic Power 33, Health 100%, Skills, none, Talent, Greedy Glutton SSS, Evolution Value 100.9/100, Evolve. Heiming's attributes had increased tenfold. Such stats could even put some rare classes to shame. Of course, with increasing levels, achieving the same rate of growth would definitely require consuming more energy. It's like how gaining a couple of pounds as a baby is not as remarkable as gaining the same weight in adulthood. It's worth mentioning that Chen Lin's own stats had also improved significantly. Initially, when he just changed his job class, his stats were merely Strength 11, Constitution 10, Agility 12, Spirit 20. Now, each attribute had increased by at least 10 points. Previously, Heiming was fed only ordinary meat, which contained too little energy to substantially benefit Chen Lin. But now, having devoured 100 pounds of mutated beast meat, rich with energy, it was enough to elevate Chen Lin's strength to a new level. With this, he could be considered one of the strongest in his class. Of course, high attributes alone don't define everything. The measure of strength must consider various factors. But with such a foundation in Heiming's nearly cheat-like growth ability, Chen Lin believed that reaching the peak was no longer a distant dream. Chen Lin silently activated the evolution panel. In an instant, a surge of dark energy burst forth from the depths of Heiming's body, swiftly engulfing him and wildly reshaping every cell, propelling his life to a higher echelon. After a while, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Lin's eyes. Congratulations, your summon, Heiming, has acquired the skill, Rend. Congratulations, your summon, Heiming, has awakened a new talent, Gigantism E. Gigantism E increases his size threefold, boosts his strength and defense by 300%, but reduces his speed by 50%. His strength jumped from 34 to 54, his constitution soared from 36 to 56, agility also shot up from 36 to 56, and his magic power skyrocketed from 33 to 53. Heiming's appearance subtly changed too. His skin became tougher and his muscles more pronounced, giving off an imposing aura of dominance. And this was just at level 1. Truly a monstrous transformation, making Heiming a formidable contender in the realm of summons. Humans, after years of experience, have categorized summons into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top, based on their talents. The stronger the talent, the higher the quality, and the more attribute bonuses received during leveling. Ranks F, E, D are considered low, C, B, A are medium, S is high, SS is top, and SSS, a tier yet to be seen in the world, probably disdain to descend to the mundane realm. Strictly speaking, Heiming's talent for greedy gluttony was acquired and not innate. Without it, he wouldn't even qualify as a low-level summon. Sighing, Chen Lin stroked Heiming's head and looked up at the night sky, his heart swelling with anticipation. Now was his moment to shine. Whether he would soar like a dragon or remain a worm, success or failure hinged on this very moment. The next morning, Chen Li and Li Huiru stood at the door to see him off. Li Huiru cautioned, Lin, be careful in the instance. If it gets dangerous, retreat immediately. Don't try to be a hero. Even if you fail the exam, we can still lead a peaceful life. Though it was always possible to exit the instance, past exams had seen their share of fatalities. Li Huiru repeated her advice for an hour, her eyes filled with worry. Chen Lin nodded repeatedly to show he understood. Brother, let me come with you and see.
Chen Li Pleiada.
Chen Lin firmly flicked her forehead and rejected the idea decisively. All right, mom, sis, I'm off. Watching Chen Lin's departing figure, Chun-Li clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes brimming with unease. The square was bustling with people, a lively scene. After checking his information, Chen Lin, guided by the staff, made his way to his class area. Luan was instructing everyone on entry protocols, while faculty members including the principal of Number 2 High School were all present. Facing them were students from Number 1, Number 3, and Number 4 high schools. The exam brought together top talents from several elite high schools, making the competition fiercely intense. Originally confident, Lu Liang was now sweating profusely. At Yizhong, more than 30 students have awakened their talents, including a rare A-level talent. Sanzhong has emerged as a dark horse, revealing a hidden profession. With this momentum, not to mention the top 100, even the top 300 are in jeopardy. Lu Liang is filled with regret. If only he hadn't boasted so much before. By the time his father helped him understand the true level of this year's candidates, it was already too late. How could his mere third-tier skill compete with these powerhouses? And who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves. But what's done cannot be undone, and the bravado he displayed cannot be taken back. Now, even Lu Liang himself is in trouble, and it's certain that Chen Lin will end up last. By comparison, even if Zhang Yin doesn't make the top 100, he should still be satisfied, right? Thinking this way, Lu Liang feels a bit relieved. He secretly plans to make the most of this college entrance exam to win over his longtime crush, Zhang Yin. Chen Lin, why even bother? You should just follow those who switch to vocational tracks and drop out to avoid embarrassing yourself. Goes the old saying, if you haven't competed, you can fool yourself into thinking you haven't lost. The surrounding students burst into laughter upon hearing this. Chen Lin glances sideways and recognizes the speaker as Yi Chao, Lu Liang's sidekick. Beside him, dressed in a wizard robe and graceful in posture, is Zhang Yin, clearly Lu Liang's teammate. Chen Lin decides not to engage, as these few taunts won't affect his mood. As the bell rings, the 4 bronze gates slowly open, releasing a chill. The students eagerly check their instance information. It's over. We at Erzhong got the Bone Burial Forest, known as the Gateway to Hell. Could our luck be any worse? Is it too late to transfer now? Gentlemen, isn't every instance challenging? What's there to fuss about? That's because you at Sanzhong got lucky with an easy one. Of course you don't mind. Ha, you guys from Ervong really have no shame. Could there be any tricks in the college entrance exam? The discussions grow heated. Luan quickly intervenes, reminding them the Bone Burial Forest has a complex terrain and dense vegetation, making it easy for monsters to ambush. You must remember the monster knowledge the teacher shared, including their habits, habitats, and attack methods. After giving a few pointers, Luan distributes a device resembling a watch, made by a mechanic. This recorder will transmit your scores from the instance in real time, he explains as he hands them out. Another bell rings, and the college entrance exam officially begins. A stunning girl in white armor with long flowing hair is the first to be teleported into the arena. That's our senior, Su Linxue from Sanzhong, choosing to solo the instance. The fewer people in a team, the higher the score, and the capable ones definitely prefer to solo. But she's a long-range mage, without close combat protection. Won't she be at a disadvantage? Are you kidding? Senior Su is a frost mage with 5 initial skills at her command. She can launch area attacks, burst damage, and protect herself. How could she be afraid of monsters getting close? Sure, look, 2 from Yizhong, and one from Sejong are also soloing. My goodness, this is going to be spectacular. The excitement is palpable among the younger students in the stands. Ignoring the warnings, Chen Lin strapped the recorder onto his wrist and, with a mere thought, entered the replica. A flash of white light later, he found himself alone and resolutely decided to go solo. In just a short time, all the students had disappeared into the instance. A middle-aged man with a level of 20 and a beard waved his hand, and 4 water screens appeared above the entrance of the instance, projecting the scenes within. This year, there are more outstanding students than before, but none are from our second middle school. I'm afraid we're going to be at the bottom again in terms of talent output, he observed. Hearing this, a female teacher from the advanced class nodded in agreement. Without a standout genius to lead, they could only hope the average scores weren't too disappointing. However, before she could finish her thought, a student from second middle school unexpectedly exited the instance. As they looked at the deserted burial forest in front of the gate, a young boy suddenly appeared, causing all the teachers from second middle school to exchange silent glances and collectively bow their heads. The burial forest was notorious for its need for extra caution. Students with weaker mental resilience, when faced with sudden ambushes, often panicked and gave up without even putting up a fight. Judging by the terrified expression left on the student's face, he likely fell into that category. His teammates might still be struggling within the instance, but mental toughness is something that could be improved with preparation, as Lewin had previously discussed. The other teachers had also given warnings, but clearly, not everyone had taken them to heart, let alone applied them in practice. But the responsibility ultimately couldn't be avoided. Old Pang, this one's your student, Lewin whispered. Teacher Pang Yuan sighed and hurried over to help his student up, immediately offering words of comfort as he saw the boy's eyes reddening. Pang Yuan silently vowed to drill him on the college entrance exam material hundreds of times, even if it meant enduring wrist pain, rather than facing such a loss of prospects again. Feeling the mocking glances from all around, Li Mingji's face darkened, and he stared silently at the changing scenes on the water screen. Suddenly, he spotted a lone young man in the dense forest, cautiously looking around. Huh.
Li Mingzi exclaimed in surprise.
Soloing the instance? Did we have a student with such strength after yesterday's class change? Everyone followed his gaze, all showing puzzled expressions. Which class is this boy from? We don't recognize him at all. That shouldn't be, they murmured. If he had changed to a powerful job class or awakened a strong talent, they surely would have remembered. Moreover, a top student capable of soloing an instance would usually be proudly showcased by their homeroom teacher, but they had no recollection of him. Wait, isn't this your student, Old Lu? The advanced class female teacher suddenly recognized the boy. With that, all eyes turned to Lu Wen, waiting for an explanation. Lu Wen was at a loss for words. He clearly remembered that Chen Lin was just an ordinary summoner, and to make matters worse, his summoned beast appeared to have no combat ability. Lu Wen had checked personally, even using auxiliary tools to inspect, and the results were the same, very weak. Chen Lin's start was nothing short of catastrophic. Without a team, passing the high school entrance exam would be impossible. Just yesterday, Lu Wen had talked to him, emphasizing this point repeatedly. He even found out privately that Chen Lin had joined a team, which had slightly eased his mind. But what was happening now? Where were his teammates? Lu Wen felt a headache coming on, unable to understand, just utterly baffled. How could my own student fall ill right before the exam? Seeing his face shift from confusion to disbelief, Li Mingji realized something was wrong and quickly pulled out his phone to check the evaluation information from Airjong. He scrolled to the end before he finally found Chen Lin's profile. An ordinary profession, extremely weak summons, no special talents, not even a single advantage. How could someone like this solo a dungeon? He was truly sabotaging his own future. Thinking this, Li Mingji took a deep breath and asked sternly, Lao Lu, how have you been teaching these students? Lu Wen gave a bitter smile. He had tried his best, but he couldn't defend himself against the accusation. In fact, Lu Wen had always valued Chen Lin, who performed excellently in both knowledge and practical courses. Unfortunately, his weak summoning ability had completely ruined his great potential. Yesterday, Many students who had failed their career change took their frustration out on him. Perhaps this was why Chen Lin's teammates had refused to join him for the college entrance exam. Going solo was like fighting a battle with his back to the water. Thinking of this, Lu Wen sighed deeply, feeling sorry for him. In just one day, Chen Lin had gone from a top student to someone with an uncertain future, a drop that would be hard for anyone to handle. This was indeed an oversight by Lao Lu, and all he could do now was pray that Chen Lin wouldn't run into trouble. Don't worry too much, a familiar senior class female teacher consoled him. But as fate would have it, fear turned into reality. From the water screen, they could clearly see a dark green centipede crawling above Chen Lin's head, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Wen's face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. It was a venom fong, the most dangerous creature in the bone-burying forest. One bite would poison the victim, causing paralysis of both body and mind. If that happened, escaping the dungeon would be the least of Chen Lin's worries. He would be eaten alive. Many students had suffered from this creature, and luckily they had teammates to deal with the venom fong. But Chen Lin was alone. There was no one to save him. Just as the venom fong opened its ferocious jaws, ready to strike, a single thought crossed the minds of all the teachers and Li Mingji. It's over. You have entered the bone-burying forest, level restriction 20, time limit 3 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chen Lin immediately regained his spirits and looked around. Blood dripped from the branches and leaves onto the overgrown muddy ground, with remnants and bones visible every few steps, marked with bite marks. The air was filled with a foul smell, and the dense canopy almost completely obscured the light, making it hard to see. Suddenly, an object fell to the ground. Chen Lin immediately turned around to see a bloody, needle-pierced skull rolling on the ground. His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his left hand, a staff about a meter long appeared out of thin air. The staff, of ordinary quality, could switch between two forms. As a sword, it enhanced physical damage. As a staff, it slightly boosted magical power. Just then, the hidden venom fong in the treetop quietly approached. Its body, thick as a barrel, suddenly leaped down, its head splitting open wide enough to swallow a human head, revealing a terrifying array of teeth. Chen Lin was prepared. He grasped the other end of the staff and swiftly pulled it out. Whoosh! A white flash instantly pierced through the venom fang's body, as fast as lightning and incredibly skilled. With a calm expression, he flicked his wrist, and the sword in midair spun around, shedding the sticky green blood, before slowly sheathing back. The severed halves of the venomous worm collapsed to the ground like a kite whose string had been cut, twitching a few times before finally succumbing to death. An invisible orb of light drifted from the carcass and entered Chen Lin's chest. You have successfully defeated the venomous worm, earning 5 experience points. Meanwhile, the recorder on Chen Lin's wrist flickered, adding 15 points to his score. Not bad, considering it had been a long time since he last wielded a sword. His body still remembered the movements. In his past life, Chen Lin had grown up practicing martial arts, always alongside swords. Even though he had no supernatural powers back then, the skills he had accumulated were still reliably effective today. The millions of times he had drawn his sword and struck, though simple and unadorned, were sufficient for the situation at hand. Compared to most people, who might have broader knowledge but lack specialization, often relying merely on skills, Chen Lin's proficiency stood out. However, achieving a score of 500 points on his own to meet the passing threshold for the examination was still a formidable challenge. After defeating the deep green worm, Chen Lin headed deeper into the heart of the forest. The further he ventured, the more gruesome the scenery became. Twisted tree trunks were adorned with hanging skeletons, and the underbrush was smeared with unidentifiable bloodstains, creating a chaotic, violent tableau. Suddenly, a loud commotion arose ahead, sounding as though countless creatures were rustling through the bushes, rapidly approaching. Accompanied by eerie, indistinct howling, a group of short, grotesque creatures with greasy skin appeared before Chen Lin. Armed with sharp bones, stones, and wooden clubs, they exuded a raw, savage aura. Goblins. Chen Lin recognized them immediately. His textbooks had described them as ferocious and highly fertile, even resorting to cannibalism in times of scarcity. By his quick estimate, there were at least 50 or 60 goblins. Facing such numbers, he knew he was severely outnumbered, and his survival seemed unlikely. Black Ming, Chen Lin called out in his mind. Instantly, a brilliant flash of light and a resounding roar filled the air, vastly different from the initial childish cries. This roar was like the arrival of a king. Black Ming's vertical pupils fixed coldly on the advancing horde of goblins. It didn't need any commands. The malice emanating from the goblins was enough to reveal its fangs. Boom! Black Ming's limbs coiled with power, leaving claw marks on the ground as it shot forward like a cannonball.
Bang!
The skull of the lead goblin shattered instantly, causing a domino effect with those behind it toppling over. The goblins on the flanks let out angry roars, their strange eyes blazing with fury as they raised their weapons and struck with all their might. However, the weapons that once seemed formidable now proved ineffective. Sharp bone weapons broke upon impact with Black Ming's back.
Bang!
A powerful punch from Black Ming crushed a goblin's head, splattering brain matter and blood. It was a brutal display of violent aesthetics. Black Ming, abandoning all defense, slaughtered mercilessly, making the goblins fall one after another, their blood staining the ground red. Even the dim-witted goblins felt an instinctive fear and ceased their attack, scattering in panic. Chen Lin would not allow them to escape. He commanded Black Ming to relentlessly pursue them while he charged at the nearest goblin. If you've come, don't even think about leaving. The ferocious scene caused a stir among the onlookers. Holy shit! Our school actually has such a fierce senior, one exclaimed in awe. Man, not only is his summon powerful, but he himself is also incredibly strong. That's just insane. And he's so handsome too. I really want to be his girlfriend, a girl gushed. Heh, with those tiny buns of yours, what allure could you possibly have? Another retorted. In the spectator stands of the school, the freshmen and sophomores were buzzing with excitement. Some younger female students even blushed deeply. Just over 10 minutes ago, when it was noticed that Chen Lin was surrounded by goblins, everyone thought this senior was doomed. Even elephants can be overwhelmed by enough ants, they reasoned. But what followed had everyone's jaws dropping in disbelief. Chen Lin and his summoned beast managed to annihilate an entire goblin tribe without even touching the ground. It was as if a deity had descended. Can someone explain what just happened? Wasn't Chen Lin's summon supposed to be weak? Weak? Really? Faced with Li Mingji's questioning, Lu Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. His mind seemed to have crashed, buzzing with confusion. Was this really the same tiny wolf cub from yesterday? Its evolution was incredibly rapid. However, Lu Wan quickly regained his composure, his excitement growing and his lips trembling slightly. Without a doubt, Chen Lin's summon had extraordinary potential and was likely capable of growth. Hearing this, Li Mingji's eyes lit up with joy. If it could reach such a level in such a short time, it must possess at least a B-grade talent, not to mention its growth attributes. Its potential was comparable to that of a high-level summon. Thinking this, Li Mingji's heart raced. Could it be that their school was finally going to have a standout genius? By the way, what's Chen Lin's current score? He suddenly asked, turning to the teacher behind him. The teacher, a plump woman wearing round glasses, glanced down at her tablet and replied, "According to the tracker, he's currently scored 560 points, putting him at the top of our school." That was a huge leap to the passing line. At this moment, most students' scores were still lingering in the tens. Hearing this, Lu Wan felt almost surreal. A student from his class had turned the tables and shot up to first place in the entire school? And what about the top score at the number 1 school? He inquired. 610, came the reply. Li Mingji felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this number, but then he thought it was understandable. Although their talents might be comparable, Chen Lin's choice of being a summoner placed him at a slight disadvantage compared to those with rarer professions. Actually, Su Linxue from the 3rd school is even more terrifying. She's already scored 830 points, far ahead of everyone else. Competitors from other secondary schools can't even come close. At this rate, She might even reach the 10,000 mark, a score that could qualify her for the provincial top scholar. Upon hearing this, Li Mingji and the other teachers gasped in astonishment. Not even 20 minutes into the competition, and she had accumulated 830 points. Thinking about this, Li Mingji felt a pang of envy. She was indeed in a league of her own, potentially vying for the title of provincial top scholar. Chen Lin wiped the blood off his sword with leaves, his gaze as cold as frost. As orbs of light entered his body, his level quickly rose to 2, and his mental energy slightly increased by 5 points. That was it. This was a common issue with ordinary professions. No matter how high the level, the attribute bonuses could not compensate for the innate gap, inevitably becoming an insurmountable chasm. Fortunately, Chen Lin had Haiming, a unique advantage that continuously nourished him. At that moment, Haiming was voraciously devouring the goblin corpses. A slight smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips. Foraging in the wild really saved money. However, he didn't have such leisure time during the college entrance exams. Merely meeting the score threshold wasn't enough for him. He aimed to top the rankings, secure a spot in the top 5 universities, and become the best in the city. With this in mind, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with determination. Haiming, let's continue to slay our enemies, the more the better. With a howl, Haiming understood and followed closely behind him. Goblins, being social creatures, implied the presence of a nest nearby. By following the trail, they could find the lair. Oddly, more than 10 minutes passed without a single monster attack, confirming Chen Lin's suspicion. These dungeons were just miniaturized versions of other worlds, where every creature followed the laws of cause and effect. If not strictly controlled by the state, indiscriminate killing could turn these places stagnant. Suddenly, a bone spear shattered the silence. Haiming swiftly blocked it, and Chen Lin reluctantly lowered his sword hand. In an instant, the surrounding woods came alive as goblins surged out, weapons raised, and charged with a ferocious roar. Chen Lin, unfazed, his sword flashed, decapitating the leader. A club smashed beside him, kicking up dust, but failing to harm him. With a kick, Chen Lin sent a goblin flying, causing a domino effect. On the battlefield, he was like a god among mortals, unstoppable. Each dodge was followed by a lethal strike. With each movement of his blade, rivers of green blood flowed. This elegant yet brutal carnage was thrilling to behold. A girl's heart fluttered wildly, finding the senior irresistibly handsome. His combat skills were seasoned, surely the result of years of hard training. The entire school cheered for Chen Lin's impressive performance, never imagining he possessed such prowess. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, he became the only beacon of hope for his school. Laolu, you as the class advisor really dropped the ball. How could Chen Lin's sword skills not be mentioned in the evaluations? Lu Wen awkwardly twitched his mouth, screaming internally, I had no idea. In 3 years, Chen Lin had never touched a sword in practical classes. His ability to conceal his skills was unmatched. Perhaps he had been training in secret, waiting for this moment to shine. Unfortunately, he had chosen to be a summoner. Even with excellent swordsmanship, it was just icing on the cake. However, this alone was enough to earn him widespread respect. Oh no, level 6 enraged goblins, all 13 of them. Chen Lin might be in trouble. These creatures are much tougher than regular goblins, very strong and resilient. There are also fire and ice goblins. It's over, isn't it? He's been too reckless venturing alone in search of the goblin den. The teachers murmured among themselves, worried for Chen Lin. However, they soon realized their concern was unnecessary. As soon as the dozen or so multicolored goblins appeared, Chen Lin immediately recognized them. Under their command, the goblins' assault became well coordinated. The fire goblins chanted spells, conjuring fist-sized fireballs that they hurled at Chen Lin. With his remarkable reflexes and agility, he narrowly dodged the attack just in time. The fireballs exploded behind him, igniting the trees. While he was distracted, the other goblins surged forward. Chen Lin barely avoided a bone spear aimed directly at his throat and grabbed one of the goblins by the neck, flinging it towards an incoming fireball like tossing a small chicken. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, engulfing the unfortunate goblin and casting a red glow over the shadowy forest. Chen Lin, transforming into a human cannon, grabbed another goblin and hurled it towards the fire elemental leader. Wow, that's brutal. The onlooking students were all stunned, and Lu Wen was utterly astonished. This was certainly not something he had taught. An hour into the college entrance exam, more and more students began to withdraw from the simulation, their faces etched with terror as if they had just escaped the clutches of death. As they settled their nerves, a wave of regret washed over them. Opting out meant missing the passing mark by a hair's breadth and forfeiting the sole opportunity of their lifetime. Some pounded their chests and wept openly. However, they soon realized that no one cared for their sorrow or joy. All eyes were fixed on the water screen displaying the ongoing simulation. Following their gaze, they were shocked to see Chen Lin still in the game. Wasn't he supposed to be the first one out? How was he still managing so calmly in the simulation? Our team of 4 almost got wiped out by the goblins, and here he was, handling it alone? My God, how could a mere summoner be so formidable? Chen Lin's classmates felt a pang of shame. They had once considered him a burden and were convinced of his inevitable defeat. Yet now his strength surpassed theirs. Regret filled their hearts. Perhaps if they had teamed up with Chen Lin from the start, they would have passed the exam by now. Inside the simulation, Chen Lin was making a goblin wielding fire spells dizzy with his precise interruptions. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to clear other minions. Seeing this, a furious goblin charged at him recklessly, but a dark figure suddenly struck it. It was Haiming, a summon battling fiercely with eyes glowing red and claws enveloped in dark mist. Covered in blood, its black fur stained crimson, it looked like a demon hound from hell. Just moments ago, it had been surrounded by a horde of goblins, nearly overwhelmed, yet it managed to annihilate them all. The goblin howled in pain as 4 deep wounds gushed blood. Seizing the moment, Chen Lin's sword fell, delivering a fatal blow. Thump! Another body hit the ground. Looking around, the ground was littered with bodies, blood flowing like rivers, and Chen Lin smiled triumphantly. Of the hundreds of goblins, only a few remained, their will to fight completely shattered, fleeing in panic. The outside world erupted in excitement. Incredible! This senior is defying the odds. A summoner performing at such a level. And his summon is not to be underestimated either. Who dares to say our school is full of mediocrity? With such a performance, even the elites of the top schools can't match him. The students of his school danced and cheered. Li Mingji, trembling, asked, What's Chen Lin's score now? A female teacher, her face flushed with excitement, replied, 2080 points. This number left all the teachers present speechless. This score was about to break the school's record since its founding, and the exam had only been going for an hour. What's the highest score at the top school right now? 1790, currently behind Chen Lin, added the female teacher. Boom! It felt like a bomb went off in Li Mingji's head. Having been criticized for years as the principal of a school with mediocre results, his long-suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano, leading him to burst into laughter. Lu Wentong was equally thrilled, silently cheering to himself, fantastic! A score of over 2,000, easily meeting the admission requirements of the top 5 elite universities. With such achievements, not only will he restore his pride, but a promotion and a raise are surely in the bag. Meanwhile, over at Yizhong, everyone was stunned as they witnessed Chen Lin's ranking rapidly climbing, surpassing their top student Wang Hu in the blink of an eye and firmly securing the second spot, just a fraction behind the top scorer, Su Linxue. For a moment, both teachers and students were in shock. Initially, when Chen Lin broke into the top 5, they were slightly surprised but didn't take it too seriously. After all, compared to Wang Hu, he was still a notch below. They were merely curious about how such a dark horse had suddenly emerged from Erzhong. Before the exams, they had a good understanding of the capabilities of various schools, and in their eyes, Erzhong was definitely the weakest link, lacking even a single outstanding student. They feared that at this rate, Erzhong might soon fall into second-tier status. But Chen Lin's emergence turned the tide dramatically. Not only did he vindicate Erzhong, but he also managed to outshine Yizhong. Oh, so this is how it's going to be? With that, everyone at Yizhong focused their attention on Chen Lin, eager to figure out the secret behind his sudden rise. Chasing after the fleeing goblins, Chen Lin arrived at the entrance of a cave. This was their lair. Gazing into the dark abyss of the cave mouth, he paused to think for a moment before stepping inside. This was not good. The goblin cave was dark, limiting visibility, and its narrow confines greatly restricted mobility.
Limingzi frowned deeply.
It's true, but I think we should trust Chen Lin. No one objected to Lu Wen's words. In the past, there would have been skepticism, but now, everyone nodded in agreement, convinced by Chen Lin's consistent ability to turn danger into safety and defy expectations. As Chen Lin carefully made his way deeper into the cave, he occasionally stepped on hard remnants underfoot, likely the discarded leftovers of goblin meals. Suddenly, several scrawny, green-skinned figures leaped towards him from a protrusion on the rock wall. Their shrill screams instantly gave away their position. Chen Lin gripped his sword tightly and swung decisively towards the source of the noise. With a swift motion, heads and torsos were severed. The other two goblins fell into the sight of He Ming, who leaped forward and clamped onto their throats with a crunch, blood splattering as He Ming savored his catch. In a flash, a burst of firelight appeared around the corner of the passage, and the darkness began to fade. Chen Lin's face changed color, and he sprinted back the way he came. Boom! Fireballs followed, exploding where he had just stood. Utilizing the brief illumination, Chen Lin saw countless grotesque figures clinging to the ceiling, staring down at him with fierce, bared teeth. The goblins, dense as falling petals, lunged at Chen Lin. He Ming! He shouted. A wolf's howl echoed through the cave as He Ming's form rapidly grew to over 4 meters tall, a display of his gigantism talent. He charged into the swarm of goblins, uprooting them effortlessly. Those little creatures shook their heads, trying to retaliate, but were smashed into a bloody pulp with a single slap. With a tremendous force, the ground cracked and dust billowed. In his giant form, He Ming's strength was a formidable 174 points. Chen Lin joined the battle alongside He Ming. Together, they fought through the cave in a chaotic dance of death. As they neared the heart of the cave, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. A massive beast, covered in thick fur and bulging muscles, stepped forward. It towered like a small building, its eyes red with rage as it surveyed the carnage of its goblin minions. It glared at He Ming with fury, deeming Chen Lin too insignificant to notice. This was the boss, a troll, level 9, with 3,000 health points, 200 attack power, and skills including Berserk, Charge, and Bloodthirst. The troll charged at them as the cave shook, threatening to collapse at any moment. He Ming, undaunted by the larger, more fearsome troll, met it head-on. The impact of their collision made the cave tremble, and the resulting shockwave sent nearby corpses flying. He Ming's claws, gleaming with a dark light, struck first, leaving deep gashes on the troll. The troll roared in pain, growing even more enraged. It grabbed He Ming's head and slammed him against the rock wall. Boom! Dust billowed and rocks tumbled down as the troll relentlessly smashed its massive body onto He Ming. Weakened, He Ming spilled blood from his mouth and let out a painful howl, completely overpowered. Chen Lin's expression darkened. After all, they were facing a boss-level creature, and He Ming was still in its early growth phase, having evolved just a day ago. Chen Lin quickly sheathed his sword and switched to his staff, his mental power instantly increasing by 5 points. He silently recited an incantation, activating the summoner's skill, enhancement magic, for the first time. Summoners have 3 skills: summoning, enhancement, and restoration. He had never needed to use enhancement before since He Ming had rarely met an equal opponent. The effect of enhancement magic was to boost the summoned creature's base attributes by 20%. A white glow enveloped He Ming, who felt a surge of power. Although it was just a 20% increase, it was significant given that He Ming's strength had already reached 174 points. With newfound strength, He Ming forcefully flipped the troll over. Seizing the moment of shock, he bit fiercely into the troll, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The troll screamed in agony, attempting to retaliate, but Heiming was quicker. His claws tore repeatedly at the same spot, blood gushing. The wound deep enough to expose bone and glimpse the innards. The troll's eyes turned blood red as it activated its bloodlust skill. Its wound healed faster, and the lower its health, the higher its attack power. It threw a punch at Heiming, who countered with his claws. The two beasts tangled, each blow making them more ferocious. The intense conflict caused the cave to tremble, threatening to collapse at any moment. Seeing Heiming's health rapidly declining, Chen Lin had to maintain the enhancement magic while using restoration. Juggling the two skills increased his mental strain and physical weakness. Heiming's high base attributes meant that sustaining the enhancement took a tremendous toll. With a roar, the troll charged, slamming Heiming against the cave wall. They dragged along the wall, creating a trench that extended to the cave entrance. Boom! Heiming was thrown out, crashing through numerous towering trees until he finally stopped tens of meters away. Fallen trees created a wide path, allowing sunlight to finally pierce the gloomy forest and illuminate Heiming's battered body. The troll roared again and lunged at Heiming. After the fierce battle, its health was critically low, driven to desperation. Struggling, Heiming stood up, his vertical pupils still ice-cold and fearless, ready to face the enemy head-on. Boom! The final showdown was imminent. The wind howled, the vibrations spreading for miles. Some students heard the commotion. Wow, what a spectacle! Is someone challenging a boss? Impossible. The lowest level boss in Buried Bone Forest is level 12, way beyond our current capabilities. Yeah, I don't think anyone from our school is that powerful. Not far away, a trio of adventurers was catching their breath, still shaken from the recent battle. Lying before them were the bodies of over a dozen goblins. We've finally wiped them out. What's our score now? Yichao, glancing at the recorder on his wrist, exclaimed excitedly, Brother Lu, we're at 310 points. Hearing this, Lu Liang couldn't help but smile slightly. Although this pace wouldn't get them into the top 5 elite academies, where only the top 50 in the city are admitted with scores no less than 2,000, it meant he didn't need to compete with the geniuses either. Given his rare profession, reaching such a high score seemed impossible, even if he had awakened a powerful talent. After all, there were dozens with rare professions just in his school. However, with a passing score of 800, gaining admission to a higher education institution was still within reach. In contrast, Zhang Yin was rather disheartened. She had set her sights on the elite academies, but Lu Liang's abilities were not as strong as she had hoped. She regretted not teaming up with the top students instead. This thought alone was enough to make her feel nauseous. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught the already tense nerves of Lu Liang and Yi Chao. Hey, that's quite far from here. Could someone be challenging the boss?
Ye Chao Visperet.
Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. If a team is capable of taking on the boss alone, they must be extraordinary. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can lend a hand and gain some benefits. Lu Liang and Yi Chao exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. They weren't the only ones intrigued. All the students who heard the disturbance rushed towards the scene, eager not just for the boss's high score, but also to witness the prowess of the team. However, upon arriving, everyone was stunned. It wasn't a team fighting the boss, but a single person. Chen Lin had just emerged from a cave, standing atop a broken tree trunk, his staff flickering with a faint light. The iconic enhancement spells he wielded made it clear to the onlookers that he was a summoner. Are you kidding me? A summoner, soloing a dungeon and daring to challenge a boss 6 levels higher than himself? Even more astonishing was that the boss was on its last legs, barely hanging on. As the fierce winds and swirling dust filled the air, Heiming, with a powerful palm strike, sent the troll flying, repeatedly tearing into it. Both were clearly exhausted, pushed to their limits. The troll let out a weak roar, its eyes filled with defiance and fear, watching helplessly as Heiming's sharp teeth sank into its throat. With a gasp, the troll dropped its arms, its massive body crashing to the ground as its health bar plummeted from 1 to 0. Throughout this, none of the students dared to intervene. Snatching the spoils without permission could lead to disqualification from the exams. Besides, Chen Lin seemed more than capable, making it awkward for them to step in. With a triumphant howl, Heiming stood, covered in blood. Some from the goblins, some his own, but mostly from the troll. The sight was terrifyingly fierce, sending chills down everyone's spine. How is this possible? Zhang Yin stared, dumbfounded, her mind going blank. Lu Liang and Yi Chao swallowed hard, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Lin's summoned beast was once considered useless, but the ferocious creature before us now is a far cry from what it was yesterday. I can't believe our school has such a powerhouse. His name is Chen Lin? I heard just last night that he was washed up. How wrong they were. Soloing a boss alone scores a whopping 1,000 points. If word gets out, top schools everywhere will be vying for his attention. The crowd buzzes with discussion as a team of 4 approaches. The leader, a young man, speaks up, advanced class, Zhao Huiyang. I've heard much about you. The group, 2 men and 2 women, each skilled in rare professions, are well known in our school. In fact, Chen Lin had heard of Zhao Huiyang, the class president, in group chats before. With the college entrance exams looming, this team was the center of attention. But now, all eyes are on Chen Lin. Chen Lin, he responds calmly. Zhao Huiyang, amazed, says, I had no idea we had someone as strong as you here at our school. This really takes some pressure off me. Your summoned beast took quite a beating. Do you need our help to heal it? We have Gu Fei, an exceptional holy priest with remarkable healing abilities. Before he can finish, a round-faced girl kicks him and mutters embarrassedly, Stop spouting nonsense. Chen Lin smiles slightly. No, thank you. All right then, Zhao Huiyang replies, a bit disappointed, preparing to leave. But then he catches a glimpse of the score on Chen Lin's wrist recorder, 5,320 points, more than 5 times their own. Shocked, Zhao Huiyang can't help but turn back and ask, Are you sure you don't need any help? A little delay won't matter. Their current score is only 800, and despite being able to enter top universities, they are no match for the geniuses from other top schools. Zhao Huiyang's teacher had said that if they don't produce a top student this year, their school might be downgraded. In Zhao Huiyang's eyes, Chen Lin is their only hope. For this reason, he's willing to spend precious exam time to assist. No need, Chen Lin shakes his head. Seeing this, Zhao Huiyang chooses not to press further, assuming Chen Lin has other plans. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin, clenching her teeth, finally steps forward. She believes that Chen Lin must still have feelings for her, and if she can explain herself and plead, she might win his forgiveness. Then, she can persuade him to team up. However, just at that moment, Heiming, the summoned beast, leaps in front of Chen Lin, its blood-red vertical pupils coldly fixing on Zhang Yin. She feels a chill down her spine, her legs give way, and she can't move another step. Chen Lin doesn't even spare her a glance. Such a woman is not worth his time. About half an hour ago, the outside world was lit up by an explosion, revealing goblins crawling all over the rock walls. The sight turned many faces pale with fear. These cunning creatures had exploited a blind spot in visibility, ambushing from the cave ceiling. The lead female teacher furrowed her brows, worried for Chen Lin's safety. However, in the next moment, Heiming's size suddenly increased dramatically, sweeping all the goblins off the ceiling and forming a solid barrier around Chen Lin. The situation quickly turned around as the man and his wolf fought in perfect harmony, wreaking havoc in the cave. The onlookers, who had been anxious moments before, were now speechless. Li Mingji was especially thrilled, recognizing Heiming's second talent, gigantism. This meant that Heiming had awakened a dual talent. Chen Lin's summoning beast was proving to be a series of delightful surprises. After a while, nearly 200 goblin corpses were scattered everywhere, and Chen Lin had reached the end of the cave. Just then, a slumbering troll awoke. As the fierce battle ensued, everyone held their breath for Chen Lin. Facing a boss 6 levels higher, and with Heiming already weakened, everyone at second middle school was worried it might be knocked out with a single punch. But as time passed, their expressions of shock grew more intense until the troll collapsed with a thunderous fall. The crowd erupted in cheers. Winning alone against a boss 6 levels higher was a remarkable achievement even for top academies. Genius appears from generation to generation. Li Mingji couldn't help but beam with joy. However, soon an even more exhilarating piece of news arrived, almost causing him to faint. Chen Lin's score had reached 5,320 points, surpassing Su Linxue from 3rd middle school. The crowd was in utter disbelief, but upon reflection, it made sense. Chen Lin had defeated far too many enemies too quickly for others to match. Su Linxue had been the center of attention until now, but she had been overtaken by Chen Lin, which seemed almost surreal. Time and again, Chen Lin shattered their perceived limits, bringing endless astonishment. Do you think Chen Lin could top the provincial exams? Someone suggested, silencing the crowd, leaving only the sound of their excited breaths. However, the silence was soon broken by a cry of astonishment from the 3rd middle school's viewing area. On the water screen before them, a young girl with flowing long hair was surrounded by a fierce cold current. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a frost that instantly turned 100 gray wolves into ice sculptures, including a level 9 boss Gray Wolf King. Despite its resilience, it was on its last legs. Is this the power of a hidden class? The audience was left speechless, stunned by the formidable display of power. As they looked at the now overtaken leaderboard, everyone from 2nd middle school was at a loss for words. Reaching the top seemed as hard as scaling the heavens. Meanwhile, Chen Lin rested on a tree branch, with Haiming back to its normal size, chewing on the troll's corpse and regaining its strength. With each bite, a massive amount of energy transformed, nourishing its body and causing it to grow incrementally. This entire process was not visible on the water screen, so bystanders remained unaware. Chen Lin only felt a warm current surging through his limbs, continuously refining his body. Glancing at the recorder, it starkly displayed a score of 5,320. However, he was in no rush. Instead, he patiently awaited Haiming's evolution. After relentless battles, both their energies neared their limits, especially for Haiming, who had been maintaining its enlarged form for an extended period, bearing a significant strain. Half an hour later, the troll's carcass was completely devoured, leaving behind nothing but stark white bones and viscera. Meanwhile, Haiming's evolution points had leaped from 10 to 126, just 124 points shy of its next evolution. Its height had also increased to 2 meters, now towering over Chen Lin. About 20 minutes later, after Haiming had consumed all the goblin remains in the cave, its evolution points finally reached the peak of 250. Accompanied by Chen Lin pressing the confirmation button, a surge of black energy erupted from within Haiming, enveloping it in a massive cocoon. This evolution was incomparably different from the previous ones. Not only was the energy more intense, but the method of evolution itself was dramatically different. Soon, cracks appeared in the cocoon shell, and a pair of sharp claws emerged, forcefully tearing it apart. Emerging from the cocoon, Haiming had grown even larger, now over 2 meters tall. Its previously temporary enlarged state had now become its norm. Its black, glossy fur appeared completely renewed, with no trace of previous wounds. Its eyes had transformed from red to a deep blue, exuding a majestic and intelligent aura. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired the skill, Intimidation. Congratulations, your summon Haiming's giant form talent has been upgraded from E to C rank. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired a new talent, Fire C. This evolution not only brought new skills but also upgraded its existing talents by a whole level, resulting in a remarkable, all-encompassing transformation. Chen Lin was astounded and silently recited the incantation to bring up Haiming's attribute panel. Summon, Haiming, type, Giant Flame Wolf, level 4, attributes, Strength 110, Constitution 112, Agility 108, Magic 104, Health 100%, Skills, Rend, Magic converges on the forelimbs, enhancing claws to deal 300% damage, penetrating 15% of physical defense. Intimidation. Executes a mental shock within sight range, immobilizing those with weak wills, less effective against the strong-willed. Talents: greed, gluttony, SSS. Converts all consumed food into energy, ignoring growth limits and breaking through barriers. Giant form C. Increases body size by 4 times, enhancing strength and defense by 400%, reducing speed by 50%. Fire C. Generates personal flames tied to magic power, evolution points, 0 out of 800. After devouring the troll and over 200 goblins, Heiming had increased its base attributes by 181 points, while the level up only provided a modest 15 points. This situation was akin to the challenges faced by Chen Lin in his ordinary profession. Currently, Heiming's life stage was still relatively low, offering very limited attribute enhancements through leveling. As time progresses, it will evolve beyond even the most elite summons, stepping into an entirely new realm. There's only 1 hour left before the end of the college entrance exam. It's time for a final sprint. Chen Lin gently stroked Heiming, who cozied up to him, nuzzling affectionately, showing none of the ferocity from earlier battles. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Lin leapt onto its back. Now, with Heiming's agility surpassing 100, its full speed dash far exceeded Chen Lin's own pace. With such speed at his disposal, why not make the most of it? Let's head to where the monsters are denser, Chen Lin commanded. With a roar, Heiming sprang into action, carrying him swiftly towards the distance. Is this the terrifying power of a hidden profession? The shock was evident on everyone's faces. Seeing their scores overtaken in an instant, the teachers from secondary school number 2 and Li Mingji were left speechless. Indeed, claiming the top provincial score is as tough as reaching the heavens. Riding on the back of Heiming, aside from the occasional jolts, the experience was quite pleasant, definitely more thrilling than horseback riding. The scenery on both sides whizzed by in reverse, and whenever sporadic monsters appeared, there was no need for Chen Lin to intervene. With just a glare from Heiming, the monsters trembled with fear, and a single slap from him was enough to end a life. Although this intimidation might not seem significant, it proved incredibly effective against foes weaker than Heiming. Even the most resolute adversaries would briefly falter, which, in battles between powerhouses, could be enough to turn the tide or even determine the outcome. As for the flames, they provided Heiming with a new method of attack. His recent growth spurt further expanded his burst potential. Each evolution seemed to compensate for Heiming's weaknesses, turning disadvantages into advantages. After a little over 10 minutes, the duo had crossed several kilometers to reach the territory of another boss, the Twisted Tree King in the Burial Forest, a top-tier entity at level 15. This scene made everyone at the school hold their breath. Li Mingji frowned, worried that this might be a bit too reckless. After all, the Twisted Tree King was a second-tier boss, with both health and attack power far surpassing that of a troll by more than double. The concern was also visible in the eyes of the advanced class female teacher. However, she felt a bit relieved when she saw Chen Lin's summoned beast suddenly grow in size. At least, this indicated that Chen Lin had also improved. Despite this, Chen Lin was only level 4, having just advanced to the next tier. Defeating the Twisted Tree King seemed nearly impossible. Achieving such a significant leap in combat power was rare nationwide. Perhaps only a few could manage it in a year. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Mingji noticed that Su Linxue had finished regrouping and had rejoined the fray to accumulate points. The massive spell she had just cast must have drained her significantly, making it unlikely for her to perform it more than twice in a short period. Nonetheless, catching up would still be a daunting task for Chen Lin. Li Mingji sighed secretly. A gap of 7,000 points was indeed too vast. Moreover, having witnessed Su Linxue's formidable power, with a single move clearing a swath of enemies, how could Chen Lin compare? The gap between their professions was starkly evident. Summoners, after all, couldn't quite match the highly esteemed mages. However, looking back, Chen Lin's performance had already exceeded everyone's expectations. If it were last year, his score of 5,320 would have easily topped the city. Unfortunately, this year they faced the dazzling new star, Su Linxue, who might even aim for the provincial top scorer. Last year, the top scorer in Dongtian province scored just over 10,055 points. Although this year saw a surge of talent everywhere, Su Linshua's pace suggested that reaching 15,000 points was not out of reach. What was he thinking? Li Mingji chuckled and shook his head. Initially, their school hadn't even been in the top 5 in the city, and now with Chen Lin securely in second place, they should be content. Realizing this, he refocused his attention on Chen Lin's projection. As soon as Chen Lin stepped onto the soft, black soil of the forest, it seemed to trigger a mechanism. The towering trees around him awakened and opened their crimson eyes. The cracks on their trunks extended to the back, resembling the ghastly grins of fierce spirits. Countless red eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness, all fixated on Chen Lin. The ground trembled subtly as trees around uprooted themselves, their branches stretching out like octopus tentacles, wildly attacking Chen Lin. Such a scene would terrify many, but Chen Lin remained composed. He swiftly dismounted from He Ming, landing on the soft, dark mud and sprinted forward. As the branches nearly reached him, he swiftly drew his sword from his staff. With a swish, his blade moved as fast as a shadow, instantly severing the assaulting limbs, rendering them lifeless as they fell to the ground. The tree spirit emitted a piercing shriek, akin to nails scraping a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Annoyed, Chen Lin's eyes narrowed as he dodged the incoming attacks, closing the distance to the tree spirit in a few quick strides. His sword pierced straight into its gaping mouth. With a forceful push of his left hand, he drove the blade completely through, exiting from the back of its head. The tree spirit froze, its eyes wide with disbelief, as if unable to fathom what had just occurred. Isn't this a bit impolite? Chen Lin was surprised. It was still alive, proving its resilience as a level 8 creature. However, he remained unfazed, twisting his wrist sharply. The blade inside the creature stirred violently. A spray of green sap erupted from the mouth of the tree spirit. Its eyes filled with horror as it watched the blade tear downwards. A massive wound oozed sap, and within moments, what seemed like a life meter emptied, and the giant fell with a thunderous crash. The surrounding tree spirits, witnessing their kin's brutal death, were incited to fury, hurling abuses as they swarmed towards Chen Lin. Their branches intertwined, forming a net that blocked any escape. Their roars sounded like a battle horn, awakening more of the slumbering trees. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to come alive. With a powerful swipe, He Ming tore through the obstructing tree spirit, its body emitting streams of black flames that quickly merged into a sweeping blaze, engulfing it completely. Like a shadow, He Ming charged towards the encircling trees. Boom! The dark flames ignited the branches and leaves of the tree spirits, spreading rapidly to their peers. The tree spirits screamed in agony, their humanoid faces contorting in fear. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't extinguish the sinister black flames, which only grew more intense, as if feeding on their lives, much like maggots in decaying flesh. Chen Lin was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected He Ming's flames to exhibit such peculiar properties. He knew that while fire abilities were common, they varied depending on the awakened individual, with only a few manifesting such mutations. Clearly, He Ming belonged to this rare category, a pleasant surprise indeed. Surveying the surroundings, the black sea of fire spread like a plague, with the screams of the tree spirits heralding their doom. Chen Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. Soon, all tree spirits within several hundred meters were reduced to ashes. A surge of white light flowed into Chen Lin, swiftly leveling him up. The experience provided by a level 8 creature was far superior to that of a goblin. As a summoned creature, He Ming's level synchronized with that of its summoner, also gaining a level in the process. As their targets were completely consumed, the black flames didn't dissipate but instead, like living entities, slithered back into He Ming's body. Chen Lin suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, strengthening him continuously. His mind felt incredibly light, and his spiritual realm gradually expanded. On his personal panel, this manifested as his basic attributes skyrocketing. Shocked, he immediately checked the reason. Flame C. Create your own flame linked to temperature and magic power. Its unique property allows it to merge with any force within oneself, transforming into a flame of varying effects.
No wonder.
Chen Lin's face showed astonishment. It turned out that the talent of gluttonous greed from Heiming had merged with the flame, creating an entirely new effect. The pitch-black flames, as they burned, continuously refined the target into energy, nourishing and bolstering themselves, becoming increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, all returned to Heiming's body for absorption. This meant that in the future, Heiming could avoid the cumbersome step of personally devouring corpses. Even more terrifying, the flame had evolved into a formidable form, significantly enhancing the power of this talent. This property was tailor-made for Heiming, its impact comparable to possessing an additional SSS tier talent. Chen Lin glanced at the recorder. His score had soared to 7,120. Each kill of a tree spirit earned 20 points, double that of a goblin. However, few dared to provoke them as tree spirits often banded together. A slight mishap could lead to being overwhelmed, forcing a retreat from the instance empty-handed. Therefore, most people preferred to avoid direct confrontation, hunting weaker monsters on the periphery to slowly accumulate points. Before the college entrance examination, there was a saying, "Unless you can fight 100 alone, don't mess with tree spirits, and even if you could, don't kill too many because the big ones will come." Boom! The ground shook, and countless rocks jumped as if a colossal creature was approaching. "It's here." Chen Lin licked his lips, suddenly sensing something off, and swiftly leaped backward. Boom! The soil beneath him exploded, and a golden branch as thick as an arm burst from the ground, narrowly missing him. At the same time, Heiming was also attacked by the golden branch, but chose to endure it without dodging. A furious roar echoed from the darkness in the distance. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of tree spirits moved their roots, their twisted faces filled with hatred, staring intently at the intruders who had slaughtered their kin and invaded their territory. Among them stood a towering tree, 100 meters tall, the Twisted Tree King. Facing such a force, even though Chen Lin's basic attributes had already soared above 50, charging forward recklessly would likely be disastrous. The dense web of branches could be a terrifying sight for anyone with a fear of dense patterns, potentially causing them to faint on the spot. Heiming, attack. Chen Lin knew his role well. Facing a formidable enemy, it was best to let his summoned beast fight. Upon hearing the command, Heiming's vertical pupils shot forth a fierce light as his body ignited with pitch-black flames, expanding rapidly to over 17 meters in size. With his full combat power unleashed, he charged towards his peak form. Heiming crashed into the army of tree spirits like a boulder tumbling down a hill, his robust body slicing through the air and dragging twin streams behind him. The dark flames flickered in the wind like a dragon in flight. With a thunderous crash, he tore through the encirclement and charged towards the Twisted Tree King at the heart of the forest. From above, he resembled a black dragon of flames, facing countless monsters head-on like a sharp blade cutting through clouds and stone. His unstoppable aura commanded awe. The dark flames, hungry like ravens returning to their nest, greedily devoured everything in their path. The tree spirits emitted piercing screams, their faces contorted in agony. Chen Lin seized the moment and plunged into the fray, reaping wildly. The black flames instinctively avoided him, not touching him in the slightest. Watching his kin suffer and die in the fires, turning into nourishment that fueled the flames and spread to more of their kind, the Twisted Tree King roared in rage. Golden branches burst from the ground, aiming to bind and pierce Heiming. However, with Heiming's current strength exceeding 400 points, mere branches could hardly restrain him. He charged forward like a wild beast unleashed, directly towards the Twisted Tree King. The tree spirits that tried to intercept him only drew the fire upon themselves, struggling in vain and slowly perishing in the inferno. Provoked face to face, the Twisted Tree King's rage reached the heavens. More golden branches intertwined, cracking and forming a colossal club 20 meters thick and tens of meters long, which it swung down at Heiming with a force that made the air tremble. The ground collapsed instantly, with web-like cracks spreading in all directions as dust billowed into the sky. Chen Lin watched this scene, his lips twitching. Haiming, ever the straightforward fighter, never dodged. He preferred to take hits head-on. Despite being able to easily avoid the attack, his defense, massively boosted by his giant state and already formidable strength, made him nearly invincible. With a fierce roar that echoed far and wide, Haiming stood barely scathed despite the massive blow. The twisted Tree King's face showed a human-like shock. Such strength was unimaginable for his size. But before it could process this, pain shot through its branches. The dark flames were rapidly climbing up the golden branches. Frantically, the Tree King tried to retract its branches and pat itself down in a vain attempt to extinguish the flames. In that split second, Haiming had already reached the base of the twisted Tree King. In front of the 100-meter-tall giant tree, he appeared minuscule. Yet, the Tree King was terrified, hastily trying to retreat from this fearsome creature. With sharp claws glinting with dark light, Haiming concentrated all his flames into his forelimbs and launched a furious barrage at the Tree King, tearing off chunks of bark and leaving it grotesquely disfigured. All the branches pierced towards Haiming from various angles, yet Haiming remained unfazed, relying on its formidable defense to endure the damage, willingly trading blow for blow. Dark flames began to climb up the twisted Tree King, slowly spreading upwards. With a screech filled with terror, it seemed as if the twisted Tree King's life was being gradually devoured, as if its body was infested with borers. In a rage, it let out a furious roar, and golden branches revealed mysterious patterns, becoming incredibly hard and sharp in an instant. With a hiss, Haiming's skin was torn open, spilling copious amounts of bright red blood. However, far from dampening its fighting spirit, this only fueled its ferocity. With a violent twist, it slashed through a dozen branches with a single swipe of its claw. The fierce battle raged on, and soon, Haiming was covered in more and more blood, his skin and flesh repeatedly pierced. Yet, he fought on relentlessly, showing no signs of backing down. Meanwhile, the twisted Tree King was in total disarray, its dark flames ravaging its body as its golden branches broke off one by one, scattering across the ground. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the sky and spread for miles, all the trees in the vicinity suddenly stood up, their roots breaking free from the soil's grasp. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Just when he had cleared a large area, even more tree spirits emerged, seemingly endless. However, for Haiming, this was undoubtedly good news. Seeing the dozens of tree spirits that were attacking him now turn and rush towards Haiming, Chen Lin did not interfere, merely glancing down at his recorder. 11,300 points. Even Chen Lin was surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense, as over 100 tree spirits had been slain. Haiming howled, and dark flames gathered from all directions, wrapping around him like chains. Instantly, his attributes surged, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Chen Lin, with a thought, switched his sword for a staff, casting enhancement and healing spells on Haiming from a distance. In an instant, Haiming's power soared again, causing the twisted Tree King to scream in agony as its health plummeted. At the king's command, all the tree spirits had no choice but to throw themselves at Haiming, knowing full well it was a suicide mission, but hoping to buy some time. Haiming's infernal fire raged once more, reducing the attackers to ashes. Meanwhile, a team of 2 men and 2 women noticed the unusual activity near the territory of the tree spirits. The once lush forest was now starkly bare, a glaring sight in the dark woods. They froze in shock. What's going on? Where have all the tree spirits gone? It seemed they had moved deeper into the forest, towards the twisted Tree King. Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang's face paled. Could Chen Lin be challenging the twisted Tree King? The 3 gasped, hardly believing it. But it seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, besides him, no one else in the dungeon had the strength to fight the formidable foe. They themselves wouldn't stand a chance. Even the giant troll would likely wipe them out. Zhao Huiyang glanced at the recorder. Their team score was only 1,700. He gritted his teeth. There are too many tree spirits. Chen Lin has only one summon, and he might be in danger if overwhelmed. Gu Fei widened her eyes. Huiyang, are you suggesting we go help Chen Lin? The other two immediately shook their heads in refusal. No way. What if he's already losing by the time we get there? We'd be doomed too. Exactly, Huiyang, your grandfather retired years ago. There's no need for you to worry about the honor of second middle school. It's too risky for someone we barely know. Zhao Huiyang analyzed calmly. Think about it. If Chen Lin's summon can handle the giant troll, it should hold up against the twisted tree king for a while. If we clear some tree spirits quickly, we might reach 2,000 points. If it comes to it, we can always abandon the dungeon and still get into a top college. After a moment of silence, weighing the pros and cons, Gu Fei bit her lip and nodded in agreement first. Seeing this, her brother reluctantly agreed as well. All right then. Although the last girl was reluctant, she still nodded her head. Great, thank you. Zhao Huiyang, beaming with joy, expressed his gratitude and then sprinted towards the direction of the twisted tree king, with the three others quickly following behind him. Minutes later, when they reached the battlefield, they were met with a horrifying sight. A towering tree was nearly engulfed by black flames, desperately trying to retreat to safety. Stay away. Below it, a ferocious demon wolf, wrapped in pitch-black flames, relentlessly clawed at the tree king. It seemed oblivious to the attacks from the surrounding tree spirits, who whipped and pierced its body with their branches. Swallowing hard, Zhao Huiyang and his companions were too shocked to speak. Am I seeing things? Gu Fei rubbed her eyes in disbelief. A level 15 second-tier boss, the Twisted Tree King, is being overwhelmed like this? Chen Lin's summoned beast is incredibly powerful. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel envious of his luck. Just then, Chen Lin looked over, surprised. How did you guys get here? Zhao Huiyang gave a wry smile. We were worried you might be in danger and came to lend a hand, but it seems we were overly concerned. Puzzled, as he didn't consider them close, Chen Lin glanced at the score on Zhao Huiyang's recorder and was taken aback. They had risked missing out on top universities to come help him, which puzzled Chen Lin even more. We've only met once. Why would you waste precious time during the college entrance exam to help me? Gu Fei quickly explained. Huiyang's grandfather was the old principal of Second High. The school has been declining over the years, heading towards becoming second-rate. You're the only one who could turn the tide. Just for that? Chen Lin was somewhat skeptical, yet a touch of gratitude stirred in him. After a moment, he suggested, why don't you go and kill some more tree spirits? I'll have He Ming cooperate with you. Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang hesitated, then decided, let's go find other monsters. These are your achievements. We can't take them. He paused, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the score on Chen Lin's recorder. 15,300 points. He could hardly believe his eyes. From an already impressive 5,000 points, it had tripled in just an hour. In contrast, they had struggled to reach merely 1,700 points. The gap between people can be so vast. Zhao Huiyang sighed, but soon his spirits lifted. With these points, Second High's top-tier status is guaranteed this year. Thank you, he said sincerely. Chen Lin smiled faintly. Better get moving. He Ming is killing them fast. As he spoke, the Twisted Tree King's roars weakened, and within seconds, its massive body thunderously fell. A white light glowed around Chen Lin as his level rose to 8, and his score jumped by 3,000 points. But it wasn't over yet. Hundreds of tree spirits were still struggling to survive. Chen Lin was not about to let them escape. Wiping them out should get me another 2 levels, reaching the threshold for the second transformation. As for the score, it could easily surpass 20,000. Witnessing the death of their king, the Treants could no longer contain their innate fear and scrambled to flee in panic. However, their escape was futile as they were too slow. He Ming didn't even bother to lift a finger. Merely a touch of the dark flames sealed their fate. Zhao Huiyang and his companions pursued in the direction with fewer Treants. With their enemies terrified and unwilling to fight back, they found it easy to take them down. That was way too easy. Miao Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. In just about 10 minutes, Their scores had skyrocketed past 10,000, easily surpassing the minimum admission threshold of top universities. Zhao Huiyang shook his head in amazement. Every time we faced an enemy before, we had to strategize extensively, almost risking our lives. But this time, it was a breeze. It's all thanks to Chen Lin's summon beast, Gu Fei said with a beaming smile. Once Heiming appeared, it was pure chaos for the enemies. Which tree spirit would even dare to look back, let alone counterattack? We definitely owe Chen Lin a big favor this time, Zhao Huiyang added. They had initially intended to lend a helping hand, but instead found themselves benefiting greatly. The three nodded in agreement, all except Miao Shanshan, who looked somewhat guilty. She had been reluctant to get involved from the start. Indeed, they could have aimed for a score of 2,000 on their own strength. But who could guarantee there wouldn't be unexpected challenges? Achieving this effortlessly seemed almost like a fantasy. As the group approached Chen Lin, Zhao Huiyang asked, "With a little time left before the exam ends, do you plan to continue hunting?" Chen Lin shook his head. His score had already reached 20,500. "If that doesn't secure the first place in the city, I don't know what will," he said. The last few minutes were unlikely to add much value. Looking around, all that could be seen were ruins and ashes of tree spirits blown around by the wind. Even the massive twisted tree king had been consumed by fierce flames, leaving nothing behind. The dark flames that had enveloped it were now fully reabsorbed into Heiming, who had grown to 7 meters in height. Chen Lin's basic attributes had also broken through 70, leveling up to 10, reaching the threshold for his first transformation. This exam had indeed been incredibly profitable. It was time to conclude. As they watched the setting sun, the fading light cast long shadows over them. Zhao Huiyang and the others stood silently behind Chen Lin, waiting for the copy time to run out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, announced the system as the copy began its forced teleportation. A series of white lights enveloped them, and countless students returned to the plaza, their cheers filling the air. A collective sense of pride surged among them. Chen Lin smiled slightly, his staff returning to his personal space. Heiming, still 7 meters tall and imposing, stood unyieldingly by his side. Haha, first place. He actually did it. Li Mingji was so excited that his face turned red, almost jumping up and down. The other teachers were equally thrilled, praising, "Incredible, 3 talents. We definitely underestimated Chen Lin's summon beast. Absolutely unbelievable. Not to mention him, a summoner who could single-handedly slaughter so many enemies, truly unprecedented. Indeed, Mr. Liu, you've got yourself an exceptional apprentice," a female teacher from the advanced class said with a grin. While high school teachers could only teach so much, the students' personal skills were pivotal, and Lu Wen shared in the glory. "Let's go greet Chen Lin." Li Mingji couldn't contain his excitement and pulled everyone along. They soon reached Chen Lin. Seeing the minor bloodstains on the young man, Li Mingji immediately grew anxious. "What are you waiting for? Heal him quickly. Don't you see the wounds?" Embarrassed, Gu Fei raised her staff, and a soft green light enveloped Chen Lin's injuries. "Chen Lin, are you still feeling unwell? How's your spirit?" Li Mingji asked with concern. "I'm fine," Chen Lin replied, shaking his head. That's good, that's good. By the way, where's your summoning beast?" Li Mingji turned to look at Heiming, gasping as he did. "Wow, it's covered in shocking wounds, and its fur is even dyed red." Despite Chen Lin's continuous healing spells, the wounds are healing very slowly. It's clear that the battle with the Twisted Tree King was extremely fierce. Gu Fei, once again playing the role of a tool, treated Heiming's wounds, consuming a huge amount of her spiritual energy and nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Lu Wen approached with a smile, and Chen Lin greeted him politely. "Hello, Teacher Lu." "Well done." Lu Wen couldn't stop smiling. On the other side of the square, Zhang Yin watched Chen Lin, who was surrounded by admirers, with a mix of envy and resentment. She had voluntarily given up an hour earlier and was eliminated, failing to even reach the threshold of a higher academy. It's all his fault. He had so many talented summons, and he hid it from me. Zhang Yin gritted her teeth. If he had told me earlier, Why would I have teamed up with Lu Liang? Thinking this, her gaze grew even more resentful. As for Lu Liang and Yi Chao, they had fled in panic after being eliminated, afraid they couldn't handle the emotional blow. Meanwhile, Su Lin Xue was surrounded by the teachers and peers from her school. Don't be discouraged, Lin Xue. Although you didn't make it to the top of the city, you're definitely in the top 10 of the province. Exactly. A score of 19,500 is very impressive. Encouraged by everyone's kind words, Su Lin Xue smiled, showing she was all right. Then, her gaze curiously fell on the second school's camp. She immediately noticed the imposing Haiming, as large as a small building. Is he the one who surpassed me? She thought, her eyes then settling on the handsome and mild-mannered Chen Lin standing next to Haiming. Li Mingji's phone suddenly vibrated, causing him to tense up and take a deep breath. It seemed that the provincial ranking of scores was out, compiled and distributed by the Tianqi system to every city and school. Comrades, the provincial leaderboard is here, he announced. As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention snapped towards him, including Chen Lin. Just moments before, Chen Lin had confirmed that he secured the top spot in his city by a massive margin, leading the runner-up by 1,000 points. Curious, he wondered where he would stand on the provincial level. Trembling, Li Mingji fumbled with his phone, tapping the screen several times before finally accessing the leaderboard for Dongtian Province. This year, Dongtian Province had 1.6 million students taking the college entrance exam. First place, Chen Lin, Fanyun Secondary School, 20,500 points. Second place, Su Lin Xue, Fanyun Third School, 19,500 points. Third place, Luo Howie, Chuanha First School, 18,740 points. Li Mingji read, feeling as if his mind was struck by a hammer. The teachers crowded around him, all astounded by the results. The provincial top scorer is from our school. A sense of elation enveloped everyone present, leaving them in a state of blissful daze. The room fell silent, as no one knew quite what to say. Chen Lin was puzzled. Surely, 20,000 points should be impressive even on a provincial level? As he moved forward to check, he heard Li Mingji burst into joyful laughter, joined by other teachers dancing and celebrating. Our school has produced the top scorer in the province. The benefits of this achievement would extend beyond individual honors. With this accolade for marketing, the school would undoubtedly attract countless aspiring students next year, even earning newfound respect from higher authorities. Lu Wen was thrilled to his core, nearly fainting from excitement. His student was the top scorer in Dongtian Province. He could boast about this for the rest of his life. Watching this, the expressions on the faces of other high school leaders were a complex mix of emotions. If they were in the same position, they too would be ecstatic. A single student had outshined everyone else, a true prodigy unexpectedly emerging from an underdog school like Fanyun Second. They sighed, knowing that next year's applications to Fanyun Second would skyrocket. Sensing the jubilant mood, Chen Lin realized something. Had he also topped the entire province? Soon, Zhao Huiyang hurried over, beaming with excitement. Chen Lin, you've secured the top position in Dongtian Province this year. Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had never imagined reaching this point. It was truly incredible how much his summoned beast, Haiming, had evolved, gaining exponential increases in power with every evolution, all thanks to Chen Lin's own efforts. His anticipation for his next summon grew. This uplifting news spread rapidly, soon reaching the younger students in the spectator stands, filling everyone with immense pride and joy. In an instant, a thunderous cheer erupted from the camp of Second Middle School. 6,666. I'm at a loss for words. All I can say is wow. I always said his summoning beast was fierce. It was bound to top the charts in Dongtian Province. Come on, you were just caught up in the excitement, spouting nonsense. You didn't believe it yourself, did you? I'm determined now. I hope next year I can also become a summoner. Those summoning beasts are just too cool. Calm down, bro. It's not about the profession. It's about the person, you get it? Senior Chen Lin. Have my babies. The girls' eyes were filled with admiration, their cheeks flushed as if they had suddenly turned into starstruck fans. Chen Lin smiled slightly, completely unfazed and unimpressed. Those who had once envied Chen Lin now silently lowered their heads. If the gap between them wasn't so vast, they might have found some excuse to attribute Chen Lin's success to luck. But with such a glaring gap, one that only allowed them to look up, what else could they say but admire? Xiao-san, that look in your eyes, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for Chen Lin, would you? Gu Fei was shocked to see Miao Sanson staring dreamily at Chen Lin. Miao Sanson snapped back to reality, her cheeks turning red as she murmured, I'm not sure. But I'm not worthy of him, that's for sure. Gu Fei sighed. Chen Lin was destined to soar in a broader sky, no longer belonging to their world. Rather than ending up heartbroken, it was better to cut off this foolish infatuation early. Meanwhile, Chen Li walked out of the school, distracted, constantly glancing in a certain direction. Li, what's wrong with you today? You seem so out of it. Ji Xiaoxiao asked with concern. Worried about my brother, Chen Li muttered. Oh, today is Chen Lin's college entrance exam. No wonder you're so nervous, Ji Xiaoxiao teased. Normally, Chen Li would have retorted, but this time she truly seemed anxious. Ji Xiaoxiao softened her tone, comforting her. Don't worry, my sister is at the same exam site as Chen Lin. She's coming to pick me up soon, and we'll know the situation then. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Chun Li's eyes lit up, and without further ado, she grabbed Ji Xiaoxiao and ran. Hey, slow down, I can't keep up. Soon, the two girls leaned against a lamppost, panting, their cheeks flushed and their foreheads wet with sweat. Xiaoxiao, why hasn't your sister arrived yet? Chun-Li asked impatiently. She'll be here soon. I told you not to rush. Even though accidents happen during college entrance exams, the likelihood of it affecting any individual is extremely low. It's unlikely that your brother would be so unlucky. Just then, a voice came from behind. What's going on with you two? Ji Qin saw her younger sister gasping for breath, as if she had just finished intense exercise and was puzzled. Sister. Ji Xiaoxiao threw herself into her arms. Was there any trouble in the exam room? Any casualties? Ji Qin shook her head. No. Why would you suddenly ask that? Ji Xiaoxiao pointed to Chen Li. She's worried about her brother and insisted on dragging me here. Now my legs are sore. A sharp slap landed, and Ji Xiaoxiao cried out, turning to her sister for comfort. Ji Qin couldn't help but chuckle, as if something amusing had just crossed her mind. She leaned in, her voice tinged with mystery. Guess what? Something big just happened during the exams. What happened? Ji Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. Over in our area, Dongtian Province's top scorer in the college entrance exams has emerged. It's incredible. Really? Which school is it from? Number 2 high school. Pair, that's your brother's school. Ji Xiaoxiao turned to Chun-Li. Chun-Li nodded, relieved to hear her brother was safe, and suddenly curious about the top scorer. These days, being the top scorer almost guarantees a brilliant future. The title carries a lot of weight. Don't doubt it, Ji Qin continued. The top scorer is just a regular summoner. It seems like he doesn't have any special talents. I had to leave the exam early because of a crisis, but I witnessed his bravery firsthand. He charged into the tree spirit's lair in the burial forest. Those tree spirits were at least level 8. Everyone thought he was done for. And then? Ji Xiaoxiao leaned in. His summoned beast fought through the thick and thin, defeating hundreds of tree spirits and even killed the second-tier boss, the Twisted Tree King. Ji Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Speaking of which, the top scorer's name is similar to your friend's brother. They both have the last name Chun, and even their first names are homophones. Could it be? Ji Qin trailed off thoughtfully. Could they actually be the same person? Ji Xiaoxiao said with a giggle. Ji Qin froze, then stiffly turned to Chen Li. What does your brother do again? He's a summoner, Chen Li blurted out, then quickly added. But it probably isn't him. His summoned creature is quite weak. Ji Qin breathed a sigh of relief, nearly spooked by her own speculation. Right, it's just a tiny, young wolf with pitch-black fur, Chen Li added. Ji Qin stood frozen, unable to move. Huh. Seeing her reaction, both Ji Xiaoxiao and Chun Li had the same incredible thought flash through their minds. Could it really be him? The three exchanged looks, standing dumbfounded as a breeze swept by, their thoughts plunging into unparalleled confusion. With a loud bang, Chen Li burst through the front door, her energy palpable as she rushed inside. Li Huiru was busy in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous dinner to celebrate her son's return from the college entrance exams. Mom! Mom! Chen Li gasped for air as she ran up to Li Huiru, tugging at her apron. Seeing her daughter's frantic state, Li Huiru's heart tightened, her face turning pale with worry. What happened to Xiao Lin? She asked anxiously. Brother scored the highest in the entire Dongtian province. Chun-Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she recounted the details. Li Huiru breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that her son was safe. However, she cautiously added, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll confirm it when your brother gets home. Don't celebrate too soon. After all, such coincidences are rare. About half an hour later, Chen Lin arrived home safely, escorted by Li Mingji. Li Mingji didn't stay long, understanding that it was a time for family reunion. He smiled as he watched Chen Lin enter the house before reluctantly leaving. Seeing her brother, Chun Li bounced toward him like a joyful rabbit, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother, are you really the top scholar of Dongtian province? Chen Lin was surprised. I haven't even mentioned it yet. How did you know? It's true then? You're not joking? You're the top scholar who outperformed everyone else?
Chen Li persista.
Chen Lin nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's true. Hearing this confirmation, Chun Li jumped even higher, her eyes twinkling like stars. Bro, you're amazing. Where's your summoning beast? Let me see it. Everyone says it's incredibly strong and impressive. Li Huiru approached, her face beaming with pride. She could hardly believe her son had achieved such an extraordinary feat, feeling as if she was dreaming. Mom, you won't have to work 2 jobs anymore, Chen Lin said with a smile. Li Huiru's eyes welled up with tears, but she continued to smile. Let's have dinner first.
No, no.
I want to see your summoning beast first.
Chen Li pouta.
Chen Lin shook his head helplessly. Our home is too small. I'll show it to you outside later. Promise? Chun-Li chirped, settling down at the dinner table and quickly starting on the lavish meal, which included many dishes they previously couldn't afford. But from now on, such luxuries would no longer be just a dream. Glancing at his phone, Chun Lin saw a notification for a transfer of 1 million xia yuan to his account, his lips curving into a smile. On the way home, he had casually mentioned the prize money to Li Mingji, who immediately used his phone to arrange for the city government to issue the reward without delay. Although Li Mingji, as the principal of the second middle school, didn't have the authority to direct the city government, Chun Lin's new status was influential enough. Now, anyone claiming he was the progenitor of Fanyun would go unchallenged. The city officials, upon receiving Li Mingji's call, promptly agreed and took action. Upon learning that the top scholar of Dongtian province hailed from Fanyun, the local residents were overjoyed and planned to set off fireworks to celebrate. Seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Chen Lin was too good to pass up. A small favor in exchange for the goodwill of a future pillar of the community was a bargain indeed. More substantial rewards would follow, but those would take time to arrange, and Chen Lin was in no rush. He planned to give the entire 1 million xia yuan to his family to help alleviate their financial strain, as he had little need for spending money himself. His equipment and skill books would be taken care of by the city government as a reward for his top-ranking performance, as Li Mingji had mentioned. Furthermore, there was no need to buy food for Haiming, as hunting would suffice. Thus, keeping the money at home to lighten the load was most appropriate. From now on, his mother and sister would no longer have to endure a life of hardship. This was the true purpose behind Chen Lin's desire to become stronger. After dinner, Chen Lin took care of the household chores as usual before returning to his room. Outside, his sister Chen Li was joyfully riding on Haiming, a 7-meter-tall creature, yelling playfully as if she had found her favorite toy. Haiming, let's go out and play. Chen Lin massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. With a thought, a lengthy personal panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Chen Lin. Species: human. Occupation: summoner. unpromoted, eligible for first promotion, level 10, unable to level up until promoted, attributes, strength 65, constitution 64, agility 66, spirit 121, health 100%, skills, summoning, enhancement, healing, talent, none. Chen Lin had always wondered if his ability to bestow talents on his summons and benefit from them in return wasn't actually a system function, as he had called out many times without any response. Perhaps this ability was his unique talent, simply undetectable on the panel. He speculated that it might be because his talent was exceedingly rare, perhaps even beyond SSS grade, or for some other reason, it could not be detected. However, there was no way to verify this yet. Shaking his head, Chen Lin focused on the occupation section. With school starting in 3 days, all he needed to do was submit his preferences and wait for notification. As the provincial top scholar, top-tier academies would recruit him directly, sparing him the trouble of choosing. Deciding to make the most of the evening, Chen Lin opted to proceed with his first promotion. Once Chun-Li had had her fill of fun, Chen Lin retracted, hymning back into the summoning space and tapped to initiate the promotion. To complete the promotion, one must pass through a randomly matched trial dungeon. Generally, the stronger one's abilities, the more challenging the dungeon. Achieving the highest rating could even advance one's occupation by a rank, a rare opportunity for ordinary professionals to compensate for their innate shortcomings. Few succeeded in this. As the system matched him with an appropriate trial dungeon based on his overall index, moments later, Chen Lin vanished from the room. Coordinates 08694. This world is a crumbling, devastated place, teetering on the edge of collapse. The light of human civilization flickers in the storm. Can you bring redemption, or will you hasten its destruction? Your options. Mission 1. Annihilate 1,000 disaster beasts, doing your utmost to protect the survivors. Mission 2. Aid the disaster mother beast in devouring everything, advancing its evolution. Number of participants, 10. Time limit, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reminder, unable to voluntarily return to Earth. Chen Lin found himself suddenly standing amidst ruins. The surrounding high-rise buildings were battered and taken over by moss and vines. Countless rust-covered cars littered the streets, a testament to a past prosperity similar to that of Earth's. The sky was enveloped in a dense haze, blocking out any sunlight, as if still lingering with radioactive dust from a nuclear winter. The air was filled with an indescribable stench, causing Chen Lin to frown deeply. He glanced at the transparent frame before him and instantly understood that choosing a mission meant picking a side. Without hesitation, Chen Lin chose the first option. It wasn't out of any noble ideal. He was mainly worried about what he would eat if the disaster mother beast consumed everything. Chen Lin had barely taken a step when he sharply caught a series of noises. Suddenly, a delicate figure crashed through a nearby glass door and flew out. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the girl landed heavily on the ground. A monstrous, flesh-exposed, skinless crawling beast lunged out of the dimly lit shop, heading straight for the girl. Struggling to get up, her vision blurry, she reached feebly for the long sword beside her. But it was too late. The beast was inches away, about to clamp down on her throat. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, she instinctively raised her arms in a final desperate attempt to defend herself. Just then, a sword light flashed through the air. With a swift, clean stroke, the beast's head was severed from its body, and its lifeless form crashed to the ground, blood pouring out. The girl, still in shock, looked up to see a young man with black hair standing before her, his presence commanding. He casually flicked the blood from his sword and sheathed it. Chen Lin stared at her, or more precisely, at the two dark red horns protruding from her hair, his face showing a trace of surprise. "You're quite unique." Caught off guard, the girl was at a loss for words. Silence fell between them. Realizing his comment might have been abrupt, Chen Lin quickly added, "Sorry, I'm Chen Lin." "And you are?" "Lu Yu," she replied, taking his offered hand. "Thank you." "No problem." Just as Chen Lin was about to ask her for more details about this world, a sharp cry rang out from a distance. "Situation has changed. everyone retreat? Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression changed drastically. She quickly picked up her long sword and started to pull Chen Lin away. We need to go now, or… Before she could finish, a car came hurtling out of nowhere straight towards them. Chen Lin reacted swiftly, pulling Lu Yu behind him and raising his staff to face the oncoming threat head-on. The car slammed into him with tremendous force, pushing him back several meters before he managed to steady himself. Lu Yu was frantic with worry, barely able to suppress the searing pain as she rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" she gasped. Chen Lin steadied his turbulent chi and shook his head before looking ahead at a towering beast covered in fierce spikes, standing on its hind legs. "It's the Tao demon. We can't escape," he said. Lu Yu's expression turned serious, her fingers involuntarily tightening around the handle of her sword. Suddenly, the Tao demon's steps quickened, and with a powerful leap, it charged at an alarming speed. So fast! Before Lu Yu could react, a figure dashed by her side, heading straight for the monster. Clang! Chen Lin drew the sharp sword hidden within his staff, clashing with the Tao demon's blade-like arms, emitting a crisp sound. The creature roared and swung its other arm fiercely at Chen Lin. With a stern look, Chen Lin forcefully repelled the attack and swiftly stepped back, shouting to Lu Yu, "Give me your sword!" Without hesitation, Lu Yu threw her long sword to him. Swish! Chen Lin caught the hilt firmly, drew the chilling blade, and with a burst of fighting spirit in his eyes, he challenged, "Come at me now!" Roaring as if understanding the taunt, the Tao demon charged again, its arms wildly slashing through the air. Chen Lin, wielding both sword and staff, fought with fluid grace, not showing any signs of awkwardness despite dual wielding. In a blink, they exchanged dozens of blows, their movements too fast to follow. Sword and blade danced together, weaving a relentless web of steel. Stunned by the display, Lu Yu watched, overwhelmed with awe. So strong. To confront the Tao demon head-on like this, even my sister might not be capable of it. Crack! After thousands of exchanges, Chen Lin suddenly found an opening. He dodged a lethal strike by tilting his head and then swiftly slashed with his left-hand sword, severing one of the Tao demon's arms with his fearsome strength. The creature howled in agony. Seizing the moment, Chen Lin thrust his sword straight into its heart. The blade pierced through the tough hide and out the back. Yet, the Tao demon continued to resist, glaring at Chen Lin with a look of defiance, determined to fight to the death. Chen Lin parried its final desperate attack and with a swift motion of his sword, decapitated the monster. Its head rolled to the side, leaving a trail of foul-smelling blood. "You're not from around here," Lu Yu said, rubbing her sore hips as she approached. "With such skills, you couldn't have remained unknown." Chen Lin merely smiled faintly, remarking, "This is a fine blade. It too has endured the calamity, becoming a sort of unique disaster beast." Lu Yu explained briefly, realizing he didn't want to delve into details. This calamity must be what fundamentally sets this world apart. Chen Lin mused, urging her to elaborate. A hint of surprise crossed Lu Yu's face, puzzled by his ignorance of what seemed common knowledge, but considering he had saved her twice, she patiently began to explain. Long ago, a mysterious red mist appeared globally, causing mutations in every living being it touched. For a whole month, the red mist wreaked havoc, driving more and more people into madness until they became murderous lunatics. We call this mist Ni Chi, and it hasn't disappeared. It's just less concentrated now, lingering in the air. It seems the Ni Chi is changing again, affecting not just people but also swords, and even the landscape itself. I'm not sure how humanity is supposed to survive anymore, Chen Lin mused, looking into Lu Yu's dimming eyes. When alien civilizations invade en masse, won't the people of Blue Planet face the same calamity? What then shall we do? He shook his head, dismissing these troubling thoughts. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. For now, all I can do is strive to improve myself, to prepare to protect my family in the future. Pointing to the dark red horns on Lu Yu's head, Chen Lin asked, "So, this is the result of your mutation?" "Yes," Lu Yu nodded, then, noticing that Chen Lin bore no signs of disaster, she silently lowered her head. As long as one does not lose their sanity amidst the miasma, they won't completely turn into a disaster beast. We've figured out that the key seems to lie in the strength of one's will. A strong will can help us resist the disaster and gradually become stronger. After gaining a rough understanding of the world, Chen Lin was suddenly alerted by the appearance of a group of people rounding the corner of a distant road, all showing signs of panic. Xiaoyu, why are you still here? Run quickly, shouted a slender woman leading the group. As her words fell, the ground began to tremble faintly, as if a torrent was rushing towards them. The sky in the distance turned a deep crimson, filled with a dense miasma that resembled a red fog returning. In an instant, numerous disaster beasts came into view for Chen Lin and Lu Yu. Roars erupted from all directions, and many heads of disaster beasts appeared over the buildings, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the crowd below. The crimson mist formed a barrier, encircling and continuously compressing towards the center. It's over! A sense of despair rose from the depths of their hearts as their steps became sluggish, unable to move forward. Captain Lu, what should we do? A trembling voice asked from the side. Lu clenched her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Get ready. We're breaking out." Hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. Facing the likes of blade demons and scythe demons, creatures that could take lives in an instant, the chances of survival seemed slim. However, they quickly suppressed these thoughts, allowing no room for hesitation. Xiaoyu, stick close to me, Lu instructed her sister, and then glanced at Chen Lin, likely mistaking him for a member of another group of survivors who had coincidentally met at this moment. I'm sorry, it's our fault you're involved, she apologized. Chen Lin didn't mind. Instead, he stepped forward. Wait, what are you doing? We're surrounded. This is no time for heroics, she protested. No. It's they who have fallen into my trap, and they will be wiped out, Chen Lin said with a smirk. As he spoke, a white light flashed, and Haiming, a 7-meter-long creature, appeared with a deafening howl. Even the surrounding crimson miasma trembled at the sound. Haiming's deep blue vertical pupils coldly swept over the vast army of disaster beasts. With a boom, it transformed into a gigantic form, its size increasing to 28 meters, towering over many buildings. Looking down at the dense crowd of disaster beasts, Haiming leaped forward, the ground cracking under its weight. Despite its increased size reducing its agility, its speed was still lightning fast. As it plunged into the group of disaster beasts, black flames erupted from its body, engulfing a wide area like a missile. The high temperature burned all the disaster beasts in seconds, turning them into ashes that fueled the growing black flames. Everyone present was stunned. Suddenly, about a dozen disaster beasts leaped from the surrounding buildings, launching a surprise attack on Chen Lin. Watch out! Lu cried out, already moving to help. However, she froze in shock the next moment. Chen Lin didn't retreat, but instead advanced, slashing through the attacking beasts effortlessly. How is this possible? Lu gasped in disbelief. Chen Lin showed no signs of being affected by the disaster, which should have made him weak. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lulu's mind. 6 months ago, while scavenging for supplies, she had encountered a group of people who, although unaffected by the disaster, possessed formidable strength. They had destroyed the hiding places of survivors, exposing innocent people to the predatory creatures, allowing them to be slaughtered. They even crippled the legs of those who tried to escape on the spot. How dare these disaster survivors speak of kinship with me? Lulu still remembered those words vividly. Clearly, Chen Lin was cut from the same cloth as that ruthless group. Sister, Chen Lin is different. He's saved me twice. Lu Yu interjected, sensing Lulu's thoughts. Besides, isn't he helping us right now? What if he has ulterior motives? Lulu took a deep breath, her eyes clouded with a hint of hatred. Just keep your distance from him. Right now, he's drawing most of the beast's attention. Let's break out while we can. Lulu, there are no creatures that way, a man with scales called out, pointing towards a direction. Following his gesture, They saw a commercial building with a back door that could serve as an escape route. Lulu nodded immediately. Good, let's move. However, as they approached the building, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. This area is off limits. A blond young man holding a book emerged from the building, eyeing them coldly. Lulu stiffened, raising her spear. I'll hold him off, you all go ahead. You alone? I doubt that will suffice. Before his words even finished, the book slowly rose, and as the blond youth began chanting, spheres of lightning appeared. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's eyelids twitched violently, sensing imminent danger. His face turned pale, and he swiftly blocked a dagger with his broadsword, sparks flying. A beautiful woman stepped forward, blocking in front of Chen Lin. In a swift decision, Chen Lin's blade aimed straight for her slender waist, but she vanished like a mirage, reappearing dozens of meters away, her face showing a hint of surprise. Your mental attributes are impressively high. Without responding, Chen Lin charged forward. Seeing this, the beautiful woman shouted, Are you not going to help, or do you expect me to fend him off alone? As her words fell, a torrent of flames burst from the building, heading straight for Chen Lin. Boom! The two collided, sparks and flames swirling in the wind. Are you really a summoner? A burly man emerged from the flames, clicking his tongue. These base attributes, not just mental, but your speed and strength rival those of us who specialize in close combat. Facing the intense blaze, Chen Lin's expression was stoic. With a swift motion of his sword, he split the man in two. Looking around, he calmly spoke. Who else? Come out, all of you. From all directions, 6 figures gradually stepped forward, undoubtedly having chosen to oppose Chen Lin in this factional conflict. In the game world, it is a grave taboo for kindred to slay each other, a violation that, once discovered, leads to immediate prosecution, as agreed upon by all nations at the Federal Conference. In situations with clear factional opposition, the decision-making process is certainly different. It's surprising that someone chose the first option. Doesn't the Great Xia teach how to assess situations to enhance survival chances? After all, the initial information made it clear that the disaster beasts had the greatest advantage. Anyone using a bit of reasoning would know which side to choose. Enough with the nonsense. This is all covered in the textbooks of Great Xia. He's just someone who slipped through the educational net, probably dozing off in class. Honestly, the way he's going about slaughtering disaster beasts and protecting survivors, making sure everyone knows which side he's on, is truly baffling. Brother, to be able to upgrade directly today, you must be a promising talent from some city, the burly man said. In this type of camp upgrade scenario, there's no mandatory task to complete. Scoring a bit less just means you might be slightly behind others at the second upgrade, but it's better than losing your life. You better run. That won't do, chuckled the elegant woman standing nearby. The more the calamity beast feeds, the higher our score. He must stay behind as a stepping stone for us to climb higher. Looking at the 6 who treated him as an easy target, Chen Lin spoke calmly. Have you ever heard this saying? A clever hunter often appears in the guise of the prey. The group narrowed their eyes. Even with one less, 6 against 1, do you think you stand a chance? Firstly, who told you no one else chose the same task as me? Chen Lin sheathed his sword quietly. Secondly, if I've drawn you all out here so openly, do you really think I don't have a winning strategy? The flattering words you spoke earlier, consider them your last rites. The feast is ready. It's time for Hyming to gorge himself. Chen Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. With a ferocious roar, the area hundreds of meters around was engulfed in pitch-black flames that converged towards the massive black wolf, making it grow another 8 meters, appearing even more terrifying. In moments, the army of disaster beasts was mostly annihilated, and the crimson miasma in the sky faded significantly. Intimidation. Everyone felt an inexplicable fear rising from the depths of their souls, their brains screaming for survival, their limbs shaking uncontrollably. Boom! As the black wolf lunged forward, a chill shot up from the feet of the 4, as if a venomous snake was coiling around their necks, staring coldly at them. Finally, as the wolf's claws were about to strike, 3 of them overcame their instincts and fled in all directions. Boom! The last one, who didn't even have time to scream, was smashed into a pulp by the black wolf's paw and then devoured by the dark flames. Witnessing this, the remaining 5, including a blonde young man who was still contending with Lulu and others at a distance, were all sweating profusely. They had thought that although the summoned beast was strong, it wouldn't be a problem to distract it for a while as the others quickly dealt with Chen Lin. They hadn't anticipated that Chen Lin himself, as a summoner, could confront them head-on, which was unexpected. More terrifying was that his summoned beast was not only physically powerful and had terrifying output, but also possessed chilling crowd control abilities. They couldn't even hold it off for 3 minutes without being slaughtered. Seeing the black wolf charging towards the nearest companion, the blonde young man gritted his teeth, knowing that continuing this way meant certain defeat. He quickly chanted a complex spell, and furious thunder and lightning intertwined, forming several half-meter thick chains. Under his mental control, the chains roared as they wrapped around the limbs and neck of the black wolf. Quick, kill him now. I can only hold it for 10. His words cut off abruptly. With a slight tug, the black wolf's right paw easily broke the chains of thunder and lightning, freeing itself. How is this possible? This is my A-grade talent. The blonde young man was dumbstruck. Taking advantage of the moment Chen Lin cast a strengthening spell, Heiming's power surged once again, marking another leap in his capabilities. With a casual swipe of its left claw, the beast shattered all the chains. Witnessing this, the remaining 5 attackers dared not hesitate any longer and quickly unleashed their special abilities. The elegant woman transformed into several afterimages, attacking Chen Lin from all directions. Unexpectedly, thousands of ice spikes fell from above, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! Who is it? She frantically scanned her surroundings, only to see a young girl with skin as clear as jade approaching, an aura of cold air swirling around her. The ground around her gradually frosted over, and any disaster beasts that got too close turned into ice sculptures. I'll handle her. A burly man, stepping on flames, plunged into the fray. The other 3 attackers joined forces, determined to eliminate Chen Lin quickly. However, in that split second, a loud roar echoed from afar. "Look at your dad, you brats." The taunt worked instantly. The 3 shifted their focus to the fat man charging with a shield, bombarding it with a barrage of colorful skills. The man behind the shield struggled, his arms nearly breaking from the impact. Just as he was about to falter, a massive black wolf, having freed itself, silently appeared behind the trio. As the taunt's effect wore off, the 3 attackers broke into a cold sweat, realizing their imminent danger. In the next second, the wolf's claws swept through them, splitting them into pieces. The other 2, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to flee, but fear paralyzed them. Although the intimidation was slightly less effective, those few seconds were enough for the black wolf, Heiming, to claim their lives. With each swipe of its claw, a life was taken in a brutal display that made the large fat man gulp nervously, waving his hands to indicate they were on the same side. Fortunately, the black wolf ignored him and turned towards the elegant woman attacking its master, its vertical pupils blazing with anger. As they clashed, the woman noticed the shift in the battle and her face paled. She flashed away, creating a distance of dozens of meters. "This is my last resort," she realized, fleeing without looking back. However, Heiming relentlessly pursued her, its claws smashing into nearby buildings, sending a barrage of stones flying towards her. Instinctively, she raised her arms to protect herself. The sharp fragments tore through her clothes and skin, blood gushing out. But this brief delay was all Heiming needed to close in. It raised its claw high, ready to strike. "Wait, don't kill me." But Heiming, ignoring her plea, slashed down without hesitation. Dark flames erupted, instantly engulfing her. On another side, a burst of icy air exploded like a shockwave, spreading in all directions and turning buildings and creatures into ice sculptures. However, when it swept over Heiming, it only formed a thin layer of frost. The wolf ignited a slight black flame and returned to normal. The burly man wasn't so lucky and was instantly turned into an ice statue. Now, of the 7 prey, only the last one remained. The blond young man's face was pale. Although he was considered outstanding in his own country, he was only average compared to others. Despite this disadvantage, they were overwhelmingly defeated by their opponents with a ratio of 7-3. The young man felt desperate, unable to comprehend why his opponent's summoned creatures were so powerful. Even high-level summons shouldn't possess such monstrous strength. He had no doubt that even without those 2 individuals appearing, Chen Lin could easily defeat them. The sheer gap in their basic attributes and the dominance displayed was irresistible, crushing anyone, no matter how powerful, underfoot. As Chen Lin charged towards him, the blond young man lost his thunder chain and had no other means of defense. His only option was to cast a lightning strike and then turn to flee. But it was already too late to escape. Chen Lin moved with calm precision and agility, easily dodging every attack. The flash of a blade split the young man in 2, his blood splattering everywhere. Although it was Chen Lin's first time killing someone with his own hands, his movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any hesitation. Once they harbored the intent to kill, Chen Lin had mentally prepared to eliminate them all. Turning back, he saw Lu Yu and the others severely injured, but not yet dead. Chen Lin walked over and handed his long sword to Lu Yu. After several killings, this disaster beast had become even sharper, seemingly emitting a faint red glow. "This might help you," Lu Yu said softly. "No need," Chen Lin replied with a faint smile. "You need it more than I do." Seeing the genuine sincerity on Chen Lin's face, Lu Yu felt deeply guilty. She believed that Chen Lin was sincerely helping them, even at great risk. "Have you heard of the disaster mother beast?" Chen Lin asked. "Of course," nodded Lu Yu. "It stands out from the many disaster beasts and has regained consciousness." "Where is it located?" Lu Yu responded instinctively, soon realizing Chen Lin's intention. "Are you planning to eliminate the disaster mother beast?" Chen Lin nodded. "Only by defeating it can we achieve the highest score and truly bring salvation to this world."
No.
Lu Yu immediately shook her head. "So far, no one has been able to defeat the disaster mother beast, not even injure it." "Don't worry," Chen Lin touched her dark red horns. "It will protect me," he said, pointing to He Ming walking up behind him. Lu Yu clasped her hands tightly, worried about her and Chen Lin's relationship not being close, and whispered, "You must come back safe." At that moment, Su Linxue and the tall, chubby man approached, interrupting their conversation. The chubby man, upon seeing Chen Lin, excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, your summoned creature is incredible, truly eye-opening." Hearing this, Chen Lin felt a bit embarrassed, recalling a phrase he had read online. When a shield warrior sees a big brother he wants to rely on, the first thing he says is "Big brother." Su Linxue said, "We meet again, Chen Lin." "Holy shit!" the chubby man blurted out in surprise. Not waiting for Chen Lin to respond, he continued, "Brother, so you are the top scholar from Dongtian province. No wonder you're so powerful." "Chen Lin, since you two know each other and are both so strong, could she be the second from Dongtian province? I'm truly fortunate to be entering this dungeon with 2 such formidable figures." The chubby man burst into laughter. Sulin was curious when Chen Lin suddenly appeared, her mind filled with questions. She couldn't help but ask, "How do you know about me?" After a pause, she remembered something else and continued, "Don't you know? Ever since you secured the 2nd rank in the provincial exams of Dongtian province, everyone at number 3 middle school has been singing praises of your beauty, kindness, and extraordinary demeanor. Despite your humble beginnings, you nearly topped the province. Their words of praise reached me in the neighboring province." Sulin exclaimed in admiration, "Chen Lin, you're truly impressive." Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh, responding modestly, "Oh, not at all. You're the remarkable one. People at number 2 middle school say that in the entire country, except for the top ranker, no one can match you. Your reputation is unparalleled, and even we in Dongtian province have heard of your fame." Sulin smiled modestly and replied, "It's the same for both of us." Chen Lin fell silent, wondering who had first started such lavish praises of him. As their conversation continued, the trio became more acquainted. Chen Lin learned that the tall, stout fellow was named Luo Xian. Originally from Chongjiang province, Luo Xian was an average student with no particular distinctions. However, he had achieved level 10 strength solely through hunting mutant beasts in the wilderness with his parents. Chen Lin shared his plan to kill the disaster mother beast and asked if they were willing to join. Luo Xian immediately agreed, stating he would follow wherever Chen Lin went. Sulin also expressed her support, and the three set off towards the city center. Just then, Lulu spoke up, "I can guide you there." Chen Lin took a deep breath, and after a moment's consideration, he shook his head. "The situation there is unknown, and we might not be able to ensure your safety." Lulu, with a determined look, insisted, "This is the only way I can help you. You've saved us, and even saved Xiaoyu twice. I want to help you." Before she could finish, Chen Lin interrupted, "I didn't save others to have you risk your life guiding us. That would only be trading one hell for another. If you really want to help, just point us in the right direction." Seeing the smile on the young man's face, Lulu stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Finally, she slowly raised her arm and pointed towards the distance. In the heart of the city, the buildings were crumbling and dust filled the air. The roads were uneven, riddled with cracks and overgrown with weeds. Luo Xian ran desperately, his face flushed and breath ragged, while beside him, Su Linxue glided gracefully on a sword made of ice. It was said that she could control ice perfectly, using her magical powers to make the ice sword carry her as she flew. Luo Xian and Chen Lin were surprised when they first heard about this tactic. Could magic really be used this way? However, this method had its drawbacks. It couldn't increase speed quickly and was only useful for traveling. Moreover, using magic recklessly before a fight was a taboo for mages. Only Su Linxue, with her high mental attributes, could withstand the consumption and had even learned a skill to speed up her magic recovery before entering the dungeon. Luo Xian, feeling helpless, watched as Chen Lin effortlessly carried the black giant wolf and begged, "Lin Gu, can it carry me for a while too? I'm really struggling here." Upon hearing this, the black wolf, He Ming, turned and glared fiercely at him. Luo Xian quickly retracted his request. "Never mind, I suddenly feel full of energy." Su Linxue smiled lightly at this scene. Soon, the trio reached a large bridge. On the other side, a red malevolent energy had materialized and spread among the high-rise buildings, only their vague outlines visible. Finally arriving at their destination, Luo Xian was gasping for air, leaning heavily on his nearly 2-meter-high shield. Suddenly, as if drawn by their presence, disaster beasts swarmed from all directions, their eyes glowing red as they attacked furiously. They had orders from their queen, conveyed through the malevolent energy, to kill all humans and bring them back. He Ming immediately intimidated the beasts, charging into the crowd that filled the street, with dark flames exploding around him. Chen Lin leapt down early, realizing the dire situation as disaster beasts converged from the bridge and other directions. "The disaster matriarch has noticed us. Do these creatures have some kind of clairvoyance?" Luo Xian exclaimed, staring at the red surge in the sky like a gaping maw of a ferocious beast, suffocating to behold. "They must have some special way of communicating." Chen Lin shook his head, drew the sword blade from his staff, and attacked the disaster beasts approaching from the right. Luo Xian followed closely, shouting, "Lin Gu, I'll take the hits." Su Linxue cast a spell, her eyes slowly closing. When they opened again a second later, they were ice blue, shimmering slightly, her expression serene like a divine being. With a thunderous crash, a wall of solid ice, dozens of meters high, instantly formed on the bridge, temporarily blocking the disaster beasts. Above her, hundreds of sharp ice spears, exuding cold air, appeared. With a slight motion of Su Linxue's thoughts, the ice spears shot towards the disaster beasts rushing from behind. The spears pierced through the bodies of the beasts, blood splattering everywhere. Then, countless more ice spears reformed and continued to shoot relentlessly. The beasts howled in chaos, falling like mowed grass.
Suyeis incredible.
Luo Xian exclaimed, witnessing the scene. Clearly, Su Linchua's ability to form ice spears had become notably faster, a feat that was truly astonishing. In the darkness, Haiming surged through the tide of disaster beasts like an invincible black flame dragon. Its body erupted with dark flames, spreading and growing larger in size. With a loud boom, the entire street was engulfed in a black inferno. Red malevolent auras devoured, and buildings crumbled under the intense heat. Nearly all the disaster beasts could not withstand the scorching heat, quickly clearing a large area. However, more disaster beasts kept swarming in, seemingly endless. From above, one could see disaster beasts from all directions converging towards the city center. Even survivors were shown no mercy by these creatures. A man, trembling with fear, watched in horror as disaster beasts swept past him, his body soaked in cold sweat. He quietly searched for food, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of disaster beasts head-on, rendering him speechless and frozen in despair, waiting for death. Just when he thought he was about to be torn apart, the beasts completely ignored him. What had happened? Only when the last disaster beast vanished from sight did he dare to move, his face etched with terror as he watched them disappear. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and others returned to the base, sensing something was amiss. They saw the disaster beasts wildly rushing towards the city center and immediately realized that Chen Lin must have posed a threat to the disaster matriarch. This thought worried everyone. Chen Lin felt the pressure mounting as wounds began to appear on his body. Underfoot lay hundreds of corpses, trivial compared to the endless stream of incoming disaster beasts. With millions of disaster beasts in the city, even exhausting all their strength wouldn't be enough to eliminate them all. Faced with a dozen knife demons charging at him, Chen Lin immediately had Luo Xian take over while he attacked from the side. He then ordered, "Focus on the primary enemy, Haiming, and head straight for the disaster matriarch." Upon hearing Chen Lin's order, Haiming immediately turned and charged towards the bridge. After undergoing 2 evolutions, it had reached a higher level of existence, enabling it to recognize threats to itself. Across the bridge, a dangerous aura emanated, likely the disaster matriarch spoken of by its master. With a crash, Haiming, enveloped in dark flames, smashed through an ice wall and scattered the disaster beasts in its path as it advanced towards the evil-enshrouded city center. A thunderous roar shook the earth as Haiming reached the other side of the bridge. Suddenly, a long dark red tentacle, stretching over 10 meters, shot out from the malevolent aura and struck Haiming. The impact caused several buildings to collapse until Haiming finally stopped more than 20 meters away. With a furious roar stirring up dust, Haiming rose from the concrete and rubble, its cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Amidst the indistinct malevolent aura, 100-meter-long dark red tentacle moved around, encircling it. A gigantic eyeball, over 60 meters in size, slowly emerged, its numerous eyes fixating on Haiming as if scrutinizing it. As Haiming emitted dark flames, it slightly opened its mouth, letting out a low growl. The gigantic eyeball showed signs of fear, seemingly intimidated by the dark flames, and began to retreat cautiously. Boom! Knowing that any delay would only worsen the situation, Haiming launched an attack without hesitation. He burst forth like lightning, his power too much for the ground to bear, causing it to split open. As Haiming sprinted with all his might, the surrounding area began to tremble slightly, and the dilapidated buildings swayed, on the brink of collapse. The countless eyes on the giant eyeball constricted simultaneously, and its 15 dark red tentacles swung fiercely.
Bang! Bang!
Buildings were brutally smashed, debris flying everywhere. Overwhelmed, structures collapsed one after another, and countless cracks spread across the ground in all directions. Under the immense force of the 15 dark red tentacles, it felt as though the entire earth was quaking, as if an earthquake had erupted. Facing the oncoming dark red tentacles, Haiming tried to dodge but was eventually flung into the air. His body slammed into a building, leaving a deep imprint, and vehicles shattered into pieces. Haiming, who normally relied on his immense strength and defense for close combat, now found himself helpless. The relentless dark red tentacles kept pounding him, pressing him down like a nail being hammered, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Suddenly, Heiming released a burst of flames which instantly dispersed a gigantic eyeball. Determined, he resolved to fight with all his might. Chen Lin struggled to support himself, his face smeared with blood and his sword damaged. Luo Xian's shield was dented, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Linsu stood atop an ice pillar, swiftly regaining her magical power under the protection of the two men. Around them lay thousands of dead disaster beasts, their blood forming streams. Su Linsu continued to recover her magic power, although the situation was dire. Luo Xian bravely shielded Chen Lin from the disaster beasts, shouting as he fought. Chen Lin, connected with Heiming, sensed its life force dwindling and falling into trouble. Suddenly, Su Linsu opened her eyes, which sparkled with an icy blue light. Cold air spread, forming a 100-meter-long frost dragon that froze the surrounding disaster beasts. Luo Xian and Chen Lin quickly moved closer to Su Linsu. The frost dragon roared and charged, causing an explosion that turned countless disaster beasts into shards of ice. Luo Xian watched in amazement, and Chen Lin was equally surprised. Su Linsu's display of formidable power was astounding. Although the clearing effect was remarkable, the city was still overrun with a large number of disaster beasts. Chen Lin instructed Heiming to head to the city center to confront the disaster matriarch, realizing that the battle ahead would be long and challenging. Despite the dire situation, Chen Lin was not consumed by fear. Instead, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Although they were in danger, there was still a glimmer of hope. Heiming was only 30 points away from reaching its full evolutionary potential, sparking an idea in Chen Lin to have Heiming evolve on the spot, which might just turn the tide in their favor. Even if they managed to escape the encirclement, leaving Heiming behind would seal its fate. Su Linxue led the charge, continuously unleashing her abilities to eliminate the disaster beasts on the bridge, while Chen Lin and Luo Xian were tasked with clearing the flanks. Soon, the trio reached the city center, followed closely by countless disaster beasts. The area, devastated by Heiming and a giant eyeball, was a scene of utter destruction with not a single intact building in sight. Luo Xian was horrified by the sight, barely able to believe the devastation before him. Suddenly, a roar emanated from the darkness ahead, and without hesitation, the trio rushed towards the sound. They soon found Heiming, battered and bleeding from the mouth, barely clinging to life. Yet, it gripped the ground firmly and continued moving forward, undeterred by the dark red tentacles attacking it. Getting close was its only chance of victory, so it pushed forward resolutely. Chen Lin decided to distract the disaster beasts to alleviate some of Luo Xian's burden. Hearing Chen Lin's plan, Luo Xian's body trembled with fear. Would he die? Perhaps not yet. Chen Lin reassured him, saying that Su would assist him on the side, urging him to stay calm. With that, Chen Lin charged towards Heiming. Luo Xian clenched his teeth and taunted the giant eyeball. Fortunately, due to his lower level, the taunt was largely ineffective. The eyeball merely glanced at him before a dark red tentacle casually struck towards him. Seeing the shadow overhead and the impending strike, Luo Xian turned pale and quickly raised his shield, deploying his B-grade talent, Earth Wall. A thick wall of yellow rock instantly formed. However, he still didn't feel safe enough and released several more abilities. Meanwhile, Su Linxue's magic orbs glowed faintly as 5 ice walls swiftly erected in front of Luo Xian. The ice walls were instantly destroyed by the dark red tentacles, but they managed to block a third of the attack. The rock wall held for a few seconds before collapsing, and the tentacle smashed onto the shield, kicking up dust. As the dust settled, Luo Xian felt as if the world was collapsing around him, a sharp pain in his chest followed by a spurt of blood. When the dark red tentacle withdrew, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Linxue's expression grew solemn. The power of the disaster mother beast might have reached the level of a third-stage boss. She wondered if Chen Lin's summoned creature could hold on. Chen Lin rushed to Heiming, quickly switching his sword for a staff, casting healing and enhancement spells. A faint white light flashed, and Ming's pupils contracted as it let out a thunderous roar, breaking free from the dark red tentacles. After its strength attribute increased to 560 points, with a 20% boost, the effect was incomparable to before. Ming roared, the tentacles retracted, and seizing the moment, it charged into the horde of disaster beasts. Black flames spread like blooming lotuses, rapidly engulfing swathes of disaster beasts in mere moments. The enormous eye swiftly recognized the problem and emitted a fierce rage, ordering all the disaster beasts to stay away from the area. However, it was already too late. Countless dark flames, carrying the force of destruction, surged into Ming's body, pushing its evolution to completion. Without any hesitation, Chen Lin pressed the evolution button on the panel. Boom! A terrifying black energy burst forth from within Ming, quickly enveloping its entire body before breaking through the surface and shooting up into the sky as a dark pillar of light. In the flickering darkness, Ming's form surged upward, growing instantly by 10 meters. Its massive body soared into the sky, reaching a height of 84 meters with a body length surpassing 100 meters, resembling a beast of calamity, unmatched in its ferocity. Chen Lin's heart overflowed with joy as his summon, Ming, had acquired the swift skill. Moreover, Ming's gigantism talent had advanced to B level, and its flame talent had also risen to B level. Not only that, but Ming had also gained a new diamond body talent, reaching B level. Its strength increased from 141 to 201, constitution from 145 to 205, agility from 144 to 204, and magic power from 140 to 200, boosting all attributes by 60 points. Chen Lin was thrilled, imagining Ming's newfound power. The B-level gigantism made Ming quadruple in size, enhancing its strength, defense, and speed by 400%. The B-level flame allowed Ming to create its own flames, the temperature and magic power closely linked. It also possessed the ability to merge any two types of power to produce flames with varying effects. The B-level diamond body enveloped Ming in an unyielding force, its intensity tied to its constitution, standing immovable. This comprehensive enhancement allowed Chen Lin to breathe a sigh of relief. According to school knowledge, it was nearly impossible for a third-tier power entity to appear in the dungeon unless it was a peerless monster capable of absolutely overpowering its peers. Unexpectedly, Chen Lin had reached this level without realizing it. Initially, he thought Ming needed 2 more evolutions to become invincible at its level. Moreover, the giant eyeball was a natural counter to Ming, meaning it could escape if not win, avoiding a dire fate. These factors seemed to involve some luck. However, now that Ming had evolved, it seemed the tables had turned. As the dark column of light gradually weakened and vanished into the horizon, the sky appeared torn open, revealing a cloudless area where the long-absent sunlight tried to penetrate but was still obstructed by malevolent forces. Ming, with its body renewed, had its black fur and tough skin shimmering with a faint golden light, exuding a mysterious and dominant aura. The giant eyeball trembled, its gaze flickering, intimidated by the terrifying aura unleashed by Ming's dark powers, rendering it immobile. But soon, it erupted with boundless rage, for it too could evolve and swallow, believing itself to be the truly strongest entity. It roared fiercely, its thick, dark red tentacles waving vigorously, even causing the air to boom with their movement. Seeing this, Chen Lin quickly left the scene, knowing that if the two titans clashed, even a slight mishap could harm the innocent. Boom! Ming stood indestructible, immovable, as 15 dark red tentacles lashed fiercely against it, merely causing the golden light to flicker slightly. Howling, Ming, infused with the powers of gluttony and rampage, unleashed its gigantism and flame talents. Black flames erupted in an instant, wrapping around its entire body, the dark red tentacles twisting and writhing in the high heat, loosening under the intense burn. Thunderous roars filled the air as a colossal beast, formed from dark flames, towered over 400 meters high in the sky. It was even more ferocious than the Ming, exuding an aura of sheer brutality. In an instant, The temperature within a kilometer radius soared, causing the grass to wither and the earth to crack open, transforming the center into a sea of black flames. The power of the flames did not simply stack with each added talent. It multiplied exponentially. From a distance, Su Linxue watched in shock, feeling a deep sense of fear towards this summoned creature and its mysterious method of power enhancement, which was unheard of. Observing Chen Lin, who was drenched in sweat and had exhausted all his energy running back, Su Linxue's heart stirred, and a cold, refreshing breeze filled the air, providing immense relief. "Thank you, Su," Chen Lin said gratefully. "You're welcome," replied Su Linxue softly with a smile. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt something grab his foot. Looking down, he saw Luo Xian crawling towards him, covered in blood. Despite his wounded face, Luo Xian gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you are truly incredible." At that moment, Luo Xian's resolve was clear. He was determined to stick by Chen Lin, and nothing could sway him. "How did you get hurt like this?" Chen Lin quickly helped him up. Luo Xian's gratitude was palpable, feeling validated by Chen Lin's acknowledgement. He was secretly relieved to finally have a strong ally who would protect him, the weaker one in his tank role. "It's nothing, Brother Lin. I'm not that easy to kill," Luo Xian assured him. Hearing this, Chen Lin gently let go and stood up, joining Su Linxue in watching the fierce battle between two giant beasts in the distance. Haiming roared furiously and charged at the giant eyeball. As it swung its claws, the dark flames solidified into deadly talons that swiftly struck the eyeball, eliciting a painful scream as blood gushed out, staining the other eyes red. The eyeball's tentacles flailed wildly, but could not harm Haiming. Enraged, the giant eyeball bellowed, filling the city center with a crimson miasma that quickly merged with it. Its body swelled dramatically, and numerous sharp barbs grew on its dark red tentacles. This was the power it had accumulated for evolution to a higher life form, now forcibly unleashed. The eyeball, filled with fury, roared, "I will see you dead." Dark red tentacles attacked from all directions, resisting the intense heat of the dark flames, trying to strangle Haiming. A golden light firmly blocked the tentacles' barbs, preventing them from piercing through. A fierce struggle ensued, shaking the ground and echoing thunderous roars across the sky. Hours passed, and countless buildings were reduced to rubble, but Haiming stood unscathed. The tremendous roars shook the atmosphere, and as they faded, the crimson miasma enveloping the city center dissipated completely. The giant eyeball's pupils dimmed, signaling its defeat, completely devoured by the dark flames. "It's finally over," Luo Xian sighed in relief. Chen Lin and Su Linxue also smiled, pleased with their success in defeating the Mother Beast and countless other calamity beasts. Their score would undoubtedly be impressively high. Realizing this, Luo Xian's face lit up with excitement. Although Luo Xian had only teamed up with Su Linxue to counter a single attack, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, especially considering he had previously slain numerous disaster beasts. In the clear-cut faction-based leveling dungeon, scores were assigned based on individual contributions, ensuring fairness. This system relieved him, as it prevented any single player from monopolizing all the points by defeating the boss alone. As a shield-bearer, he recognized that support roles might score differently, but after a rough estimate, he believed his own score wouldn't be too low. Reflecting on his parents' advice not to take risks before he entered the leveling dungeon, and their reminders that he was not on the same level as those geniuses who advanced through their own strength, he deeply understood their concern. If they knew about his high score in the faction-based leveling dungeon, they would definitely be reassured and proud, a thought that thrilled Luo Xian immensely. After the battle, the three of them sat together as dusk turned to darkness. Luo Xian hurriedly searched for wood in the ruins to light a flame that pierced the darkness. The fire burned with a normal hue, untouched by the corrosive greed and gluttony, offering a moment of relief. In the deep of the night, they prepared to rest, ready to face the challenges of tomorrow before leaving this virtual realm. Initially, Chen Lin planned to let the darkness continue to eradicate the remaining disaster beasts, but seeing it collapse from exhaustion after hours of fierce battle, he felt compassion and could not bear to push it further. Since entering the virtual realm, the The darkness had been either fighting or on the move for over 10 hours. It was time for a well-deserved rest. Chen Lin decided against forcing it to continue the exhausting battle, opting to leave the remaining disaster beasts in the city. The next day, with a beep, the three of them vanished from the spot. Time was up, and their performance was evaluated. They had eliminated 8,564 disaster beasts, successfully defeated the Mother of Calamities, and protected hundreds of survivors in Ning'an City. This might well bring a turning point for the world. Congratulations, a perfect score. Promotion to a rare and unique profession, Summoning Swordmaster, with growth attributes increased from 5 to 10. This is a peculiar profession born because of you. If an opponent thinks you are merely a summon, they are in for a rude awakening. Congratulations, you have mastered a new professional skill, the Law Sword. Back in his room, Chen Lin reappeared after being transported back from the advancement realm. Seeing the Law Sword materialize, he was slightly surprised and intrigued. The Law Sword, a blade between illusion and reality, ignores any physical defense and strikes directly at the opponent's psyche. The power of this sword depends on the spiritual attribute. Chen Lin was astounded as he read further. Real defenses, visible forms of protection like the darkness's diamond body or the guardian wall, are ignored, dealing direct trauma to an enemy's spirit. It's as if the foe has no mental defense or a very low mental strength, enabling Chen Lin to crush even the most formidable adversaries in an instant. For instance, even if Luo Xian uses all his skills and talents, facing Chen Lin's Law Sword could at best faint, or at worst suffer a mental breakdown and die. This skill was truly chilling. Chen Lin immediately tried using it. A half-meter-long transparent sword with intricate patterns appeared in his hand. As the Law Sword formed, his spiritual energy was completely drained. Chen Lin shook his head and sheathed the sword back. It seemed this skill was best kept as a last resort. He glanced quietly out the window. The bright sunlight suggested a different flow of time between the two worlds. Pushing the door open, he found the living room empty, but the table was laid with dishes covered in cling film, with a note advising to heat before eating. Chen Lin smiled slightly, heated the food, and quickly finished it. Then, he picked up his phone. There were 2 friend requests, from Luo Xian and Su Linxue. Before leaving the advancement realm, they had exchanged contact details, continuing their bond forged in life-and-death situations. Chen Lin accepted the requests and scrolled down to see a message from Lu Wan. A top-tier academy's mentor will arrive at 2 p.m. today. Ready to head to school? After pondering for a moment and realizing there was nothing else to discuss, he simply replied with an okay and promptly stood up to leave. At Fanya No. 2 Middle School, Lu Wan was waiting at the school gate. When he saw Chen Lin approaching, he immediately went up to greet him. You finally arrived. This time, all top 5 academies have sent their recruitment tutors here to No. 2. His voice carried a hint of excitement, clearly feeling honored by the occasion. Principal Li's face was beaming with a smile, an unprecedented event in Fanyun City. It was evident that their main focus was on Chen Lin, the top scholar from the Eastern Sky. As they walked into the campus, passing by numerous freshmen and sophomores, these students stopped in their tracks, excitedly watching Chen Lin. Even a prepared junior girl hurriedly handed him a pink letter and then ran off with a blushing face. Lu Wen watched this scene, his lips twitching slightly as he quickly reminded, "Don't mess around and hurt the junior girl's feelings. Rumors could cause trouble." Chen Lin nodded, silently accepting the letter, thinking to himself that he couldn't just discard someone else's heartfelt gesture. As they continued on their way, Chen Lin attracted even more attention, with several junior girls shyly approaching him. Before long, his clothes were stuffed full of love letters from these young girls. Lu Wen, witnessing this, could only shake his head in disbelief, feeling as if he were invisible. Eventually, the two made it to the office, where Lu Wen quickly shut the door, blocking a group of curious students who had followed them. Chen Lin gave a wry smile and shook his head. Such a scene would have been unimaginable in his past life, but here it seemed completely normal, as everyone revered individuals with great combat prowess. This trend was even more pronounced in society. Lu Wen pulled out a dragon-encircled ring from the drawer and said, This is a special reward from the city government for you. They've seen the video of your college entrance examination performance and have specifically prepared a dual-form weapon, a sword staff, and a universal 5th-tier skill book for you. Chen Lin's eyes lit up. These were exactly the items he needed most. His sword staff had been damaged in intense battles and urgently needed replacing. The universal 5th-tier skill book, applicable to all professions, was worth at least several million. Chen Lin took the ring, and with a thought, 2 pieces of information appeared. Tianquan's sword staff, with the sword form granting a golden sharpness enhancement, unstoppable in battle. The staff form grants a wisdom aura, continuously restoring spiritual energy and boosting any skill's effect by 50%. The close at hand, 5th-tier effect, allows you to ignore 100 meters distance, instantly moving next to your target. Everything was within his control, and Chen Lin felt completely satisfied. Close at hand was carefully chosen by the city government to quickly create distance from enemies, particularly suitable for summoners, Lu Wen explained. Suddenly, Lu Wen's expression turned awkward as he handed Chen Lin a gray pleated skirt, saying, "Please sign your name on this piece of clothing and make it look nice." Seeing Chen Lin's puzzled look, Lu Wen reluctantly explained, "Your college entrance exam video was broadcast on the news last night, causing quite a stir. My daughter watched it all night long and, knowing you're my student, insisted I get your autograph." Chen Lin felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if he had indeed been recognized by his teacher's family. At exactly 2 in the afternoon, a black limousine slowly pulled up in front of the entrance to number 2 middle school. 5 men and women gracefully stepped out of the vehicle. Li Mingji approached them with a solemn expression, not taking any detail lightly. As a mentor from a top academy, their presence commanded respect, almost as if even the mayor would have to show his reverence upon meeting them. Upon entering the reception room, Jifei lazily took a seat and casually inquired, "Where is Chen Lin?" "He'll be right here." Li Mingji had just finished speaking when 2 knocks were heard from the door. Soon after, Lu Wen entered with a handsome and tall young man, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a fair complexion. After examining him, Jifei commented, "Not bad. His appearance indeed fits our Yunlark Academy." Sitting aside, Feng Yi immediately frowned, showing his displeasure. "So, Yunlark Academy values appearances in its admissions?" "That's right. Our 5 great academies are considered landmarks of the Great Xia, but this approach seems rather superficial." They jointly criticized Jifei, then turned to Chen Lin, extending an olive branch. "Young Chen, come to our Qingtian Academy instead. Pick any 3 resources you like as an admission gift." "Only 3? That seems quite meager. It appears you can't even match the generosity of Dongtian's top scholars," Feng Yi interjected with dissatisfaction. "Exactly, young Chen. He clearly doesn't hold you in high regard. Come with us instead, where you won't be undervalued." This exchange left both Li Mingji and Lu Wen somewhat taken aback, and Chen Lin was also stunned. Such quick-witted argumentation was not something one could master overnight. He couldn't help but be reminded of debates he had seen online in his past life and exclaimed, "Brilliant!" The atmosphere grew tense as everyone attempting to recruit Chen Lin faced opposition from the others. Initially, the recruitment of students by top academies was not like this. They were once revered symbols of Great Xia. However, when one academy failed to recruit a top scholar within a year and became anxious, they began to devise various strategies, and the recruitment methods gradually became distorted. Now, the annual student recruitment was full of verbal spats and covert conflicts. Hence, the top academies went so far as to hire personnel specifically to teach recruitment mentors debating skills. "Young Chun, I've watched your college entrance examination video 10 times, and your swordsmanship is already outstanding. Come to our Beilong Academy, and I will arrange for a professional swordsman to provide you with one-on-one guidance, ensuring your skills improve even further." Ha! Seeing just that after 10 views only shows how lacking Beilong Academy is. Even the greatest talents would be wasted there. Wrong, young Chun should join our Yuntian Academy. We'll take good care of your mother and sister's living arrangements. Everything will be well managed. Oh, playing the emotional card, huh? Has Yuntian Academy no shame? How dare you say that when last year's Dongtian top scholar was wooed by your daughter? What right do you have to criticize others? Nonsense, they were truly in love. I love you? Nonsense. As the scene grew chaotic, Ji Fei took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and suddenly said to Chen Lin, "You've reached the first transformation and haven't started summoning yet, right? If you join Yunlark Academy, I can directly request top-tier summoning materials from the higher-ups to increase the chances of summoning a high-level creature. Also, your Black Wolf has potential for growth. Just let us know what resources you need." Hearing this, the other four fell silent. Despite Chen Lin's score reaching an astounding 20,000, which was considered impressive even among his peers, this year's exam saw an unusually high number of exceptional candidates, with more than 10 people scoring even higher. Concerned about using too many resources early on and struggling to compete later, the group decided it wasn't worth pursuing further. Ji Fei, relieved by their decision, turned to Chen Lin with anticipation, asking for his thoughts. However, Chen Lin simply shook his head, indicating that everything was fine except for one minor issue regarding his daughter. Ji Fei's brows smoothed in pleasure. She appreciated a more mature man, thinking it wasn't such a bad thing after all. Feng Yi, overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but interject with a tease. "Are we talking about an old cow eating tender grass here? Is that appropriate?" Ji Fei, standing tall and confident in her tight white blouse that accentuated her curves, simply smiled. Chen Lin wanted to clarify that he didn't mean it in that way, but stopped short before the words could leave his mouth. Ultimately, Chen Lin chose to enroll at Skylark Academy, not because of Ji Fei's allure, but because of the substantial support she offered. After achieving their goal, the group didn't linger and prepared to travel to the next province. Ji Fei asked Chen Lin whether he planned to join them on their journey through the 24 provinces of Daxia before returning to Skylark Academy or go directly when classes started. Chen Lin opted for the latter. After saying his goodbyes to Lu Wan and Li Mingji, he headed home. At home, Li Huiru was cooking, and Chun-Li was watching TV. The moment she saw her brother, Chun-Li jumped up and ran over excitedly. "Brother, it seems like you're famous now. Everyone at school and my workplace is talking about you." Li Huiru, carrying a plate of food, added, "Many relatives have been calling to ask if the top scholar from Dongtian mentioned in the news is you. I haven't confirmed it. Otherwise, we'd have strangers at our door tonight." Chen Lin smiled, acknowledging the increasing public interest in the college entrance exam, with media and social platforms actively covering these top achievers, who are seen as the future pillars of Daxia. After dinner, as usual, Chen Lin cleaned up. Accompanied by his sister's playful nagging, he released Haiming, then retreated to his room to rest, waiting for the day he would start at the academy. 2 days later, Li Huiru drove Chen Lin to the airport, with Chun-Li tagging along. Suddenly, Chun-Li, with a sparkle in her eye, suggested, "Can we not take the car? How about letting Haiming carry us? It's much bigger and faster than a car." Li Huiru, momentarily speechless, tapped her on the head. "It's enough that it helps your brother in battles. Don't expect it to join in your mischief." About half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. With a worried look, Li Huiru advised, "Be careful at the academy, safety first." "Don't worry, Mom, I know," Chen Lin reassured her, a sentiment he had expressed countless times but reiterated earnestly. Watching him walk away, Li Huiru's lips trembled slightly. She knew that as Chen Lin ventured further, he would face more challenges and dangers, combating alien civilizations and mutant beasts. Seeing her mother's concern, Chun-Li comforted, "Don't worry, Mom. Brother is very capable, and with Haiming by his side, they will definitely be safe." At Yunk Academy in Zhongtian City, a gathering place for students with outstanding national college entrance exam scores, the atmosphere is one of undeniable brilliance. Even the most confident individuals dare not take their abilities lightly, as the presence of so many labeled geniuses reigns in any arrogance. At the reception area, a group of returning students watched in awe as they observed the newcomers. While they had heard about the exceptional caliber of this year's candidates, seeing it firsthand was a different story entirely. The geniuses shone like stars, their numbers overwhelming, creating a truly breathtaking scene. The published scores revealed that the lowest top scorer had an impressive 19,000 points, while the top scorer reached a record-breaking 30,000 points. Compared to other elite institutions, Young Academy seemed slightly less competitive, having secured only 3 top scorers, while the remaining 21 chose offers from other schools. Among the tales circulating was that of Chen Lin, a top scorer from Dongtian who had risen to prominence despite his ordinary background and lack of exceptional talents. Born into a modest family, Chen Lin's achievements were a testament to his hard work and dedication. However, without a natural gift and only a powerful summon at his disposal, his future in such a competitive environment remained uncertain. Amidst this discussion, the reception was suddenly disrupted by a commotion. Everyone turned to see 2 beautiful, tall girls stepping out of a car. With their hair tied back in simple ponytails, one exuding a sharp presence, the other serene. They were immediately recognized as the joint top scorers from Zhongjiang province. An older student known as Old Ma brushed off an attempt to grab his attention, stating firmly, "Of course I'm going to lead these 2 juniors. It's my duty as a senior." Yet another student blocked his path, equally determined to take on the task. Before the situation escalated, the 2 girls approached with smiles, gracefully accepting their welcome. The 2 seniors exchanged a glance and silently moved aside. Shortly after, another car arrived, and a handsome young man stepped out, capturing everyone's attention. Was this the much-talked-about Chen Lin? Beyond his striking looks, he seemed rather unremarkable. Some onlookers joked about his appearance, suggesting he looked like a troublemaker. The comment drew laughter and agreement from others. As Chen Lin caught the eye of many female students, a beautiful upperclassman quickly saw the opportunity to make a first impression. She approached him, tucking her hair behind her ear to reveal her neck, and offered, "Let me help you with the registration process, shall we?" Chen Lin responded with a smile, "Thank you, senior." This scene left many of the older students grinding their teeth in envy. Despite the abundance of attractive women at Young Academy, they rarely showed such interest. Chen Lin's arrival had clearly changed the dynamics, as he effortlessly drew attention. Suddenly, a male student, tears in his eyes, slammed his hand on the table, startling those nearby. At this moment, Chen Lin felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. For a year, he had harbored a secret crush on a girl, and just yesterday, he nearly succeeded in getting her contact information. A victory that seemed within reach. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, everything turned confusing and unclear. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a helpful senior, Chen Lin completed his information registration and proceeded to his accommodation arrangements. He was handed a custom smartphone by the academy, which allowed him to access the Tianqi system, a perfect integration of technology and vocational training. This system managed all logistical affairs and provided users with various skill books, equipment, and resources, though they required sufficient academic credits or contribution points to acquire. Additionally, the Tianqi system enabled him to enter the exclusive academy forum. Chen Lin nodded slightly and entered his student ID into the cyber-styled smartphone. As the identity verification succeeded, his basic information appeared on the screen. At the same time, Su Qingqing, who had planned to secretly note down his student ID to add him as a friend, was shocked to see the enormous amount of academic credits in his account. 100,000 credits. This amount could buy anything, even the most precious forbidden weapons. The quality of equipment varied from ordinary, fine, superior, exceptional, phantom, forbidden, to life-bound weapons, but she did not have the clearance to know more. Chen Lin gave a slight smile. Perhaps this was a special privilege granted by the Young Academy. Su Qingqing's expression was complex. Even after 4 years of hard saving, she could hardly imagine having 100,000 credits. The huge disparity was hard for her to accept. However, thinking of what the title top scholar represented, a genius surpassing a million others, she understood that such treatment was indeed deserved. Lark Academy covers a vast area, and it took Chen Lin and Su Qingqing 10 minutes to reach the dormitory. Standing in front of the single-family suite, Su Qingqing pointed and said, "Junior Chen Lin, this will be your home for the future. I must be going now." Before she left, she advised, Lark Academy has always upheld the philosophy of motivating the strong. You can only improve through competition. Therefore, your roommates will certainly be anything but ordinary. Chen Lin nodded, watched her leave, and then turned to enter what would be his living space for the next 4 years. The living room of the dormitory was spacious and bright, fully furnished, with a huge LCD TV placed in the center. The dormitory had 4 rooms in total, upstairs and downstairs. Alone, Chen Lin casually chose a room to enter. It was impeccably clean, equipped with all sorts of facilities and daily necessities. To pass the time, he took out the Tianquan sword staff from his storage ring and began practicing basic sword techniques. Since his class change, his body had made breakthroughs, feeling like he had embarked on a journey of cultivation, persistently training every day to enhance his strength, stamina, and agility. Although progress was slow, far slower than leveling up through gaining experience, it seemed nearly impossible to close the gap this way. However, once his skills reached a certain level, they could be transformed into abilities, and Chen Lin was diligently working towards that goal. Additionally, practicing basic sword techniques was significantly beneficial in combat. Relying too much on skills and neglecting personal strength could easily lead to difficulties. Hours later, a specially designed machine suddenly emitted a deafening noise, prompting Chen Lin to stop his practice and look at the screen, which flashed a notification that his personal items had been delivered downstairs. Simultaneously, a message popped up: "Your summoning materials are ready. If you need other resources, please let me know, and I will do my best to arrange them. Lastly, strive to enhance your own strength." After sending the message, Ji Fei leaned back in a soft chair. Zhang Wuyue, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Do you really think highly of him? We have enough resources to recruit 4 provincial top scholars, which could be Lark Academy's chance to rise from its slump, yet you're investing too much in him." Ji Fei chuckled and replied, "Those summoning materials alone are worth tens of thousands of academic credits, not to mention the highest tier of resource access and an additional 100,000 credits. This far exceeds Chen Lin's own value. Even a genius with the highest national exam scores and an SSS grade talent might be tempted by these conditions. No matter where, strength is always paramount, and only those who match the values can enjoy the corresponding treatment." Zhang Wuyue clearly disagreed that Chen Lin deserved such high-level privileges from Lark Academy. Ji Fei continued, "Have you seen his college entrance exam video?" Zhang Wuyue nodded. "Didn't you think that the growth rate of Chen Lin's summon creatures was incredibly fast?"
Yi Fei countered.
Zhang Wuyue frowned and firmly said, "That's impossible. A first-level summoner cannot possibly summon top-tier entities. Although his growth is rapid and his strength is increasing quickly, our analysis shows he's trading his potential upper limit for early growth talent. This means he will only become more vulnerable later on, likely to be surpassed by others." Ji Fei smiled and said, "Tomorrow's freshman competition will reveal everything." Realizing the expression on Ji Fei's face, Zhang Wuyue suddenly understood everything. As childhood friends, she knew Ji Fei's personality traits very well. Her trust in Chen Lin wasn't unfounded. It was a gamble based on intuition. Zhang Wuyue frowned, disliking such risky behavior. She knew that even if tomorrow's results revealed that the local governor was a relative, punishment would be unavoidable. Chen Lin arranged the necessary materials for the summoning neatly on the floor. Extending a hand into the air, he began the summoning ritual. Mysterious runes appeared in his palm instantly. Magical energy surged, imprinting these mystical runes onto the floor. In a moment, the room filled with blinding white light, as if countless flash grenades had exploded simultaneously. Fortunately, Chen Lin, experienced as he was, had already closed his eyes. A few minutes later, when he opened them, he saw a silver butterfly, with a wingspan of 60 centimeters, quietly floating in the air. Chen Lin slightly curled his lips, pondering whether this was another weak summon. Silently, he checked its attribute panel. This unnamed silver butterfly was level 10, with attributes of Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Magic Power 1, and 100% health. It had no skills or talents. Although weaker than his previous summon, the Black Abyss, it was still a level 10 creature. Chen Lin shook his head. This was probably the weakest summon he knew of. However, he wasn't discouraged and decided to unlock its greater potential. Watching the silver butterfly struggling to flap its wings and slowly fly towards him, Chen Lin reached out and caught it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Loyalty 100%, will never betray. Do you want to establish a life bond?" Chen Lin nodded firmly, immediately feeling a soul-wrenching pain that persisted. But eventually, the soul fusion was complete, and the life bond was established. Congratulations, your summon has awakened a unique talent, Variable Mystique SSS. Hearing the voice and feeling his body function normally again, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Variable Mystique SSS, allowing it to adopt any form and gain various abilities. He watched as the silver butterfly transformed into a beam of silver light, taking on his own appearance, and uttered in a dazed voice, "Master, person." After careful consideration, Chen Lin finally recognized the mysterious power of impermanence. Suddenly inspired, he spent a significant amount of credits on a specially made machine to purchase a set of ordinary quality armor. The store was located near Yunk Academy, and Chen Lin didn't have to wait long. Upon opening the box, he found the armor parts neatly arranged inside. He gazed at the silver butterfly and began to communicate earnestly. Once their souls merged, an invisible connection formed, allowing Chen Lin to overcome language barriers and convey his thoughts directly. The silver butterfly nodded slightly, transforming into a silver glow that circled Chen Lin's arms. The silver armor gradually became visible, slowly covering his entire body. Chen Lin carefully felt it, experiencing no discomfort or heaviness, as if the armor was naturally integrated with his body. Standing in front of a mirror, he examined himself for a moment and smiled with satisfaction. The armor's sleek lines and silver-white color with black patterns looked absolutely enchanting. Indeed, armor is the most romantic attire for a man. However, its defensive capability seemed slightly weak, causing Chen Lin to frown slightly as he clenched his fists. Soon, the silver butterfly communicated that the armor could become harder by integrating with metals and minerals, and might even gain special properties. These abilities would remain even after switching forms, meaning the enhanced hardness from the armor form would not disappear but would continue. Undoubtedly, like insatiable gluttony, this was an unlimited and extraordinary talent that could continuously grow stronger. Eager, Chen Lin picked up the purchased armor to let the silver butterfly merge with it. Immediately, the armor cracked slightly, integrating into Chen Lin's body. Chen Lin felt the silver butterfly become significantly harder. Excellent news. Defense had always been his weak spot. Facing powerful attacks could lead to instant defeat, such as Su Linchue's Wan Shuang Jimia, which had a wide range and terrifying power, unstoppable even by the dark forces. Now that he had finally compensated for this flaw, as long as he nurtured the silver butterfly well, he could even withstand fierce enemy attacks. Thinking this, Chen Lin resolved to enhance the silver butterfly's capabilities first. He sent a message to Ji Fei, requesting as many special property medals as possible. He soon received a reply. In just half an hour, the items were delivered, showcasing Yunk Academy's efficiency. While pondering, Chen Lin went to the door and saw a man in black waiting upright. "Classmate, please take your item list," the man said. Chen Lin took it and was slightly surprised. The list contained various rare metals with unique properties, the most familiar being He Jinshu, which could increase a weapon's weight by thousands of pounds, but was quite expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of credits per piece. These were resources controlled by the military, inaccessible to ordinary people. There was also Duan Gangshu, which could enhance a weapon's sharpness and lethality. Each material was precious, with a total value of several tens of millions, a testament to the top academy's substantial financial power. The man in black reminded him, "Classmate, please make sure not to move these electromagnetic anti-gravity devices, or the building might collapse." Chen Lin nodded, shouldering the several meter-long box, immediately feeling the heavy burden. Dressed in his battle armor, Chen Lin still found himself slightly bending his knees to withstand the gravitational pull, despite the electromagnetic anti-gravity device equipped and his impressive strength score of 90. Once back in his room, Chen Lin began integrating the silver discs, not sparing a single stone-carrying case. Soon, his armor became indestructible impenetrable even by those at the second professional level. Weighing 5 tons, the armor posed no burden to Chen Lin, yet would be an unbearable pressure for any foe. The armor also gained a sharp characteristic, significantly enhancing its lethality. When he drew the war blade from his back, it instantly transformed into a long spear, a manifestation of his will and an integral part of the armor, perfectly aligning with Chen Lin's concept of life armor. The next morning, Chen Lin woke up on time, practiced basic sword techniques, and then prepared to go downstairs after washing up. In the living room, 3 young individuals were visibly surprised upon hearing movement. It was clear they knew who Chen Lin was, as the name of the champion of Dongtian had spread across the entire network and continued to draw significant attention. However, they didn't seem overly concerned, given their own exceptional abilities. Feng Yi, the second-ranked talent from Qingyuan province, greeted Chen Lin. Chen Lin nodded politely in response, simply stating, Chen Lin. Achieving such provincial champion status with a common profession, both in the past and present, was truly unprecedented and remarkable. Hemph, don't you think it's merely because you happen to summon a powerful creature? A man with a cold demeanor spoke disdainfully. He was the second-ranked from Lungzha province, with a high exam score of 23,000, and he clearly underestimated Chen Lin, considering him insignificant for being the top in a province without top-tier talents. Do you think it's just luck when others summon powerful creatures, while your awakening of an SS-tier talent is considered skill? Feng Yi retorted with a sneer, believing that luck was a predetermined fact, not something everyone could possess. Being able to command a powerful summon creature was proof enough of Chen Lin's distinctiveness. Just as the argument was about to escalate, a voice suddenly filled the academy. All new cadets, please immediately gather at Skylark Square with your weapons and equipment. The competition for new students at the academy began half a month earlier than scheduled. Sitting on the sofa, the man adjusted his glasses and turned to Chao Yang, asking, Chao Yang, how did you find out about this? Chao Yang looked perplexed as he responded. In recent years, the mutant beasts outside the city had become increasingly rampant, and some areas had even been designated as forbidden zones. Nations were deploying their forces to the front lines to fend off the menacing foreign tribes, leaving no resources to deal with the mutant beasts. If this continues, we won't need to wait for a full-scale invasion from the foreign tribes. Internal chaos will break out first. Feng Yi frowned and continued. Are you saying that the Academy intends for us to take on the task of clearing out these mutant beasts? Chao Yang nodded in agreement. Humanity no longer had the luxury of training new talent in an orderly fashion. Facing the mutant beasts earlier than expected, unlike in simulations where one could retreat from danger, the risk of death was exceedingly high. Therefore, if one wished to grow safely, it would be wise to keep a low profile during this competition. By staying under the radar, one could refuse the beast clearing duties when the time was right without much pressure from the Academy. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent. Was the situation really that dire? He recalled the scenes from the upgrade simulations where many perished in disasters, leaving only a few survivors struggling to live. It seemed that Blue Star was also approaching a similar crisis. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a cold, arrogant voice. Starting early works for me, Chen Lin. I will thoroughly defeat you and prove that I am superior. Chen Lin looked at the pride in the challenger's eyes, smiled slightly, and replied, All right, let's see who truly stands above the rest. But I assure you, I will leave everyone else in the dust. He was desperate to become stronger, unwilling to one day see his mother and sister fall victim to the foreign tribes and mutant beasts. Chao Yang chimed in, Hey, don't forget about me. Don't let me outdo both of you. The 3 of them stood their ground, fearless, with Chao Yang's lips curving into a slight smirk, ready for battle. At Lark Plaza, a group of new students gathered, each armed with various weapons and clad in diverse armor, creating a somewhat noisy scene. Among them, 2 girls who looked alike stood out, one dressed in a black bodysuit with dark gold armor, exuding a proud and valiant aura, and the other in a white robe, appearing delicate and captivating. Their presence was stunning, and conquering the twin sisters would surely bring fame. Some distance away, a few students whispered sleazy remarks to each other. Soon, several instructors and the academy's dean arrived on stage, ready to make an announcement. The dean sighed, feeling it cruel to keep the students in the dark. They needed to know that the top 100 would be compelled to go outside the city to clear mutant beasts, rapidly maturing under the pressure of potential death. This was especially true for the older students, most of whom had already advanced to their second transformation and were the real backbone of the force. The secretary, holding a tablet, announced, "The competition for new students is now starting, half a month early. You will enter the large-scale simulation Rift Canyon, ranging from levels 20 to 30. This competition will determine your future resource allocation. The top 100 will receive 5,000 credits, and the top 50 will receive 10,000 credits." As the announcement concluded, the gates to the simulation slowly opened, releasing a powerful aura that filled the entire area. Some students' legs began to tremble, and their lips quivered, sensing the impending challenge. Luo Xian anxiously searched through the crowd, his heart filled with unease. Suddenly, he spotted the person he'd been thinking about constantly, Chen Lin. Standing in a corner, Chen Lin was surprised to see the tall Luo Xian approaching with a short-haired girl with gray eyes running up behind him. Chen Lin had thought it was a joke when Luo Xian said he would sign up for the young team with him. But it turned out Luo Xian was serious. Chen Lin asked, "Who is she?" Luo Xian quickly introduced her. "This is my sister, Luo Ning." Chen Lin looked puzzled and asked, "Your parents are okay with this?" Luo Xian replied with a smile, "After hearing about the rise in the copy, they supported my decision. We're counting on you, Brother Lin." Seeing Chen Lin's gaze, Luo Ning shyly hid behind her brother, speaking in a very soft voice. Chen Lin shook his head and said, "I can't team up with you this time." Luo Xian panicked and quickly said, "Brother Lin, we won't hold you back. I can take the hits, and Ning can boost and control." Chen Lin sighed and said seriously, "Teaming up with me can be very dangerous." Luo Xian responded immediately, "I'm not afraid." But then he realized what Chen Lin meant and felt troubled. He turned to Luo Ning and tentatively asked, "Little sister, maybe you should team up with someone else?" Luo Ning nearly burst into tears and said, I don't have any friends. I want to be with you guys." Luo Xian felt guilty, knowing that leaving his sister alone might be more dangerous than putting her in danger. Finally, Chen Lin sighed resignedly and sent them a team invitation. He knew his own strength. As long as he was careful, protecting them shouldn't be a problem. When the unfamiliar man saw Chen Lin teaming up with others, a hint of concern flashed across his face, as if they were burdening themselves unnecessarily. He frowned slightly and said indifferently just before they entered the dungeon, "Chen Lin, I hope you don't get beaten too badly." Feng Yi smiled and added, "Chen Lin, I'll go ahead." Soon, many students began channeling their thoughts to activate the dungeon teleportation, and it was clear that most of them opted to start the dungeon solo. Given that this was a gathering of top talents from all over the country, this was not surprising. Without delay, a white light enveloped the trio, including Chen Lin, and they vanished in an instant. Once all the students had entered the dungeon, an instructor waved his hand, casting a water curtain projection spell. A massive water curtain appeared, displaying over 100 screens that switched every few seconds to ensure all students could be observed. However, about a dozen screens remained unchanged. These students were the top talents of this year's recruitment, ranking first in their respective cities, with national exam scores not less than 15,000 points. Zhang Wuyue quickly scanned the crowd and spotted Chen Lin faster than Ji Fei. He wondered, why is he still with two teammates? What does this mean? After checking their registration information, he found nothing notable, mediocre at best. Scoring 2,000 points might be considered excellent in city-level exams, but it was just the basic standard in top institutions. Teaming up could affect their score weighting, and for someone of Chen Lin's caliber, teammates were unnecessary. By choosing to team up, was he not just making things harder for himself? Did he think that becoming the provincial top scorer meant he could dominate the competition? Such arrogance was over the top, especially in a competition against top talents from several provinces, not just an academic exam. Zhang Wuyue thought it unlikely that Chen Lin could even make it into the top 5 in the freshman competition, given his restless nature, which could hinder significant achievements. Seeing this, Many instructors frowned, pointed out the issues, and offered their critiques. Their attention then shifted to the other two top scorers. Amidst a group of monsters, a black spear over 1 meter long, crackling with dark red lightning, swept through like an angry dragon, blasting all nearby monsters to pieces. The spear pierced through, instantly exploding a row of monsters. A girl leaped out, gripping the black spear tightly and swinging it rapidly, causing a series of thunderous blasts. The instructors nodded in approval at this scene. Her tactics are so aggressive. I think you should focus on guiding her and stop wasting your efforts on Chen Lin, said Jiang Weiyue. Ji Fei shook her head. I play with a large halberd. Chen Lin uses a sword. That seems even less compatible, replied Jiang Weiyue, puzzled. Maybe he could try using the large halberd, Ji Fei suggested with a smile. Jiang Weiyue was utterly confused and did not understand her point. The Rift Valley, covering hundreds of kilometers, was filled with countless passages, resembling a massive labyrinth. The monsters here had short life cycles and reproduced quickly, making them numerous. As soon as the trio entered, a roar echoed from ahead. Luo Xian didn't hesitate to raise his large shield and cast a taunting skill. Countless monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes flickering red as they charged at them. Luo Ning felt nervous and quickly cast a buff spell, her gray eyes glowing slightly. Instantly, the monster's movements halted, and the surrounding colors rapidly peeled away, forming a gray zone. This is a good chance to test our current strength, thought Chen Lin. With a thought, a silver butterfly appeared with the white light. The butterfly circled around him a few times before gently landing on his finger. Suddenly, silver light shone, and Chen Lin was covered in silver armor, his right hand forming the Tianquan sword staff, which materialized instantly. In a flash, Chen Lin transformed into his heavenly sword form, tossing the scepter to Luo Ning without a moment's hesitation before drawing the silver war blade from his back. With a single step, he vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away right in front of the monster. He used a skill meant for survival to close the distance with the creature. Swinging the heavenly sword, he sliced through several monsters as easily as cutting through tofu. Then, turning into a blur, he darted through the group of monsters, blood spurting like a fountain as they fell, their eyes filled with astonishment. Luo Xian, witnessing the scene, shouted excitedly, "That's amazing, Brother Lin!" Before he could even brace for impact, Chen Lin had already taken care of all the monsters. Luo Xian finally understood the joy of supporting a powerful leader. He realized the importance of the role transition to a shield warrior that his teachers had always stressed, to follow a strong leader, even if it meant flattering them. Luo Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Her brother had suddenly drawn a crowd of monsters, nearly scaring her to death. The observing instructors were utterly shocked. Chen Lin's speed and attack power were comparable to a melee expert. However, the problem was, he was supposed to be a summoner. Such attributes were highly unusual. Even if Chen Lin deserved a promotion for his performance, he shouldn't possess such formidable melee capabilities. Across the country, there had never been such a powerful summoner. The instructors frowned in thought. One of them recalled something and said, "It might be due to that silver butterfly, his second summoned creature." They found it hard to believe. A summon that could transform into a weapon was unprecedented. Could this be a new species? The prefect, too, looked at Ji Fei in slight surprise. She shook her head smugly and said, "Now, there are more than a dozen people with higher scores than Chen Lin. We'll have to reduce his team allocations. It seems the title of top scholar might become a joke. But Chen Lin is your future son-in-law. How has losing face beneficial for you?" Ji Fei, hands on her hips, retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a slap on the back of her head. The prefect, his face lined with frustration, thought to himself how, at his age, he still lacked a sense of shame, even striking a younger person. "Mom, have you ever heard of the weak pushing the cart?" Ji Fei said smugly. The prefect twitched slightly, not understanding the saying, but he was clear about one thing. His daughter was definitely no saint. Chen Lin stomped fiercely, the monster beneath his feet bursting into a mess of blood and flesh under the force of his weight, splattering in all directions. His silver armor was smeared with fresh blood, making him look even more fierce and terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Chen Lin gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He could easily crush these level 20 monsters and had reached the pinnacle of the second transformation. Even when facing third transformation monsters, he remained calm and composed. In this colorless realm, Chen Lin felt a surge of surprise and an unexpected desire to stay. Could it be a wish for self-destruction? Negative emotions continuously flooded in, attempting to crush his will. If they succeeded, Chen Lin would be forced to end his own life. However, he easily suppressed these negative thoughts without faltering. Xiao Ning, quickly retract the realm, Luo Xian said urgently, worried that Chen Lin might be affected as he remained motionless. Luo Ning, fully aware of her unique talent, had a blank mind and was tense. Don't worry, I'm fine, Chen Lin reassured as he stepped out of the gray realm, his expression calm and unaffected. Relieved, Luo Xian sighed. I'm sorry, I panicked and forgot how to control it. Luo Ning apologized nervously, afraid of being reprimanded. Chen Lin did not blame her, but suddenly realized why their parents had agreed to let Luo Xian bring his sister along. Unable to control her own talent and with a timid, insecure personality, it was unlikely anyone would want to partner with her. Per child, Chen Lin said with a comforting smile. It's okay. He glanced at his wrist recorder. They had only scored 120 points, progressing slowly. To grow stronger quickly, he needed to be first and gain the Academy's resource support. Whether it was Silver Butterfly or Hei Ming, just a large amount of gold, stone materials, and energy was needed for unrestricted rapid growth. With that thought, Chen Lin summoned a monstrous creature. Suddenly, a 24-meter-tall, pitch-black, colossal violent demon wolf appeared amidst a burst of white light, its roar shaking the surroundings and echoing for kilometers. Seeing Hei Ming for the first time, Luo Ning shrank back in fear behind Chen Lin, worried that the giant beast might devour her brother. Hei Ming, mercilessly annihilate all the monsters, Chen Lin commanded. As you wish, my lord, responded Hei Ming's consciousness. A terrifyingly fierce aura burst from it, its size swelling to over 100 meters, engulfed in pitch-black flames, looking like a demon god descending. Hei Ming immediately charged towards the depths of the canyon, disappearing from sight in a blink. Soon, Chen Lin's wrist recorder continuously updated with points, rapidly climbing. Now, Hei Ming's normal combat power was at the third transformation level, and when enlarged, it could contend with the fourth transformation. This allowed it to sweep through enemies alone, far more efficiently than if it were accompanying the trio. Let's also move out, Chen Lin said as they headed down another path. Within just 2 minutes, Hei Ming had raced over 10 kilometers, all monsters in its path devoured and burned by the pitch-black flames, transforming into black fire serpents that flew back into its body. Gradually, the creature expanded at an almost imperceptible rate of millimeters. In the distance, 5 brave trainees struggled valiantly against a dozen giant spiders rushing towards them. Warriors, do not panic. Charge forward, do not back down. I will provide support, the beautiful priestess commanded anxiously. Regret filled her heart. When forming the team, they had confidently promised to achieve excellent results in the newcomers tournament. However, now facing even the weakest monsters in the dungeon, they were falling one by one. Suddenly, the beautiful priestess felt a tremor beneath her feet, followed by a searing wave of heat. Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal black wolf, spanning over 100 meters, charged fiercely, parting the air around it. The beautiful priestess's robes fluttered in the turbulent breeze created by the beast's immense speed. Suddenly, dark flames erupted and expanded rapidly, engulfing the giant spiders in its fiery embrace. In an instant, the spiders were incinerated without a single scream, reduced to ashes in mere seconds. The scorched earth remained as the dark flames surged toward the distant black wolf. The spectacle left the group of 5 onlookers utterly speechless, rooted to the spot in awe. The priestess, her robes still swaying gently, said reflectively, "Such power!" Her eyes seemed distant, lost in thought. Meanwhile, A young girl leapt high into the air, her hands summoning a dark red thunder dragon that dove towards the monsters below. The ground shattered under the impact, creating a 100-meter-wide crater as the dark red lightning exploded, annihilating all creatures in its path. Standing at the center of the collapsed terrain, the girl kicked up a black spear and grasped it with a satisfied grin. Pathetic creatures, they couldn't even put up a fight, she muttered to herself. Luo Lan watched her sister's display with a sense of helplessness. If she had known that understanding the intense battle spirit would have such side effects, she might have objected. The 7th-tier skill side effects were indeed severe. Although it significantly enhanced her sister's abilities, it drastically altered her personality. Luo Hongying, who was once merely combative, now seemed almost deranged. This troubling thought made Luo Lan worry about her sister's future. Could she become a battle-crazed queen? As Luo Lan pondered, she suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly under her feet, a heart-pounding, scorching presence approaching. Before she could react, Luo Hongying stepped forward, her gaze intense and her dark red lightning swirling around her black spear. As the black flame wolf charged, she stared directly into its piercing eyes, her mind overwhelmed by shock and fear spreading through her heart. Yet, a crazed smile soon formed on her lips. "Now this is interesting, this is fun," she whispered excitedly. Watching her sister fearlessly charge at the giant beast, Luo Lan quickly cast a series of enhancement and protective spells. With these powers bolstering her, Luo Hongying's combat abilities doubled, elevating her strength to extraordinary levels. Already a top-tier talent capable of defeating higher-level opponents, she was now unstoppable. Even if facing a 3rd-tier boss, she could hold her own. A dark red thunder dragon, over 10 meters long, emerged from her black spear, roaring thunderously as it clashed with the wolf. The collision unleashed powerful shockwaves, spreading in all directions. As Luo Hongying faced the unscathed black wolf, her expression stiffened, her battle spirit replaced by disbelief. How could her powerful strike leave the beast unharmed? The wolf, named He Ming, coldly regarded the human who had attacked it unprovoked. Its claw struck swiftly, shattering 3 protective barriers with terrifying force. Luo Hongying, in a panic, raised her black spear to defend. The impact sent her flying, crashing down dozens of meters away, her spear landing beside her. Luo Lan's face paled as she pressed her hands together, and a 30-meter-tall divine apparition slowly appeared, its face expressionless with 3 pairs of pristine white wings and golden patterns on its forehead. At that moment, 6 holy guardian angels descended, an SS-tier talent known as Angel's Care. A golden barrier instantly rose, enveloping them both in its protective glow. Luo Lan felt as if her mental energy was draining away like water from a barrel slashed by a sharp blade. She quickly shouted, "Sister, get out of the way." But before she could finish, He Ming emerged from the darkness, raising his claws that emitted a sinister black light, instantly tearing through the golden light barrier. He Ming cast a cold glance at Luo Lan and Luo Hongying, then walked past them without another look. Luo Lan stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Luo Hongying struggled to her feet, clutching her chest in severe pain, equally stunned. Outside, there was complete silence. All the mentors, including the head of the house and the senior students who had come to assess the new recruits, stood speechless, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Could it be that this summoner, who had only changed his profession a few days ago, possessed such incredible strength? As this realization sank in, the crowd gasped in disbelief. His power seemed to surpass even that of a 2nd-tier summoner. Unbelievable. When I first saw his summoned creature, I wondered how it could be so large at under level 20. I would have believed it was level 40. With such a summon, he was simply invincible. Facing this extraordinary combat power, everyone couldn't help but think of a few words. Unmatched in his class, a prodigy of his generation. Such titles were only fitting for those with SSS-level talent. Su Jingjing excitedly said, as she had come specifically to see Chen Lin. "Ladies, I have his student ID, and we're friends." "Really? Send it to us, let's see." Ji Fei's smile was radiant, blooming like a beautiful flower, which greatly shocked Jiang Wuyue. Could gambling really lead to such an outcome? It all seemed beyond his imagination. A question suddenly flashed through Jiang Wuyue's mind. Could she possibly be a genius? Luo Hongying and her twin possessed SS-grade talents and hidden professions, making them among the top geniuses in Greater Daxia. Yet, they stood no chance against Chen Lin's summon creatures? Jiang Wuyue found it hard to believe. The only reasonable explanation seemed to be that Chen Lin's top-tier summon creatures possessed talents above grade S and were of a growing type, their potential nearly rivaling those monsters with awakened SSS-grade talents. It appeared that Ji Fei would not only avoid punishment but might actually be rewarded. Chen Lin would enjoy the resources of two top scholars. Jiang Wuyue felt mixed emotions as he recalled their earlier conversation. For the next 10 hours, Haiming never stopped, traversing hundreds of kilometers through gorges, defeating countless monsters. Even the third-stage boss was no match and was defeated one by one. Its size grew to 33 meters, and each attribute increased by 27 points. As the attributes reached 100, each increase had a more significant effect. This was a qualitative change in attributes, reaching new heights of strength. Although the speed of acquiring evolutionary points had slowed down, the 10,000 monsters provided only 200 points, leaving 1,300 points needed for the next evolution. However, Chen Lin was not dissatisfied, as this was still a considerable gain for just half a day. It was slower than before, but that was normal, as progress became increasingly difficult the further one advanced, a reality for anyone. Lingo, we've leveled up 6 times, 6 levels, Luo Xian said excitedly. It was his first time leveling up so effortlessly, all thanks to Chen Lin. Previously, he would cautiously hunt weak mutant beasts in the wild, and each level up was fraught with danger. Luo Ning also appeared happy, her expression a mix of relief and joy beyond the usual tension and fear. Chen Lin smiled as he looked at the recorder in his hand, which now showed 34,000 points. He silently chanted a spell, and the silver armor disappeared in an instant, transforming into a silver disc that flew to his shoulder. Nearby, Haiming lay on the ground, exhausted after 10 hours of intense fighting. It was trembling and hardly able to stand up. If not for its high physical quality and endurance, it couldn't have sustained the strain brought by its gigantic form. Lingu, is it all right? Luo Xian asked with concern, feeling somewhat distressed for Haiming. Chen Lin shook his head and performed a recovery spell, and Haiming quickly regained its vigor. As the time limit for the instance was reached, a white light enveloped the three, teleporting them back to Lark Square. The surrounding students cast surprised and admiring glances, while Chen Lin maintained a calm demeanor. Many students were covered in dust, especially a previously aloof man who smashed the ground in regret. He had been easily injured by a giant black wolf. Not only did the strike leave him seriously wounded, but it also shattered his pride. All right, I'll announce the leaderboard for all students. The secretary of the prefect loudly called out, expertly manipulating the control console to project a dazzling holographic screen into the air. At the top of the leaderboard was Chen Lin, with an impressive score of 34,500 points. Upon hearing this news, all the new recruits looked on with envy. However, one aloof man was left dumbfounded and in disbelief. He stared intently at the holographic screen, where Chen Lin's score was far ahead, clearly dominating. The second place had only 13,000 points, a staggering difference that left everyone astonished. How is this possible? The aloof man wondered, suspecting an error in the leaderboard. He wasn't alone in his skepticism. Many others found the scores baffling. While Chen Lin's high score was hard to believe, what puzzled them even more was why the scores of others, including 2 top scholars, were so low. Just as confusion spread among the crowd, the secretary explained, the black behemoth that you encountered in the valley was Chen Lin's summoned beast. Many who tried to stop it were severely injured in one strike, which caused significant delays and resulted in this huge gap in scores. Hearing this, everyone's gaze once again turned towards Chen Lin. The black behemoth had nearly ravaged the entire canyon, and most had encountered it. However, none could withstand its power, and even the bravest dared not act. Only the most confident top talents attempted to stop this boss, but without exception, they were all knocked down with a single swipe of its paw. Clenching their teeth in anger, about a dozen recruits glared at Chen Lin. They were the victims of this disaster. Feng Ye's face showed a look of surprise, and he even doubted his own ranking. There were more than 3 competitors stronger than him on the field, and he believed he could only make it into the top 10. Suddenly, Feng Yi realized that only Chen Lin and he were seriously competing. The others were merely pretending. This realization sent chills down his spine, making his entire body feel icy and numb. Fortunately, after hearing the explanation, Feng Yi understood the situation. Although he also encountered a giant black wolf, he decisively chose to run away between danger and pride, which fortunately allowed him to avoid danger and continue accumulating points. Thinking about this, Feng Yi looked at Chen Lin with gratitude. Brother, you were incredible, defeating all the competitors. Nearby, Luo Lan saw her sister staring at Chen Lin and quickly intervened. Sister, we misunderstood the situation and acted hastily. We can't blame him. Luo Yunying nodded and withdrew her gaze, relieving Luo Lan. She didn't want to make enemies over a misunderstanding, especially with someone so powerful. The summoned creature had destroyed the angelic illusion that had been protecting her with a casual strike, leaving a deep impression on Luo Lan. On the platform, the headmaster's secretary announced that the freshman competition had ended, and the rankings would determine tomorrow's class assignments. Credit rewards would be deposited into student accounts before 9 o'clock. Free time was declared. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grouped together to head for the cafeteria and dormitories. After a grueling 10 hours, they were all exhausted. Some of the injured lone wolf students received treatment from a senior sister who was a priest. Su Qingqing came over with a smile and said to Chen Lin, Junior brother, let me take you to the cafeteria, or you can come to my dorm. I'm a great cook. Chen Lin shook his head. No thanks, I'm with friends. Su Qingqing wasn't disappointed. She hadn't expected Chen Lin to agree. Feng Yi approached and suggested, then let's all go to the cafeteria together. Since they were dorm mates, Chen Lin thought about it and didn't refuse. An hour later, they were full and returned to their spacious suite. As Chen Lin entered the room, a reserved man struggled to say, some of your things were delivered earlier, said to be the second batch of material resources. I saw you weren't here, so I moved them to your room. Chen Lin paused, then smiled, thanks. The reserved man turned his face away and quietly responded, you're welcome. Suddenly, Feng Yi jumped out from behind, laughing, haha, Li Zhongfeng, you look so funny. Li Zhongfeng glanced at him, his veins bulging. Silently, he channeled his thoughts into his ring and pulled out a 2-meter-long sword. He had intended to change, but seeing Feng Ye's relentless teasing, he felt a murderous intent. Chen Lin calmly stepped aside, heading upstairs. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the living room. Chen Lin, save me. In the room, Chen Lin opened the black box and found even more rare metals than in the first batch. It seemed the academy had almost exhausted all its resources. Each piece of armor and weapon would significantly improve with just one piece of rare metal embedded. With a heart full of excitement, Chen Lin handed several pieces of metal to the blacksmith, eagerly anticipating the creation of superior equipment. Although cultivating the silver disc required a substantial amount of precious metals, he firmly believed that the benefits outweighed the costs. If the silver disc could be infused with a rich variety of metals, its hardness would be so great that even the darkest forces couldn't damage it. Additionally, it might gain various special properties. Once successful, Chen Lin would not only be invincible in defense, but his combat power would also become immensely strong. He was determined to no longer be a summoner who could barely fight, as such a weakness was too glaring. Once targeted by enemies, he would be utterly defenseless. Chen Lin had studied several experienced summoners' journals and discovered that all summoners of the 5th level and above changed their combat strategies on the battlefield. They would stay away from the front lines, commanding their summoned creatures to fight, never exposing themselves directly. He even learned about a 7th level summoner who was instantly killed in battle by a level 50 enemy using a clever trick. Therefore, developing the silver disc as a protective battle armor was crucial. Otherwise, facing challenges from various races in the future, Chen Lin would be completely helpless and easily captured. After about 15 minutes, the golden stone and the silver disc had fused perfectly. By then, the golden stone had become virtually indestructible, impervious even to attacks of a third-tier category. Moreover, its weight had reached a staggering 13 tons. With its enhanced power, a single punch could shatter the ground. Additionally, the golden stone had acquired a sharp characteristic, which, combined with its previous effects, significantly increased its lethality. Chen Lin was very pleased with this upgrade. Just then, a notification from the customized machine on the table informed him that his reward for being the top new student, 50,000 academic credits, had been credited to his account. After some thought, he decided to refrain from purchasing more rare golden stones. After all, monopolizing resources wasn't fair to other students. Although the academy might prioritize him, Chen Lin felt it was important to give others a chance. Due to his past experiences, he was accustomed to considering others. He opened the product list and found various precious natural treasures. For instance, the Hercules fruit, which could directly increase one's attributes by 5 points, though it was only effective twice per person. There was also the Yuan Gang fruit, which could enhance the strength of any part of the body. Since the game had merged with the real world, the scale of Blue Star had expanded hundreds of times, and the landscape had undergone drastic changes. Most areas had become inaccessible to humans. The presence of mutant beasts further reduced human living spaces, placing humanity in peril. Beyond Blue Star's defenses, alien races also coveted this rich land. Their strong ones transformed surrounding planets to suit their own species and continuously deployed forces to Blue Star, trying to capture more territory and encircle humanity. The root of all this was Blue Star's abundant resources, which made other races green with envy, longing to dominate this land alone. Chen Lin realized that if he did not control the number of mutant beasts timely, internal chaos was inevitable. Should turbulence arise, the alien races would surely seize the opportunity to attack en masse. To protect humanity, he must enhance his own strength and contribute to his people. With this resolution, Chen Lin spent a long time selecting dozens of types of fruit resources from the product list, depleting his credits in the process. These resources would be sent to the training room, a special area designed for practicing skills and testing combat power, which was vast in size. After waiting there for a while, the man in black who had visited last time hurried over in his vehicle, respectfully handing the items to Chen Lin. Holding the specially made black box, Chen Lin was curious how such a small box could contain so many items. He chose a training room at random, entered, and closed the door behind him to block out external disturbances. Upon opening the black box, he was surprised to find a space of 10 square meters inside, evidently created using a space expansion crystal, similar in principle to the rings he had encountered before. Chen Lin dumped everything from the box and summoned He Ming. He Ming, capable of converting organic matter into energy, nodded in understanding after a mental communication and then began to control the dark flames, like a gaping abyss, devouring the resources completely. Chen Lin was amazed at how adept He Ming had become at controlling the flames. Soon, he felt a surge of warmth flow into his body, as refreshing as a spring breeze, bringing him immense comfort. He Ming's size also grew rapidly, reaching 40 meters in just a few minutes, touching the ceiling of the training room. His strength soared from 254 to 275, his constitution from 267 to 288, his agility from 260 to 281, and his magic power from 238 to 259. After reaching the level of a medium summon, He Ming's attributes doubled with the upgrade. The Rift Canyon level increased by 6, boosting his attributes by 60 points. All attributes surpassed 250 points at the second transformation, a rarity even among top-tier summons under normal circumstances. In his giant state, he was virtually invincible, easily overpowering peers of the same level. He Ming's advantage lay in his extraordinarily high attributes, crushing any slightly weaker opponent with terrifying dominance. This is why even the most talented individuals felt insignificant against him, relying on various skills and powerful moves to boost their combat effectiveness. However, Heiming's regular attacks were equivalent to powerful moves. Normally an invincible presence among his peers, once he entered his explosive state, he could effortlessly crush his enemies, imposing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chen Lin slightly shifted his thoughts and glanced at his personal panel's attributes section. Strength 138, Constitution 107, Agility 109, Spirit 194. After advancing to a summoning swordsman, each level up added an additional 5 points to his strength. It's safe to say he had completely redefined the role of a summoner. From a fragile character who had to rely on spirit bonuses and stay behind, he transformed into an offensive profession. The next morning, Chen Lin was woken up by a barrage of messages about class assignments. He quietly got out of bed, washed up, and as he descended the stairs, he saw 3 people waiting for him. Feng Yi was clutching his painful right arm, reproachfully saying, "Today is the official start of school. How can you still be sleeping in?" Chen Lin just smiled, accustomed to it. "Why don't you see a priest for that arm?" Li Zhongfeng coldly suggested, his tone carrying a hint of a threat. Feng Yi, trembling and with a pleading look, turned to Chen Lin. Chen Lin, feigning ignorance, changed the subject. "Which class were you guys assigned to?"
Chao yang asket.
Chen Lin nodded. "We are all in the same class. Let's go together." As they stepped out, they ran into Luo Xin waiting on the road, accompanied by Luo Ning. Luo Ning was dressed in pure white today, with a bow tied at her chest and wearing a short skirt, looking innocently charming. Her gray eyes flickered nervously, appearing somewhat shy. Suddenly, Feng Yi felt the pain in his arm subside and straightened up, looking more serious. Li Zhongfeng watched him and scoffed disdainfully. Chen Lin asked, "Are you guys in the same class as well?" Both nodded, and Luo Xian, with a relieved expression, said, "It's great to be in the same class as Brother Lin." The dormitory area was not far from the classrooms, and they soon found their class. Upon entering, many curious glances were directed their way, especially given their top rankings among the new students. The fact that they had defeated so many strong competitors with just a summon was truly astonishing. Chen Lin didn't care much and casually took a seat at the back near the window. The other 5 sat nearby. As more students arrived, the charming twin sisters, Luo Yuning and her sister, walked into the classroom and sat next to Chen Lin, drawing many envious looks. They were ranked 3rd among the newcomers, and many older students had been inquiring about their hobbies, hoping to get closer to them. Thus, their popularity was soaring. Feng Yi watched this scene with envy. Chen Lin's allure was truly irresistible. If it weren't for being blocked, he might have been surrounded by admirers. After this brief interlude, Ji Fei, a tall and elegant woman, entered the classroom. She looked around and said, "I'm Ji Fei, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Try not to bother me with your problems. I'm not keen on micromanaging." Then she pointed at Chen Lin. "You're the strongest here, so you're the class president. Handle their issues, and if you're unsure, come to me." Chen Lin hesitated. Isn't that a bit arbitrary? He wasn't fond of dealing with trivial matters. Luo Yuning glanced at him, stood up, and said, "I'll be the class president, Teacher Ji." Ji Fei nodded. "All right, it's settled then." No one objected, as there was no more suitable candidate than her, except for Chen Lin. As for Feng Yi, who was ranked 2nd, everyone knew his capabilities were somewhat overestimated. Ji Fei spoke seriously. "You are all prodigies from various provinces, admitted to this academy for better resources and a safe environment for growth. However, the situation has drastically changed. After decades of planning, the rival clans are increasingly gaining the upper hand. The situation at the front lines is precarious, teetering on the brink of a full-scale enemy assault, which has everyone on edge." People were stunned and in disbelief when they heard the news. Despite the media portraying a sense of normalcy, with social order intact and entertainment flourishing, an unsettling warning emerged that disrupted the calm. Ji Fei slowly began to speak, questioning those present about a perplexing phenomenon. Why are there hardly any warriors above level 5 in society today? Even the strongest military personnel stationed in major provinces only possess level 4 capabilities. This remark prompted everyone to reflect on their past observations, realizing that it seemed to be true. An ordinary professional could reach level 5 strength by spending just over a decade in training dungeons. Yet, why are such powerful individuals so rarely seen in both online and real life? A chilling hypothesis began to form among them. Most graduates from top institutions possess at least level 4 strength, and many of them unhesitatingly head to the front lines, their sacrifice maintaining peace at home. The room fell silent. Many assumed that professionals couldn't reach level 5 due to a lack of resources or personal limitations. However, parents with substantial resources were aware of this situation, but the potential panic-inducing news was suppressed by governments, leaving the general populace oblivious. Now, with the increasing threat of mutant beasts growing in numbers, if not controlled, they could revolt and attack cities again, forcing the front lines to call for a massive deployment of strong warriors. If the alien races discover the vulnerability of the front lines, they would certainly launch a preemptive total assault. Thus, Ji Fei turned to the students, declaring that now was the time for them to step forward. The nation has called on universities to send their best students to military bases to participate in the extermination of mutant beasts. Even those with only level 1 strength are encouraged to apply. As the military base commenced its operation to reduce the number of mutants, people began to rise from their seats, a chorus of chairs scraping against the floor filling the classroom. Chen Lin and his companions, already aware of the action, didn't hesitate to join the line. Luo Xian and Luo Ning quickly followed, intuitively understanding Chen Lin's earlier words. Despite their inner turmoil, their trust in Chen Lin prompted them to act without hesitation. Luo Yunying and Luo Lan also stood up decisively, their sisterly bond evident and deep-seated. After a moment of hesitation, others stood as well, their expressions turning resolute. They knew that confrontation with the mutants was inevitable. It was merely a matter of facing it sooner rather than later. Gradually, only half of the room remained seated, their faces etched with conflicted emotions. They understood the dangers outside the city, where the likelihood of death was high, far more than the relative ease of escaping in simulations. Even those who felt fully prepared found their confidence waning at this moment. Ji Fei watched those who stood up, a slight smile playing on her lips, internally relieved that half the class had bravely stepped forward, exceeding her expectations. All right, let's head to the military base. A chubby cadet's eyes widened in alarm, and he stammered, Are we going to? Indeed, Ji Fei responded, her tone firm. This class consists of the Academy's elite. It's only natural for everyone to participate. The delay in disclosure was to identify those who voluntarily step forward, making them key figures of interest. This wasn't merely a manipulative game by Ji Fei. The chubby cadet's face showed fear. Having once experienced near-death terror in Rift Valley Gorge, he was reluctant to endure such feelings again. Ji Fei, expressionless, continued, If we are unwilling to go, should we then expect civilians or those in non-combat roles to take our place? The cadets remained silent. For those unable to muster the courage, there was another option: leaving Yunk Academy. Upon hearing this, the remaining hesitant 20 or so individuals stood up. Ji Fei didn't elaborate further, nor did she force them. Even after 4 years of rigorous training, some graduates chose not to go to the front line. However, the consequence of this choice meant no more simulations and no ventures beyond the city to combat mutants, which would severely limit their ability to improve. Leading the group, Ji Fei exited the academy. At the gate, several military transport trucks were parked, soldiers standing by with solemn expressions. Not only this class, but many senior students had already boarded the trucks. A soldier jogged over and saluted, Captain Ji. Following behind, Feng Yi asked in surprise, Captain, you held that title? Ji Fei nodded, explaining, Before I became an instructor, I was actively involved in eliminating mutants at the military base. All right, everyone on board, came her command. Yes, the group responded in unison. As all the cadets boarded the trucks, the bustling Yunk Academy was left eerily silent. The principal watched the departing trucks, the sound of their engines fading into the distance, a sigh escaping him as his face showed deep concern. This time, it wasn't just the students. Teachers were also on their journey. The situation was dire. If humans didn't act swiftly to reduce the mutant population and curb their uprising, society would collapse from within, truly facing a life-and-death test. I hope they all return safely, he murmured. The secretary softly reassured, they will. A convoy of military transport trucks slowly made its way out of the city, embarking on a journey toward the outskirts. Passers-by cast surprised and curious glances, some even whipping out their phones to capture this unexpected scene, eager to share it on their social media. What was going on here? It seemed that they had come from the direction of Yunk Academy. Inside one of the trucks, bathed in a soft glow of light, a group of fresh high school graduates, both young men and women, was gathered. Ji Fei, holding a file of documents, glanced over them briefly before speaking up. This time, our destination is the Hongshan military base, located about 900 kilometers away from Zhongtian City. Ahead lies the Balian mountain range, spanning thousands of kilometers. According to Tianqi's reconnaissance, the outskirts alone are home to tens of thousands of mutant beasts, ranging from level 10 to 30. Venturing deeper could lead us to encounter level 40 to 50 beasts in great numbers. These creatures are beyond your current ability to handle. We'll focus on clearing the periphery. The students gasped in disbelief, wondering how they could possibly handle such vast numbers. Feng Yi, puzzled, asked, can't we use annihilation weapons? If the mutant beasts are gathered together, a single strike could wipe out a large area. Considering the advancements in technology and the combination of various exotic materials and professions, some weapons developed were even more powerful than nuclear arms. It was said that these weapons could obliterate anything below the 9th transformation, covering an extensive area. Ji Fei shook her head, explaining that most of the heavy weaponry had been sent to the front lines, and annihilation weapons were kept more for deterrence against foreign species. Keeping them in reserve was far more effective than actual deployment. Unless absolutely necessary, the higher-ups would not risk the lives of students who had not yet graduated in a direct confrontation with the mutant beasts. If it weren't for the support of heavy weapons reducing casualties, the front lines would have been overwhelmed long ago. Humanity was facing attacks from over a dozen different alien races, outnumbering them by several times. The front had always relied on technology to win battles against greater numbers, barely holding off the enemy's assaults. However, the situation had recently intensified, with attacks becoming fiercer and incessant, day and night. Therefore, the front lines were unable to handle this mutant beast clearing mission, leaving it up to them. Several hours later, the transport trucks halted. As the heavy doors swung open to both sides, everyone stepped out one by one, greeted by a breathtaking view. In the distance, the undulating mountain range was bathed in the glow of the setting sun, casting a reddish hue over the trees. A few soldiers in black combat uniforms stood in formation, ready and waiting for their arrival. Along with them were students from neighboring city academies, who had arrived from another direction. However, in comparison to the numbers from Yunk Academy, they were significantly fewer, only about a dozen. The soldiers saluted in unison, a gesture that stirred a sense of excitement among everyone present, prompting them to straighten up from their previously casual stances. Soon after, a fourth-tier officer approached and discussed some matters with Ji Fei and other instructors. Feng Yi looked around and whispered, most of them are in life professions, which won't increase attributes even after leveling up, and there are also some ordinary people who haven't undergone job transitions. But the guns they're holding look pretty cool, about as thick as 2 fingers, and they seem quite powerful. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. He decided to give it a try and asked Feng Yi if he could borrow a gun. Li Zhongfeng watched them, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Feng Yi remained silent. He had only made a joke and hadn't expected everyone to take it seriously. After chatting with her classmates, Ji Fei walked over to the side and enthusiastically led everyone towards the mission reception area. The students followed closely, their eyes darting around curiously. The military base was spacious and fortified, with gun turrets towering all around. Many soldiers were busy transporting goods, preparing for the upcoming mutant beast clearance operation. Soon, dozens of senior students and people from other academies gathered at the mission point, swelling their numbers to several hundreds. The female soldiers quickly distributed black smart wristbands to everyone present. Chen Lin found the device somewhat familiar. It resembled the recorder used during the college entrance exam. However, this smart wristband was equipped with additional features like mission details and maps, and an icon to send distress signals. With just a click, the military base would receive the SOS and dispatch rescue teams immediately. Nearby individuals would also be alerted to provide prompt assistance. This feature significantly reduces the risk of accidents. When the smart wristband emitted an ethereal sound asking for the student ID, Chen Lin gently entered his. After successful verification, the wristband, identified as Unit 21, cheerfully announced that it was ready to serve them and reminded each student to take on at least one task for the day. Realizing he hadn't yet met the requirements, Chen Lin quickly headed to the task screen. He glanced over the numerous tasks displayed, initially skipping those that required higher levels of proficiency, such as the 4th or 5th transformations. Even though his companion Black Ming was capable of reaching the 4th transformation, it was only an estimate and not guaranteed. Facing a level 40 mutant beast in the wilderness would be too risky. Thus, he decided to pick a few tasks requiring the 3rd transformation, which seemed more prudent. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt someone watching him. He turned around and saw Luo Xian and Luo Ning staring at him, their eyes filled with hope and eagerness. Considering their capabilities, he knew they might face significant challenges in the wilderness. He invited them to join him. Luo Xian and Luo Ning nodded vigorously, their gratitude nearly spilling out of their eyes. Seeing this, Feng Yi, who had intended to invite Luo Ning, paused and felt a pang of jealousy. Even the twins, and now Luo Ning too? That's a bit much, he thought to himself. In the wilderness, it's better if we look out for each other to prevent any mishaps, Feng Yi suggested to Li Zhongfeng. However, Li Zhongfeng gave him a disdainful look before picking a task and leaving with a female classmate who specialized in support roles. Chao Yang interrupted Feng Yi, declaring that he was a combat-oriented secret class and would find a few reliable teammates on his own. He added that if there was danger, they could call for help and he would come to their aid if nearby. Feng Yi suddenly felt overwhelmed by the hostility around him, making it hard to breathe. Shortly after, Chen Lin selected 3 tasks: to clear a ferocious black ape, a double-toothed giant tiger, and a blood-scaled giant crocodile, located about 200 kilometers away. The tasks were relatively close to each other on the map, arranged in a V-shape, which would save them considerable time. In every territory of the mutant beasts, there are hidden positions set up by array masters. These positions are marked with micro-drones engraved with the Eye of Observation, which sweep the area like a carpet. Each type of mutant beast has a strong sense of territory and usually does not stray far from home, so incidents of them venturing out are rare. Additionally, thousands of these micro-drones continue to hover over the mountains, monitoring every corner. The drones, each marked with the Eye of Observation, cover an area of 5 kilometers and continuously update the movements of the mutant beasts. For this cleanup operation, every military base has made thorough preparations, providing trainees with more convenient and stable methods of extermination. Of course, the safety of the trainees has also been taken into account. All those on the mission are equipped with 3 powerful high-explosive grenades and a high-caliber pistol loaded with 7 armor-piercing bullets. These weapons, made from special materials, are capable of dealing with mutant beasts around level 20. However, hitting the target still depends on individual skill. Chen Lin, having little confidence in his shooting skills, only carried 3 high-explosive grenades. He knew that his punch now was more powerful than an armor-piercing bullet. Thus, he set off with 2 others. A female soldier behind him was surprised that a level 16 trainee was leading them to complete 3 tasks that required Tier 3 abilities, and he seemed just like a first-year university student. Even second and third-year students, who were around level 30, only dared to take on Tier 2 tasks cautiously. The team, led by a summoner and 2 others, did not have outstanding combat abilities, and she started to worry about their safety. The trio approached the armored vehicle, obtained the usage rights, and embarked on their journey. Covering a 200-kilometer distance by running would take hours. Although summoning Heiming for speed was an option, it was reluctant to carry anyone other than Chen Lin. Chen Lin did not insist. 2 hours later, after traveling over 100 kilometers on rugged, old roads, several mutant beasts attracted by the noise suddenly attacked, but Chen Lin, standing atop the armored vehicle facing the wind, blew their heads off with a single punch. Upon entering the Balian mountain range, he immediately summoned the Silver Disc transformative armor to protect the vehicle from mutant beasts. Unable to continue further, they stopped there. Looking at the dark, towering trees ahead, Chen Lin jumped down from the roof of the vehicle, landing heavily on the ground. The other two quickly opened the doors and followed him. Luo Ning, feeling uneasy about the dark surroundings, showed a trace of fear on her face. Chen Lin thought for a moment and handed her the 3 high-explosive grenades, as he didn't need them himself. "Take care of yourselves," he instructed. The two nodded earnestly. At that moment, the smart wristband beeped, asking if they needed to activate the bright mode to guide the way forward. Chen Lin immediately agreed. The next moment, a bright white light emitted from the edge of the wristband, illuminating the surrounding area for several meters. "Let's go," Chen Lin said, leading the way with heightened vigilance. Back at the command center, everyone watched intently. Through a nearby micro-drone, they immediately noticed that Chen Lin and the 2 first-year students were veering off course. "They're heading into a territory of mutant beasts above level 30. Why haven't they stopped?" a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform demanded sharply. "Quick, check what mission they've taken." The woman in charge of the screen, upon hearing those words, began frantically operating the controls. She successfully defeated a level 33 berserk black ape, a level 36 double-toothed giant tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. These tasks, which required the strength of a 3rd-tier fighter, shocked her. The last one was even close to a 4th-tier difficulty. Have the task givers lost their minds? She wondered. Yang Xiao rubbed his temples, looking at the list of names sent by the teachers, his lips twitching involuntarily. Are the top new students at Yunk Academy really like this? He thought. She was only level 16, yet she dared to take on tasks far beyond her capabilities, involving mutant beasts which, like humans, possessed innate talents and were typically more ferocious than the creatures found in simulations. While others chose tasks weaker than themselves, she had boldly taken on one that exceeded her own level by more than 20. It was a death wish. However, when she saw Chen Lin become the center of attention, she put her doubts aside. Talents like her, who knew the risks but still stepped forward without hesitation, were unlikely to betray humanity. Although somewhat stubborn, they could not just stand by and watch. She immediately ordered 4 armed helicopters to move closer to Chen Lin's location. They were to initiate a rescue without waiting for a call for help should they fall into danger. Watching Chen Lin, clad in silver armor, swiftly navigating through the mountains on the screen, Yang Xiao sighed deeply. Compared to other bases, their Hongshan base was likely to become the weakest link. For Chen Lin, a distance of over 20 kilometers, was just a 10-minute sprint away when he gave it his all. Despite his capability, a nagging unease troubled his heart. He worried about the sudden appearance of mutant beasts and considered that Luo Xin and Luo Ning might not be able to keep up with his pace, prompting him to slow down intentionally. Suddenly, his smart wristband emitted an urgent alert. "Attention! You have entered the territory of the berserk black ape." Just as the warning sounded, a massive python burst through the underbrush right in front of Chen Lin. This snake was about 4 meters thick and dozens of meters long, its tail almost invisible in the darkness. It opened its sharp fangs menacingly, aiming a vicious bite at Chen Lin, its enormous maw threatening to swallow him whole. Reacting swiftly, Chen Lin turned and grabbed the python's fangs, pulling with all his might. With a loud crack, under the extraordinary force and the weight of 13 tons, the python's fangs shattered instantly. Blood splattered as the intense pain made the snake recoil its head unexpectedly. However, Chen Lin gave it no chance to recover. With a forceful step, he dashed in front of the snake and delivered a powerful punch. A crisp crack sounded as its spine shattered. The snake let out a piercing scream, its cold eyes filled with fear, realizing it was no match for Chen Lin and immediately attempted to flee. Due to its lengthy body, Chen Lin grabbed it and slowly dragged it back. The snake screamed in terror, struggling wildly, causing the ground to tremble. But all its efforts were in vain. As Chen Lin's fist smashed towards the snake's head, its eyes filled with terror, struggling even more desperately. With a thunderous sound, the snake's body burst open, its flesh torn and skull shattered. Yet, Chen Lin did not stop, continuously punching, feeling the snake's struggle weaken until it finally ceased all movement. He felt it wasn't enough, considering rumors that a snake could live even if beheaded, let alone one that was a mutant beast. Chen Lin grabbed the snake's lower jaw and twisted forcefully. This brutal scene made Luo Xian and Luo Ning shiver. They were astonished to find that Chen Lin became so terrifying in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, at the command center where the entire process was being observed through a drone, silence fell. This is unbelievable. He's only level 16 and he managed to easily defeat a level 29 giant python. A female officer exclaimed, her mouth agape. The others were equally incredulous. A gap of 13 levels, yet he dominated his opponent so completely. It was monstrous. Yang Xiao silently reviewed Chen Lin's file, puzzled. It clearly listed his occupation as a summoner, but he found it hard to believe that such extraordinary combat prowess could surpass even the most ferocious close combat fighter he had known. At this level, it would have been impossible for anyone to crush an opponent so quickly in his time. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the screen, turning everyone's expressions grave. A gigantic ape, 50 meters tall with bulging muscles and dense black fur, leaped down from the mountainside. The ground shook violently, and a strong wind picked up countless fallen leaves. It seemed that the noise of the battle had awakened it, and now it was furiously heading towards Chen Lin's location, ready to turn the intruders into its dinner. This is bad. That's the berserk black ape. Wait, how is it already at level 34? A female officer exclaimed, her face turning pale. Although Chen Lin's performance was impressive, mutant beasts undergo a transformation every 10 levels, and compared to the giant fierce python, the power of the rampaging black ape is far greater. It can easily crush the python, and a few punches are enough to kill it. Facing an 18-level gap, she was worried about whether Chen Lin could withstand the ape's attacks, her face showing concern. Yang Xiao shook his head, also believing the situation was grim. Among the entire human race, there were few who could bridge such a vast gap in combat strength. He was already holding a walkie-talkie, ready to call in 4 armed helicopters for support at any sign of worsening conditions. Although these helicopters posed no threat to the rampaging black ape, drawing its attention to buy time for Chen Lin to escape seemed feasible. After confirming on the screen that the giant snake was indeed dead, Chen Lin had no time to collect the spoils of battle and suddenly looked up ahead. He heard the cracking sound of trees under strain, and the next moment, a huge black shadow pounced from above, its face twisted with a bloodthirsty intent. The black ape slammed its palms together into a fist and smashed it down with a gust, pressing down towards Chen Lin with a formidable momentum. Unfazed, Chen Lin resolutely drew the war blade from his back and swung it, its terrifying weight and sharpness unmatched. He decisively slashed at the ape's incredibly hard giant fist, cutting through the wind and striking its skin. Boom! A shockwave spread outward, and the ground under Chen Lin cracked, his feet instantly sinking into it. Yet, he was unharmed. All damage was blocked by the silver shield, and he even failed to feel the impact force. The black ape roared again, seemingly enraged that this seemingly insignificant opponent had blocked its attack. Its body suddenly swelled, growing to 70 meters tall, and then it tried to crush Chen Lin like a fly, its palms slamming down to squash him into a pulp. With a loud boom, the fierce wind howled, scattering the 2 figures in its wake. They closed their eyes, waiting for the dust to settle. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Lin suddenly appeared above the black ape, war blade in hand, and struck down fiercely. Originally intended as a life-saving skill, Chen Lin used it to close the distance with his opponent swiftly. However, the black ape's skin had become tougher after its transformation, similar to the giantizing effect of Haiming. Chen Lin's strike left only a half-meter deep wound, which was not critical for such a massive mutant beast. Pained, the black ape immediately turned around, its palms pounding the ground in a frenzy, attempting to knock down nearby insects. Yet, Chen Lin agilely dodged all attacks and quickly closed in for several more slashes. Enraged, the ape lifted its foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. But Chen Lin had already moved swiftly to a spot several meters away, his gaze intense. Despite his strength and sharp warblade, Chen Lin struggled to inflict serious damage on the black ape. Defeating it, even with the use of a celestial sword, would take a considerable amount of time. Realizing that his combat abilities had reached their limit, and any further push might lead to defeat, Chen Lin didn't hesitate to prepare his ultimate skill, as they still had a mission to complete. A transparent sword, over a meter long and etched with mysterious white patterns, floated in Chen Lin's hand, exuding an aura of mystique and profundity. Feeling his psychic energy rapidly depleting, Chen Lin's heart sank. He slowly raised his hand and addressed the black ape. "Let me see your strength." Sensing an intangible threat, the ape's brain seemed enveloped in chilling fear, mistaking the menace for the ant's trickery. In a panic, the ape lunged at Chen Lin, aiming to crush him. However, Chen Lin's sword swung down, instantly severing the black ape's body. The massive creature fell before Chen Lin, dust scattering and leaves rustling wildly in the wind. Although the ape's body still twitched, its spirit was utterly shattered. Most mutant beasts have fragile psychic abilities, and without any defense, especially against Chen Lin's formidable psychic power of 194, defeating the black ape was as easy as reaching into a bag. Chen Lin sheathed his sword and looked around, noticing that Luo Xian and Luo Ning were missing. He immediately instructed lamp number 21 to illuminate the surroundings, and soon spotted the two approaching from several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the ferocious black ape had scared off nearby mutants, reducing the threat to them. In this area, all mutant beasts were above level 25, and being discovered could lead to immediate attack. In the distance, the military helicopter turned and flew away, leaving the command center in utter silence. Everyone stared at the screens, dumbfounded. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiao realized this must have been a psychic attack. Such skills are exceedingly rare and usually lack effective countermeasures, which makes them particularly effective against mentally weak mutant beasts, thus enabling swift victories. Chen Lin's astonishing combat skills left everyone in awe. He effortlessly overcame an 18-level gap, fiercely battling a raging black ape without a scratch. What's even more surprising is that this does not seem to be a burst of power on his part, but rather his normal state of combat readiness. This is truly the most chilling aspect. Monsters that rely on bursts of power or special abilities to defeat their opponents are invariably dependent on these short-lived states. Although bursts and special skills can greatly enhance combat effectiveness, they pale in comparison to a consistent state of readiness. When Chen Lin is able to maintain this state and leap across two major ranks, he will surely become the nightmare of foreign races on the front lines. This thought made Yang Zhao's heart race with immense joy. He resolved to accelerate Chen Lin's growth and ensure he wouldn't falter halfway. Although advancing in ranks meant facing increasingly stronger opponents, making victories harder to secure, maintaining an unbeatable dominance at his current level would be sufficient. Bursting with determination, Yang Xiao strode out of the headquarters and entered a nondescript small room. After closing the door, he activated several secret defensive formations and carefully extracted a jade talisman. Brother Zhang, a demon has emerged at the Hongshan military base with overwhelming strength. I'm severely injured and might not be able to withstand him. About half an hour later, the voice from the jade talisman responded. Clarify, how strong is he exactly? After a moment of thought, Yang Xiao replied, at our level, even together, we were completely overpowered by him. The talisman fell silent for a while before responding, this is bad. Our entire human race might not be able to withstand him. We might just end up being assassinated by the foreign races. Yang Xiao felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself that while he could easily crush me alone, it's uncertain against you, Brother Zhang. All right, I'll discuss this with the other thrones immediately. the voice from the talisman quickly replied. With this conversation, Yang Xiao put away the jade talisman and silently returned to the headquarters, hoping for the best. Brother Lin, you've grown even stronger. Luo Xian exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the massive corpse of the black ape. You don't even need the black abyss to match a level 34 mutant beast. Chen Lin smiled silently, walked over to the giant serpent's corpse, and tossed it next to the black ape. He then stepped on it, drew his warblade, and split open their heads to retrieve two glowing red life crystals. Unlike in the dungeons, killing mutant beasts didn't yield experience points directly. Instead, one needed to absorb the life crystals found within the beasts. Chen Lin paused as the notification appeared on the screen, choosing not to rush the absorption. With a thought, he summoned the 40-meter-tall black abyss, which devoured the corpses of the two mutant beasts. Soon, the evolutionary value increased by 0.2 points, still a long way from the target of 1200. Previous consumption of numerous fruits hadn't provided any evolutionary value, leading Chen Lin to speculate that only devouring living beings could be converted into evolutionary value. The talent of gluttonous binge eating, although powerful, had its limits. It couldn't derive energy and evolutionary values from consuming a stone. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lin took out the remaining life crystals from the mutant beasts and threw them all into the dark flames. As the crystals melted and were absorbed back into the black abyss, the evolutionary value instantly increased by 10 points, with each crystal providing at least 1 point. Just as I thought. A glint flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. This discovery provided a quicker way to increase the evolutionary value. Otherwise, he might have needed to slaughter countless beings for a single evolution, which would take an incredibly long time. He opened the map and said, "Let's go, on to the next mission." The two nodded and immediately followed. Half an hour later, a giant tiger over 30 meters long with sharp fangs charged at them. However, before it could attack, the black abyss's pupils erected, emitting a daunting aura that immediately intimidated the giant tiger. The ground shook violently as Heiming suddenly appeared in front of the giant tiger. With a terrifying swipe of its claws, emitting a sinister black light, there was a loud bang. The force of the strike was astonishing, sending the giant tiger flying and continuously demolishing several towering trees in its path. For dreadful wounds appeared on the tiger's face, bleeding profusely with bones visible through the deep gashes. Before it could recover from the intense pain, Heiming instantly appeared in front of it again. This time, its black light swirling with dark flames, exuding a terrifying aura that struck fear into the heart of the tiger. Run. This thought overwhelmed the tiger's mind. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't match Heiming's speed and was soon caught and brutally mauled to death. In just a few seconds, the tiger was completely consumed by the dark flames, leaving nothing but ashes that were scattered by a gentle breeze. This brutal scene, observed through a micro-drone by the command center, instilled fear in everyone watching. Heiming's fierce vertical pupils, even through the screen, made them shudder, feeling as if their existence could be snuffed out at any moment. It was at this moment that Yang Xiao suddenly realized that Chen Lin was truly a summoner. The creatures he summoned were even more terrifying in combat than he was. Yang Xiao let out a wry smile, feeling a sense of the old being surpassed by the new washing over him. Suddenly, a female officer quietly said, "Can they really accomplish these 3 tasks?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed a look of admiration. After trekking through the mountains for about an hour, the trio and their mutated beast companion, He Ming, reached an area teeming with mutant beasts of level 30 and above. However, due to He Ming's formidable presence, none of the mutant beasts dared approach them, instead watching quietly from the shadows. By a lake, a giant crocodile, over 100 meters long and covered in blood-red scales, was resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it sensed their presence, opened its blood-red eyes wide, and exuded a terrifyingly fierce aura. With a deafening roar, it seemed to warn the intruders of their trespass into its territory. He Ming instantly prepared for battle, radiating an even more terrifying aura than the giant crocodile. It quickly grew in size, reaching a staggering height of 161 meters, and a length of over 300 meters. The crocodile, enraged, charged at He Ming, each step shaking the earth and creating a thunderous noise. The trio swiftly retreated dozens of meters, closely watching the intense confrontation unfold. He Ming's body blazed with pitch-black flames, its claws glowing darkly, and a ring of golden light slowly rose on its skin, displaying an indomitable strength. The crocodile opened its massive jaws, its teeth razor-sharp, but despite its efforts, it couldn't break through the golden light surrounding He Ming, resulting in a clashing sound. He Ming coldly watched the crocodile, then struck fiercely with its claws, tearing apart numerous blood-red scales and lacerating the crocodile's flesh. The crocodile roared in anger, swinging its heavy tail, which flickered with blood-red light, and attacked He Ming with terrifying force. He Ming barely managed to block the attack. The crocodile followed up by kicking with its front paws and biting at He Ming's neck, dragging it into the lake. The water churned, splashing everywhere, with mud and stones from the lakebed flying through the air, whipping up huge waves. The water around He Ming heated up rapidly due to its blazing flames, turning the lake boiling hot. Despite the crocodile's environmental advantage, it was still firmly suppressed by He Ming and couldn't inflict any damage. Even with the mutant beast's robust vitality and tough skin, it couldn't withstand He Ming's power and attacks. Minutes later, the lake's water level had significantly decreased, and the surface was covered with murky water. Suddenly, the water exploded, and a black giant wolf emerged, grabbing the shore with its front paws. It shook off the water, which instantly evaporated from the black flames, and slowly approached Chen Lin. The giant wolf, with its enormous size of over 300 meters long and 162 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming presence, along with a lingering fierce aura, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Although Luo Xin and Luo Ning were filled with fear, they knew that with Chen Lin by their side, He Ming would not harm them. Even the command center personnel felt a tinge of fear, except for Chen Lin, who, as He Ming's master, remained unaffected and walked forward to pet He Ming. In response, He Ming lowered its head, signaling a request for more affection. As they faced the massive crocodile, its enormous size signaled the impending danger. The device on number 21's wrist suddenly beeped, indicating that their mission was successfully completed and they could return to the military base. Chen Lin looked up at the sky, where the bright moonlight bathed the land, illuminating their path forward. After more than 4 hours of travel, they decided against risking a night outdoors and chose to head back immediately. After carefully plotting their return route on the map, the trio began their journey back the way they came. Late at night, when Chen Lin, Luo Xian, and Luo Ning returned to the Hongshan base, the base was still as bright as day. Many students had already returned, having completed simple Tier 1 and Tier 2 tasks that only took an hour to finish. Chen Lin headed straight for the task submission point and approached a female soldier who was not too busy. Upon seeing Chen Lin, she exclaimed in surprise, "Did you really complete it?" She immediately recognized Chen Lin as the freshman who had taken on a Tier 3 task that afternoon. Chen Lin nodded and showed video evidence from Mission 21, leaving the female soldier utterly astonished. After a moment, she said somewhat flusteredly, all right, I'll tally it up now." The tasks included defeating a level 34 berserk black ape, a level 36 double-toothed giant tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile, totaling 200 contribution points. Chen Lin smiled and said, "Luo Xian and Luo Ning didn't contribute much, so there's no need to split the points with them. We're a team. How about you and I take 50 each?" Hearing this, Luo Xian and Luo Ning quickly shook their heads, feeling embarrassed to accept the contribution points. Chen Lin looked at them helplessly and eventually asked the female soldier to distribute the points proportionally to them. After all, it wasn't fair for them to walk away empty-handed. However, this made Chen Lin realize that his own strength might be increasing too rapidly. Just yesterday in Rift Valley Canyon, Luo Xian and Luo Ning were able to help, but now they could hardly keep up with him. He realized he needed to find a more suitable team for them. Otherwise, continuing to follow him would only hinder their progression. As they looked at him with gratitude, Chen Lin simply smiled. Shortly after they left, The most prominent screen at the task point displayed Chen Lin's name. It showed that he was a freshman at Skylark Academy, a level 16 summoner with 100 contribution points, ranked 1245. Not only at Hongshan base, but other academies' bases also displayed this information simultaneously. Many students at the task point were shocked. One exclaimed, "Who is this guy? He just earned 100 contribution points in one go, completing at least 2 Tier 3 tasks." Another lamented, "I'm also a freshman, and I only have single-digit contribution points. These mutant beasts are too strong. I only dare to take on Tier 1 tasks." Most sophomores and juniors had only a few dozen contribution points, and it was rare for freshmen to accumulate over 100. Typically, only seniors managed to accumulate over 100 contribution points. Of course, some strong juniors had also surpassed this mark by continuously taking on Tier 3 and Tier 4 tasks. As for the Tier 5 tasks, which are highly challenging, only instructors were capable of completing them. The crowd was astonished because Chen Lin was only level 16 and still a freshman. Did this mean he had defeated 2 mutant beasts over level 30, completing 2 major tasks? There are limits on the number of tasks one can take, a maximum of 2 for individuals and 5 for teams. With Tier 2 tasks offering only a dozen or so points, it was clear that wasn't enough. Thus, all signs seemed to indicate that Chen Lin had indeed completed Tier 3 tasks, defeating mutant beasts far beyond his own level. At the Luoxiang base, Feng Yi and a few other instructors were gathered, discussing strategies to defeat a level 60 behemoth that had appeared on the outskirts. Suddenly, Feng Yi's eyes caught a familiar name on the leaderboard, Chen Lin. He paused for a moment, clearly remembering Chen Lin, who had astonishingly claimed the top scholar position using the common profession of a summoner. Previously, only Zhang Ju had achieved this. Now a revered Tin-turn human powerhouse known as Duan Tian. How is this possible? Hearing Feng Yi's exclamation, the other instructors turned to look at Chen Lin's name, equally surprised. "Feng, do you know this student?" one asked. "A freshman contributing over 100 points on his first day is quite extraordinary, isn't it?" Feng Yi nodded and explained, "I've mentioned him before. We regret not recruiting him. The offer from Ji Fei was simply too tempting. Otherwise, he might have been one of our Beilong students." Realization dawned on the other instructors. It was the Eastern Sky's top scholar. However, someone quickly shook their head. He must be guided by a powerful senior. There's no way he could earn that many points on his own. Indeed, but such methods are not advisable, another added. This cleanup operation isn't just about preventing mutant beast uprisings. It's crucial for honing our own skills and preparing for the frontline battles. Yes, the current situation is urgent. Prioritizing strength enhancement over chasing rankings is essential, another instructor chimed in. The consensus among the instructors was clear. They disapproved of seniors leading new students as it did little to truly test the newcomers. Despite the increased danger under the threat of death, it undoubtedly unlocks an individual's potential, an experience that can't be replicated in simulations. This was what ultimately convinced Xia to change its strategy. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could not withstand the ferocious wolves from other tribes. It was time for a drastic change. Instead of continuing the protection program, they decided to let the geniuses fight against mutant beasts, leaving the resources in the replicas for those who were weaker. Although this approach would result in the loss of many talented individuals along the way, those who survived would quickly grow stronger, join the front lines, and secure more time for the development of humanity. Feng Yi sighed deeply, having had high hopes for Chen Lin's future, but now he felt somewhat disappointed. Just then, he noticed a young man in black approaching with a smile. "Yunsu, have you completed your task?" "Yes, Instructor Feng," replied Xiao Yunsu, approaching politely and nodding. He had killed 2 level 27 mutant beasts, and should have returned earlier but had encountered an unexpected event. Surprised, yet realizing that Xiao was the only one in Xia to have awakened an SSS tier talent, making him even more potent than the top talents, Feng Yi felt reassured. "What happened?" he asked curiously. "I encountered a level 33 armored lizard. It took quite an effort to defeat it," Xiao Yunsu explained calmly, his tone nonchalant as he crossed his arms behind his back. Feng Yi was impressed and genuinely admired him, Incredible! At level 17, to defeat a level 33 mutant beast. Young talents like you are truly remarkable, much stronger than we were in our days. Xiao Yun-su slightly raised the corners of his mouth, looking up at a 45-degree angle with a face full of supreme confidence. Instructor, rest assured, in this era of great talents, I will crush all opponents and ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. He felt exceedingly good about himself, certain he had reached the peak of impressiveness. At that moment, he sneakily glanced around, only to find the instructors covering their faces in silence. This was not the reaction he had expected. Suddenly, he saw Chen Lin's name on the big screen and was visibly shocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone be stronger than him? Even with the points from the armored lizard he had defeated, it was incomparable. Realizing Xiao Yun-su was questioning his life, Feng Yi, feeling somewhat helpless yet as his instructor, spoke up, "We've already discussed this. It might be due to guidance from senior students. Don't worry too much about it." Xiao Yun-su breathed a sigh of relief, his mind calming from the tumultuous thoughts. However, he had no interest in seeking out girls from other academies to discuss his feat of defeating the level 33 mutant beast. The joy of completing his second-tier task faded, replaced by a quietly rising pressure. After a quick goodbye to Feng Yi, Xiao Yunsu accepted another task and resolutely headed towards the mountains now shrouded in darkness. Before sunrise, he must surpass Chen Lin. "Here is your dormitory," said the soldier as he led Chen Lin to a room marked Number 1 and helped open the door. "Thank you," Chen Lin said politely. The soldier smiled. "You've worked hard clearing those mutant beasts. Rest well." Chen Lin nodded, watching the soldier leave before entering the room. It was sparsely furnished with 4 beds and a few chairs, and 3 familiar faces were already there, enjoying a barbecue together. After finishing his task, Chen Lin arrived late in the evening. Feng Yi quickly pulled up a chair for him beside his own. Sitting down with a smile, Chen Lin explained, "The journey took longer than expected, that's why I'm back so late." The table was laden with various types of grilled meats, clearly saved for him by the other 3. Without any hesitation, Chen Lin began to eat heartily. Since becoming a professional, he had grown accustomed to going over 10 hours without food due to constant battling. If it weren't for his exceptional physical condition, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure. Curious, Feng Yi asked, "What kind of mission did you take on that required you to go so deep into the territory?" Chen Lin picked up a piece of tender beef with a crispy exterior, took a bite, and after swallowing, calmly responded, "Just had to take down a level 34 berserk black ape, a level 36 double-toothed giant tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. It was easier than I expected." Feng Yi was astounded and accidentally dropped his skewer, asking incredulously, "How did you manage to come back alive?" Chen Lin replied nonchalantly, "I just took them all out. It was actually quite straightforward. The only issue was the long distance I had to travel." Feng Yi fell silent. Their quests to find mutant beasts were always fraught with danger and fear since these weren't simulations where one could exit at will. Encountering a beast more ferocious than expected could lead to the team's demise. The risks were significant. It was rumored that a newly formed team had recently encountered trouble while venturing into the mountains. Fortunately, they were not too deep and close to the base, enabling them to receive timely assistance and narrowly escape disaster. If they had been in a level 20 to 30 area, help might not have arrived in time, and they might not have made it. This is why most people prefer to take on tasks that are less challenging than their own capabilities. They believe that this way, even if something unexpected occurs, they will be able to handle it. Adventuring is inherently a cautious endeavor. Li Zhongfeng took a sip of water, somewhat surprised, and continued, "I'm not surprised by Chen Lin's formidable strength. His summoned creature is so powerful that it could have nearly killed me with a single slap, which is truly astonishing." Li Zhongfeng suddenly found himself less resistant to the idea, realizing that the stronger Chen Lin was, the less likely he was to be defeated, which in itself was a kind of honor. Perhaps one day, when Chen Lin ascends the throne, he can proudly boast about this. Thinking this, Li Zhongfeng smiled. "You're only level 16, yet you possess such a wide range of combat abilities, which is rare among humans, Qiao Yang remarked. I think you're even more formidable than Xiao Yunxiu. Chen Lin just smiled silently. He understood the reason behind his powerful combat capabilities. Haiming only needs to continuously devour and evolve to become invincible, independent of any level upgrades. Moreover, his own strength would grow in tandem with Haiming's. The silver disc only requires sufficient metallic or resources. In the future, even facing a level 10 powerhouse, it would be hard to break its defense. As it continues to merge and increase in weight, currently at 13 tons, it already possesses terrifying power. With Chen Lin's strength and kinetic energy, each strike is like Mount Tai bearing down. As the weight eventually increases to 10,000 or even 100,000 tons, even if his own strength isn't high, a single punch could shake the heavens and earth. Since Chen Lin himself is unaffected by the weight of the armor, he can maneuver it with ease, no matter how heavy it becomes. Li Zhongfeng said disdainfully, Chen Lin's summoned creatures, at the very least, have SS tier growth potential, comparable to SSS tier. Feng Yi saw this and his lips twitched slightly. He had previously underestimated Chen Lin, thinking him to be somewhat superficial, but now he was praising him extravagantly. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you, Chen Lin said. Speak, as long as it's within our power. Seeing this, Chen Lin smiled broadly and invited them to form a team. How about it? One as a shield warrior and the other as a spiritual mage. Most students had already formed their teams, and it was not only hard to find an open spot, but people also preferred to move forward with those they knew well. Luo Xin and Luo Ning seemed to not know anyone, and it might be difficult for them to find partners willing to team up with them. Moreover, their reliability was uncertain. If something unexpected happened, Luo Xin, being in the front line, would be most at risk. Luo Ning's personality also made her an easy target for bullying, so Chen Lin decided to help them find a competent team. Feng Yi and his 3 roommates were obviously the best choice. Their combat abilities were top-notch, sufficient to handle surprises without being overly powerful, allowing Luo Xin and Luo Ning to play supportive roles. In distributing spoils, they would also receive their share, unlike if they were just following Chen Lin. Are those the 2 who are often with you? Feng Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. After receiving Chen Lin's affirmation, he immediately clapped his chest and said, "Leave it to me." Li Zhongfeng nodded, "Good, since you all agree, I'll join too." Qiao Yang added, "It's settled." Seeing this, Chen Lin's smile grew even brighter. Feng Ye's expression darkened, his mood turning somber as he asked, "Why must you all come?" Li Zhongfeng replied coldly, "You should be aware of your own strength. Of course we're worried about you." Hearing this, Feng Yi felt a surge of helplessness but couldn't argue, silently returning to his seat. Honestly, he knew he was no match for Li Zhongfeng. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Chen Lin arrived at the mission hub and chose 2 level 4 tasks. Unnoticed by him, his ranking on the large screen had dropped by 1. Turning to his companions with a smile, Chen Lin said, "I'll head out first." Watching him leave, Luo Xin's face showed a hint of disappointment. He knew that Chen Lin was advancing too quickly. In just 2 days, he had already surpassed him, and he could no longer keep up. "Be careful, Lin," Chen Lin paused, then continued on. "All right, let's also get moving and aim to return by the afternoon to complete more tasks." Qiao Yang adjusted his glasses and said to his companions. After discovering that Chen Lin had entered the mountain range, the female officer immediately sent for Yang Xiao. She herself stared intently at the screen, her expression grave. Soon, Yang Xiao adjusted his military cap and hurried over, eagerly asking what mission he had been assigned this time. "It's a 4th tier level, extremely challenging," he was told. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he took a deep breath of cool air, thinking to himself, this guy really wants to challenge a 4th tier? In this context, 4th tier meant dealing with mutant beasts above level 40, a daunting challenge akin to scaling a cliff. Even employing the firepower of armed helicopters would barely scratch such high-level mutant beasts, much like scratching an itch. Quickly notify the instructors at Yunk Academy to send someone to follow him. "I'm worried about Chen Lin's safety," he said urgently. "Yes," the female officer responded and immediately took action. The news was swiftly relayed to the 3 young instructors stationed at the Hongshan base via their smart wrist devices. After a brief discussion, they decided to send Jiang Wuyue to the location. Should Chen Lin send a distress signal, he would receive immediate assistance. Meanwhile, over 20 other instructors were stationed throughout the Balian mountain range to prevent any mishaps. Should any students nearby call for help, these instructors would also head to their aid immediately. The rest of the instructors were deep in the mountains, clearing out mutant beasts ranging from levels 50 to 59. Amidst the dense jungle vines, a giant black wolf dashed through, with Chen Lin resting with his eyes closed. About an hour later, he reached his destination. This trip was several times faster than the last, saving a significant amount of time. Facing a gigantic 3-headed serpent coiled around a 100-meter-high rock, its cold gaze fixed on him, Chen Lin silently extended his arm. After a night's rest, his mental energy had fully recovered. A mysterious, translucent sword appeared in his hand. For safety, he swung the sword tentatively. As Chen Lin slowly raised and swung his hand down, the serpent's eyes suddenly became alert, as if sensing the impending danger. The left head let out a sharp scream and then slumped weakly onto the rock. The other 2 heads quickly nudged it, finding no response, and became visibly panicked. What's going on? Seeing this, Chen Lin was also surprised. He had anticipated injuries, but not this scenario. Although one head was dead, the other 2 were still alive and now refocused their hateful gaze on Chen Lin, emitting a deafening hiss. Chen Lin calmly leapt down from the head of the dark giant, his 13-ton weight creating a small crater. "Attack! Bite it!" he commanded. Upon receiving the order, Ming immediately roared, his body swelling to over 300 meters, enveloped in dark flames, resembling a disaster beast descended upon the earth. Sensing the terrifying ferocity, the serpent's eyes grew solemn, a surge of deadly poison rising in its throat. As Ming charged forward, knocking down giant trees and shaking the ground, golden light flickered. Hiss! The 3-headed serpent flapped its wings, opening its mouth wide to spray a stream of purple poison. Due to its massive size, Ming had nowhere to hide and had to face it head-on, baring his fangs and biting into the middle head before both crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Hiss! The indestructible golden light gradually shattered under the assault of the potent poison. Witnessing its fellow head being viciously bitten, the other snake head roared furiously, baring its sharp teeth and fiercely crunching into the shimmering spike that pierced the dark flesh. In an instant, the venom spread from the teeth into the snake's body, coursing through the blood and rapidly corroding its organs. Despite the agony, the enormous creature fought back against the deadly poison, its body flashing with a dark glow as it repelled the attacking head. On the sidelines, Chen Lin stood calmly, casting strengthening and healing spells. Then, drawing the celestial sword, he vanished in a blink. Reappearing in front of the 3-headed snake, he thrust the sword fiercely into one of the snake's eyes. With a painful shriek, the wounded head glared menacingly at Chen Lin as he swiftly descended, immediately lunging to bite. Just then, a claw wreathed in dark flames swung instantly, striking it powerfully to the ground. In the sky, a massive serpent, 30 meters long, whipped up a ferocious wind with its tail as it struck. Chen Lin immediately countered with his sword. Boom! A white shockwave erupted at the center, sending Chen Lin crashing to the ground like a missile, engulfed in dust and debris. The serpent, Ming, glared with its vertical pupils filled with rage. Enhanced by a strengthening spell, its combat power was greater than ever, its claws shimmering with a dark light as they tore through the air. The tough skin, which seemed as fragile as paper in that moment, was ripped open, leaving a horrifying wound several meters deep, blood pouring out. The 3-headed snake howled skyward, its massive body coiling around Ming, twisting violently as 2 of its heads launched fierce attacks from different directions. With attributes surpassing 1,000, Ming, undaunted and fierce, swatted one of the attacking heads away with a slap. It then turned and sank its fangs into the neck of another head, savagely tearing at it as if determined to rip it apart. Boom! The two giant creatures, each 100 meters in size, tangled together, their clash shaking the earth, sending mud flying and trees toppling. Chen Lin stood up from the dust, feeling a slight numbness in his chest but otherwise unharmed. The defense of the silver butterfly is indeed reliable and trustworthy, he thought, glad that his resources spent on nurturing the silver butterfly were not in vain. Watching the intense battle of the beasts, Chen Lin sat on a nearby rock, his silver sword planted in the ground beside him. There was nothing more he could do but wait for He Ming to gradually wear down its adversary. To reach the power of a fourth-tier warrior, he knew he had to keep enhancing the silver butterfly's strength. Just then, a tall woman in white armor appeared in a few strides atop a giant tree in the distance. She looked on in surprise at the fierce battle between the black giant wolf, He Ming, and the three-headed corrupt snake. Chen Lin, only at level 16, can actually have his summoned creature fight against a level 44 mutant beast? She thought in astonishment. She quickly noticed Chen Lin sitting on the rock and approached him gracefully. Sensing her presence, the young man grabbed his sword and swung it at her with a flash of silver light. Jiang Wuyue, slightly frowning, gently pressed against the blade with her slender fingers. Chen Lin looked surprised. He had seen Jiang Wuyue before during the newcomers competition, standing next to Ji Fei, which is how he recognized her. Jiang Wuyue nodded slightly, feeling the weight of the sword that even a level 59 professional would need to exert some effort to withstand, and was quietly impressed. No wonder he performed so remarkably in the dungeon, she thought. Despite being a summoner, he can easily overpower monsters several levels higher with his own strength. Why are you here, instructor? Chen Lin asked, puzzled. Jiang Wuyue calmly withdrew her trembling fingers and replied, I was passing by and heard some commotion, so I came to check it out. Chen Lin smiled and said, I'm sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Jiang Wuyue was not upset. Hearing his apology, any irritation she felt dissipated.
No worries.
Being vigilant in the wild is wise. You never know when you might become prey, she said. As she spoke, Jiang Wuyue glanced over Chen Lin's shoulder, her right hand forming a shape as if holding a thin sword, which appeared instantaneously, pointing straight at an incoming threat. A giant lizard, which had been hiding and ready to strike, was suddenly exposed, its eyes flashing with shock. The thin sword pierced from the top of its head to its tail, splattering blood everywhere. Jiang Wuyue always had a faint, mysterious smile on her face. With a gentle wave of her hand, her soft sword came to life, effortlessly slaying a level 35 mutant beast. To the admiration from those around her, she simply responded. Although it can blend into the surroundings, its presence is unmistakably clear. Just pay a little attention, and it's easily spotted. Chen Lin watched his mentor with awe, his admiration for her skills deepening. Suddenly, a massive snake head, over 30 meters in length, plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground, causing a tremendous roar. The earth cracked instantly, and dust billowed. A ferocious roar echoed for miles, vibrating the air. He Ming, towering over the body of a three-headed snake, stood more than 300 meters tall, resembling a true disaster beast, displaying terrifying might. The surroundings were in chaos, with soil flying and giant trees shattered, as if the land had been churned by an earth dragon. One of the snake's heads was smashed into the mud, while another was gruesomely split in half from jaw to jaw. Dark flames engulfed its lengthy body, greedily consuming it, transforming it into energy and evolution points, feeding and growing continuously. Watching this scene, Jiang Wuyue couldn't help but be astounded. She took a deep breath. It had been less than 10 days since Chen Lin summoned this monster, and its combat power had already become so fearsome. She began to worry about the future, fearing that Chen Lin might not be able to control this monster. The whole scene was terrifying. Even from a distance, Jiang Wuyue could still feel the brutal aura as if it wanted to devour all life. Meanwhile, as the drone transmitted the scene back to the command center, the entire place erupted into chaos. Surpassing 3 major stages and a difference of 28 levels, Chen Lin had achieved it. Everyone was exclaiming in disbelief at such exaggerated combat power. Yang Xiao also felt a surge of excitement. He admitted he had underestimated Chen Lin's potential, never expecting him to reach such heights. Could it be that the monster he summoned truly possessed SSS-grade growth talent? This thought made Yang Xiao's breathing quicken. He began to hesitate about whether to proceed with the original plan. If anything unexpected happened to Chen Lin, it could cause immense damage to all of Daxia. But soon, he shook his head, realizing that humanity had never really been in control. Stopping was not an option. The alien races would not miss this perfect opportunity. Countless dark fire serpents danced in the sky, merging into Haiming's form. Haiming rapidly shrank in size, grabbed the celestial sword with its mouth, and approached Chen Lin. Gently laying down the sword, it prepared to rest. Chen Lin ceased his enhancement and healing spells, immediately feeling mentally drained and exhausted. He stowed away the celestial sword, transforming it into the celestial staff, and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Zhang Wuyue, seeing this, did not leave but silently stayed by his side without uttering a word. About half an hour later, Chen Lin had regained some of his mental strength and opened his eyes. He looked at Haiming and communicated through his thoughts, asking if it could continue to fight. Haiming opened its deep blue vertical pupils, slowly stood up, and responded, "Master, I am fine." Its robust physique had already neutralized most of the poison, and its strength had recovered enough to sustain another battle. Chen Lin nodded, looked gratefully at Zhang Wuyue, and said, "Thank you, mentor, for your protection." Despite having natural defenses, receiving help from others naturally warranted gratitude. Zhang Wuyue replied, "Be careful and cautious moving forward, and avoid unnecessary risks." After speaking, she turned and left. Watching her departing figure, Chen Lin confirmed his route, then mounted Haiming and continued forward. Just like on their arrival, they swiftly traversed through dense forests and over large mountains and rivers. Haiming devoured 3 serpents and their life crystals, growing by 1 meter and gaining 10 evolution points, significantly more than the 39th level blood-scale crocodile had provided. At this rate, it might only take 4 or 5 days for Haiming to evolve again. This evolution would elevate Haiming to the level of a high-grade summon, with its talents advancing to A grade. By then, its combat ability would undoubtedly see a significant increase, becoming even more formidable. Thinking of this, Chen Lin smiled, fascinated by the feeling of continuously growing stronger. However, Haiming was soon to face more fierce battles. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. The branches shook violently, and the ground trembled, as if a giant beast was approaching. With a roar, an enraged horned brute bull charged, its body covered with thick, hard dark yellow scales, and its 2 horns, over 30 meters long, soaring into the sky. Its massive hooves cracked the ground, and the trees in its path fell, its presence formidable. The second mission target, a 45th level, enraged horned brute bull. Without hesitation, Chen Lin cast an enhancement spell, boosting all skill effects by 50% and all attributes by 30% while in the celestial staff form. Haiming roared, its size quickly ballooning, with black flames burning and gold light shimmering. In an instant, it was fully prepared for battle. As the brute bull charged nearby at high speed, its fierce eyes locked on the giant black wolf that had intruded into its territory. Its sharp horns fiercely thrust forward. Haiming raised its front paws, bravely blocking the attack. Boom! The tremendous impact forced Haiming back, leaving a deep mark. Successive giant trees were knocked down, and the 2 behemoths dashed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The drone in the sky accelerated to keep up. In the command center, a female officer quickly calculated and urgently said, "At this rate, they will soon reach the area with level 30 mutant beasts. Notify the students along the route to evacuate immediately. Once Chen Lin's summon begins battle, it will not consider their safety." The female officer nodded and immediately took action. Dark claws extended, emitting a sinister black light. With a powerful swing, the enraged buffalo was knocked to the ground, creating clouds of dust as its massive body slammed down. The group, consisting of 2 men and 3 women, desperately fled the scene. Looking back from hundreds of meters away, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Was this the reason why the headquarters ordered us to evacuate? Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise, we would have perished here. Suddenly, they discovered that among the mutant beasts that attacked them, one was level 45, while the other was only level 16. The monster named Heiming sounded terrifying just by its name. They exchanged incredulous looks. The female instructor sensed something was off and decided to investigate, only to be stopped by a student named Jiang Wuyue, who softly said, "Don't worry, that's a first-year student summon." The female instructor was dumbfounded. A freshman? How could that be possible? Such immense power from a freshman was astonishing. This talent was almost monstrous. She began to question the student's identity and background. Jiang Wuyue smiled faintly and said, "Yes, he is indeed a genius." The instructor couldn't help feeling envious. She had never heard of a freshman possessing such formidable combat abilities. Was this the strength of Daxia Academy? She felt a mix of emotions. Heiming ultimately devoured the enraged buffalo and swept its surroundings with a fierce gaze, failing to find its master before turning away. Soon after, it found Chen Lin being chased by a giant toad, which enraged it further. In an instant, Heiming rushed to Chen Lin's side and killed the level 36 mutant beast with a single claw. Black flames quickly consumed the toad's body. Chen Lin sighed in relief, having been blocked by the swamp demon frog. The beast's elastic flesh made it almost immune to his attacks. Concerned that Heiming might get hurt, Chen Lin was reassured by a comforting voice in his mind. He smiled, patted Heiming, and said, "You did well. Don't worry." After casting a healing spell and soothing Heiming for a while, the two continued their quest for level 40 or higher mutant beasts. After completing the mission, Chen Lin didn't return immediately but decided to press on. He was eager for Heiming to evolve quickly and for himself to level up to 20 in order to challenge higher level instances. Ever since learning about the dire situation humanity faced, Chen Lin had felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. As night fell, roars echoed through the valley, and Heiming emitted a terrifying aura. Two level 42 mutant beasts lay at its feet. Black flames devoured their corpses, assimilating their power into Heiming's body. Chen Lin gasped for air, his mental strength pushed to its limits, unable to cast another healing spell, feeling weak. His physical strength was nearly depleted, and his body ached intensely. While assisting Heiming in blocking another mutant beast, the protagonist nearly encountered a disaster. However, this experience felt incredibly worthwhile to him. Throughout the day, he successfully defeated 15 mutant beasts, each above level 40. Heiming's size also continued to grow, now reaching 58 meters, with an overall attribute increase of 58 points, breaking the 300 mark. Now, even if they were to face the Wrathhorn Bull again, it would only take about 15 minutes to handle. As for the two level 42 mutant beasts nearby, they were simply crushed, defeated within minutes. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's evolution points also increased by 195, leaving only a gap of 10-20 points from the peak. It was time to head back. In the twilight, Chen Lin glanced around, had Heiming lower its head, and then leaped onto its back. Back at the Hongshan base's command center, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Lin return safely. Defeating 15 mutant beasts above level 40 in one day would translate into a massive number of contribution points, likely exceeding 2,000. This was all quite astounding. The female officer swallowed nervously, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Everyone who heard her couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Currently, at the Hongshan base, the highest contribution score among the trainees was only 700, achieved by none other than Qin Kong, a senior from the Yunlark Academy and the top scholar from the Eastern Sky 3 years ago. What about the other bases?
Yang Xiao inquired.
The officer quickly tapped on the screen, replying soon after, at the Luoxiang base, where Beilong Academy and several other institutions are located. The highest score is 1,000. Followed by Yuntian Academy in the south with 890, and Qingtian Academy in the west with 850. This mutant beast clearing operation involved over 100 academies, spread across several military bases. They started from the mountain ranges with the widest area and the most mutant beasts, gradually sweeping through the surrounding regions. This operation was set to last several months, if not longer, until the mutant beast populations were reduced to levels that no longer posed a threat to cities. Why is there such a big gap? Yang Xiao frowned, noting not only significant differences in individual rankings, but also in overall clearing progress, with the Luoxiang base far ahead. The officer explained, Beilong Academy consistently ranks top annually, and most people naturally prefer to enroll there. This year's trainees are particularly talented and competition is fierce. Everyone is giving their all, unwilling to fall behind. But this is actually a good thing. The faster they clear, the more they can help other bases that are lagging behind. Aside from the 5 top academies we manage, the situation at the other 13 bases is not promising, with level 20 and above mutant beast numbers barely reduced. Yang Xiao nodded, so we also need to hurry and do our best to support the other bases. Watching Chen Lin's figure on the screen, he smiled and said, with this guy here, we should be fine. By the time they reached the collection point, it was already 2:30 p.m. The streets were brilliantly lit, with many trainees starting to barbecue the mutant beasts they had hauled back with armored vehicles. The aroma was enticing, and some even began shouting loudly. The female soldier from earlier approached Chen Lin as he walked in. Have you completed your mission? Yes, Chen Lin nodded, having handed in his task under number 21. Wow, many seniors can only complete level 3 missions, and you're just a freshman and already surpassing them, the soldier exclaimed. She didn't fully grasp the enormity of Chen Lin's leap in combat power, but was impressed nonetheless. Soon after transferring 400 contribution points to Chen Lin, his ranking shot up like a rocket, from 1,245th to 10th place. Chen Lin was unfazed and turned to head to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, Feng Yi rushed over, staring at him as if he were a monster. Tell me the truth, Chen Lin. Are you an alien wearing human skin? Your power jump is just too extreme. Chen Lin just smiled and sat down, still as calm as the day before, with lots of barbecued meat left for him by the 3 roommates. The academy's common forum was already buzzing. Feng Yi sat down next to him, shocked, saying, everyone thought a senior was helping you, and now they are condemning this practice. If it were just the level 3 missions giving you 100 contribution points, some might believe it. But now, almost everyone is skeptical, thinking it's simply unbelievable. Senior Qin Kong is currently in a tough spot, becoming the target of many suspicious glances. Curious, Chen Lin asks, why? Feng Yi answers with a smile, because Senior Qin Kong is the pride of our Yunlark Academy. Only someone with his strength can help you achieve such heights. As he enjoys some specially made snacks, he continues, right now, people from all the major academies are buzzing about your ranking at 10th on the forum. A freshman, level 16, defeating beasts above level 40? That's so outrageous, even I wouldn't dare exaggerate like that. No one would believe it. Li Zhongfeng responds indifferently, Chen Lin's strength has surpassed mine. With such combat power, it's hardly surprising. Feng Yi looks at him disdainfully, a slight smirk forming. You used to hate this kind of talk, but now you're the one bringing it up? And don't forget, back in the instance, you were mercilessly knocked down by He Ming. Li Zhongfeng silently draws his long sword from his ring, its cold light glinting under the lamp. Seeing this, Feng Yi quickly shuts up. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, Xiao Yunshu struggles to the mission reception point, covered in scars, his armor torn and tattered, a testament to the fierce battles he's endured. Yet, there's no sign of disarray on his face, only pleasure. He's eager to find his mentor and senior sister to discuss his feat of defeating 2 level 36 mutant beasts. However, upon arriving at the reception, he sees Chen Lin's ranking rapidly climbing to the 10th position. His joy vanishes, and he stands frozen in place, his smile slowly fading. After a long pause, he silently steps forward, picks up a mission from a soldier, and continues on his journey without a word, heading determinedly towards the mountains. This scene deeply moves the soldiers. With such severe injuries, yet still insisting on carrying out missions, isn't that clearly a march towards death? On the road, a team supporting each other stares in awe at Xiao Yunshu's determined, do-or-die demeanor. They exchange looks, reading a single word in each other's eyes: madness. One man grits his teeth. I made it to the top 5 in the province all by my own effort. Now, here's someone with exceptional talent, who's even more relentless, never stopping for a rest. Brothers, shall we take on 5 more missions? No problem, let's go. Their eyes blaze with fervor. Soon, many who witnessed this scene abandon any thoughts of rest, quickly don their armor and weapons, and rush towards the dark mountains. The reception point soldiers suddenly become very busy. Back at the command center, the staff, who were yawning and ready to rest, stop in their tracks. Seeing the situation on the screens, the commander rubs his temples, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. These students, it seems, are not even sparing time to rest. He had thought it cruel enough to send these still immature cadets to clear out mutant beasts. Yet, they are even more ruthless, battling relentlessly day and night. The commander takes a deep breath, unsure whether to feel relieved or worried. Sitting on his bed, Chen Lin opened his customized communicator to find several messages waiting for him. Among them was a message from Su Qingqing that read, "Wow, little brother Chen Lin, you're amazing, ranking 10th. That's among all the students from various academies participating in the mutant beast cleanup task, and you even outperformed the upperclassmen. Could you perhaps take your sister along next time?" Seeing this message, Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Once someone's junior, now he was being called little brother. Perhaps in a few days, he would start being called darling. Chen Lin replied to the message and then opened his friend request list. A series of profiles from strikingly attractive female students appeared, all from Yunlark Academy, just as Su Qingqing had hinted. Chen Lin quietly ignored these requests, only accepting one from a male student named Qin Kong. Soon after, Qin Kong sent a message expressing his curiosity. "Tell me honestly, did you really complete a 4th-tier task all by yourself?" Chen Lin nodded affirmatively, causing Qin Kong to gasp in astonishment. Even though he was prepared, the confirmation still shocked him. As a fellow top scholar from East Heaven, Qin Kong knew all too well how challenging it was to tackle a task of a higher tier, let alone accomplish what Chen Lin had. Qin Kong continued, "Chen Lin, I and 2 friends are planning to undertake a 5th-tier task tomorrow. We aim to hunt a level 52 gargantuan rock dragon lizard. Would you like to join us?" After thinking it over for a moment, Chen Lin replied, "Sure, but how shall we divide the spoils?" Qin Kong, smiling, responded, "What do you suggest?" After discussing their needs and settling the details, they agreed on a time and place to meet, and then Chen Lin lay down to rest, feeling the toll of his mental exertion. The next day, after 4 hours of rest, Chen Lin was fully rejuvenated. His enhanced physical attributes made him feel even more extraordinary. After getting ready, he stepped out of the base to find 2 men and a woman waiting for him. Qin Kong waved at him, smiling, "Chen Lin, are we late?" Chen Lin smiled back, "Not at all, I just arrived early." Qin Kong responded with a friendly laugh, while the woman, fair-skinned and beautiful in a white robe with a graceful figure, introduced herself, "Hi, I'm Yi Kashi." The other man was named Wang Yao. Chen Lin nodded and asked, "Shall we head out now?" The 4 boarded an armored vehicle, its engine roaring as they headed deep into the mountains. Along the way, Qin Kong explained, "Our target, the gargantuan rock dragon lizard, is stronger than typical mutant beasts, possessing a royal bloodline and unknown abilities. We need to be extremely cautious. Wang Yao and I will lead the attack while Yi Kashi will handle long-range support and healing." Chen Lin, a junior student, was asked about the combat power of his summoned beast. With confidence, he declared that resisting the mighty boulder lizard dragon would be no problem at all. Hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in the eyes of the 3 companions, who felt their chances of victory greatly increased. They had unwavering faith in Chen Lin's abilities, although his exact performance remained an unknown. If Chen Lin's combat power was barely on par with a level 40 mutant beast, they would stand almost no chance against the boulder lizard dragon. However, seeing Chen Lin so confident, they felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders. The group traveled 200 kilometers in an armored vehicle before disembarking and trekking on foot for several hours. Along the way, Chen Kong effortlessly defeated any level 30 mutant beasts they encountered, his speed so incredible that even Chen Lin struggled to keep up. Yikashi chimed in, explaining that Chen Kong, a master of the swift wind sword Saint class known for its stealth and speed, had integrated a light spirit stone into his armor, pushing his speed to its limits. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the speed was indeed lightning fast. Suddenly, Chen Kong stopped, checked the map, and turned to the others, announcing, "We've entered the territory of the Boulder Lizard Dragon. I'll lure it out. Get ready for the fight." But Chen Lin calmly intervened, "No need." With a mere thought, a gigantic black wolf, towering 58 meters high, appeared, its formidable presence instantly overwhelming the area. Its fierce howl scattered birds and sent mutant beasts fleeing in panic. As the howl echoed, two lantern-like yellow vertical pupils suddenly opened within a cave, emitting a terrifying aura. The Boulder Lizard Dragon emerged, each step shaking the ground. Covered in rock-hard scales and radiating a yellow glow, it exuded an indomitable strength, its fearsome presence instilling fear as if it were a dreadful dragonic creature. The trio looked on with serious expressions, realizing they might have underestimated the Boulder Lizard Dragon and had been somewhat careless. Chen Lin remained undisturbed, his expression calm. He silently communicated with the Black Wolf, now named He Ming, indicating that the ones beside it were allies. He Ming nodded and suddenly expanded, growing to a staggering height of 230 meters and a length of 500 meters. Black flames erupted and golden light shone, its aura becoming even more terrifying. This sudden transformation shocked the trio. In front, the Boulder Lizard Dragon's vertical pupils displayed a hint of disdain, sensing that the life force of the beast before it was far inferior to its own. Only the dark flames seemed to pose a threat to it. The dragon roared, "I offer you a chance to surrender, or face certain death." To which He Ming, seeing the Boulder Lizard Dragon's arrogance, responded with fury. Its front paw slammed down, shattering the ground and sending sharp rocks flying towards He Ming, capable of piercing through a level 40 mutant beast. He Ming stood firm, unflinchingly protecting the four companions with its indestructible body. Its claws, shimmering with a dark light, easily shattered the rocks. As the Boulder Lizard Dragon charged forward with a roar, a massive paw smashed down, compressing the air. He Ming swiftly dodged, the ground beneath it cracking and rocks flying. With a swipe of its claw, it barely grazed the Boulder Lizard Dragon's scales, leaving only a minor scratch. The Juyin Dragon Lizard let out a deafening roar, its yellow glow shimmering with innate power as it struck down ferociously upon its foes, like a mountain bearing down with crushing force. The air burst with the sound of explosions. The golden protective aura shattered in an instant, and He Ming was forced to retreat dozens of meters before he could barely stop. The battle erupted swiftly. Chen Kong immediately realized the dire situation and shouted, "Quick! Boost everyone's strength. Chen Lin's summon creature will be key." Without hesitation, Chen Kong recognized the overwhelming strength of the Juyin Dragon Lizard. This was a mutant beast with royal bloodline, not an opponent they could easily defeat. Even a battle among equals would be exceptionally tough. With this realization, Chen Kong was shocked. Chen Lin's summoned creature was incredibly powerful, able to contend against a level 52 mutant beast at only level 16, a staggering 36 levels difference. Yikexi nodded immediately, her body shimmering with a golden radiance, like a pristine goddess descending, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. For pentagram patterns emerged beneath the three of them and the black giant wolf, continuously transferring power. Then, a series of auras were added to the black giant wolf, significantly enhancing its four-dimensional attributes. However, Yikexi showed a look of surprise. The summoned creature was so terrifying that the amplification was greatly reduced. If these buffs were applied to Chen Kong, they would at least double his strength. Yet in a fleeting moment, Yikexi moved swiftly. With a slight gesture, she unleashed her innate power, providing protection as the goddess of retribution. After a brief prayer, a divine maiden wielding a sword, supreme over heaven and earth, slowly appeared above the black giant wolf. She opened her eyes, revealing a terrifying gaze capable of slaughtering all beings. Chen Lin silently drew the Tianquan sword staff, casting enhancement spells. The multitude of buffs stacked together, directly boosting Haiming's strength attribute to 2,000, with his constitution and agility also significantly enhanced. The increase in magical power made the pitch-black flames even hotter, and even from 100 meters away, the trio could feel the scorching heat, as if they were in a furnace. This change weighed heavily on the Juyin dragon lizard. It glared at the four tiny figures with a fierce light in its eyes. Qin Kong's expression grew solemn as he wielded his battle sword, his arm muscles bulging. He resolutely used his innate skills to the extreme. The ground burst open instantly, and Qin Kong's figure appeared almost instantaneously above the Juyin dragon lizard, swinging his sword repeatedly. Each strike, however, felt like hitting solid rock, causing no damage. For the Juyin dragon lizard, these attacks were meaningless, less effective than a mere tickle. As it seemed to swat a mosquito, its giant palm, appearing slow but actually moving with incredible speed, aimed straight at Qin Kong. Not daring to take the risk, Qin Kong immediately retreated. However, just as he leaped from the top of the Juyin dragon lizard, it roared skyward, its mouth curling into a cruel arc. The next moment, a yellow stream of energy burst forth, forming a domain that spread over 100 meters, a tremendous gravitational force pressing down on Qin Kong's shoulders and head, driving him straight to the ground. The ground instantly left a small crater, dust billowing. Struggling to stand, Qin Kong suddenly felt a giant palm pressing down from above, dispersing the dust and casting a heavy shadow over him. Yikishi's face filled with terror as she took in the scene before her, immediately summoning all her strength to defend, regardless of the magic power it consumed. However, the barrier she cast was as fragile as paper and was shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Kong felt a surge of despair but gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood streaming down his body, and pushed himself to break free from the predicament. Just as a massive claw was about to crush him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, striking the giant rock dragon lizard with tremendous force and knocking it over. A violent wind erupted, sweeping everything around as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was quaking, dust billowing with an astonishing force. As Qin Kong saw the huge black wolf standing before him, he felt a wave of gratitude and quickly moved away from the scene, freed from the gravitational pull. Wang Yao sighed in relief and halted his steps that were headed towards the rescue. The two walked back to where Chen Lin and Yikishi were standing a few hundred meters away. Qin Kong smiled wryly and apologized, admitting he hadn't anticipated the rock dragon lizard possessing a second, even more powerful talent than a level 55 mutant beast. At this point, they were powerless to intervene. Initially worried about Chen Lin's reliability, the situation had now completely reversed. It's okay, surprises happen. After all, the mission only provided the location and basic information, he said, though still feeling guilty inside. Initially, the three had taken on a 5th-tier mission to help the Hongshan base clear out highly dangerous mutant beasts. Such missions were typically only manageable by a select few instructors, and were a testament to one's limits. Qin Kong had planned to test the waters first and, if he found himself outmatched, to use his superior speed to escape. But unexpectedly, the rock dragon lizard turned out to be a dominant mutant beast with dual talents. Without Chen Lin's help, Qin Kong alone would likely have faced dire consequences, and Wang Yao and Yikishi would not have escaped either. As the yellow field expanded again and the black wolf was forcefully suppressed under the terrifying gravity, Qin Kong asked anxiously, "Does it stand a chance?" Clenching her teeth and with sweat dripping down her cheeks, Yikashi struggled to maintain the dark enhancements and healing spells, her magic power quickly depleting. "If we can't win, we'll have to retreat and abandon this mission," she said. Chen Lin spoke calmly. "You all need to move back a kilometer. Haiming is about to unleash its full power." Surprised by this, they didn't hesitate and immediately turned to run. Half a minute later, as they looked back from a kilometer away, a fierce roar echoed through the heavens. A terrifying burst of black flames erupted, spreading rapidly over a kilometer, incinerating everything to ashes. The ferocity of the scene reached its peak, sending chills down everyone's spine. Under the horrific sea of dark flames, the earth cracked and vegetation withered, making the surrounding area look like the apocalypse had arrived. A 700-meter-tall sinister phantom slowly formed, exuding a terrifying aura of greed and a desire to devour everything. The three turned pale at the sight, a nameless fear rising in their hearts. Yikishi's legs gave out, her body trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to stand. She felt the protective power of the goddess she revered dissolve under the shadow of this monstrous phantom, like a mountain that could not house two tigers. This blow, to her, was akin to having her faith shattered. In the midst of dark flames, the eyes of the massive rock dragon lizard were filled with terror as its tough scales slowly melted away. Its yellow energy stream couldn't fully release, bound by the dark flames, and its earth-based powers were utterly suppressed. With a deafening roar, it bellowed, "How is this possible? Your presence is so faint, yet you possess such formidable strength." Its vertical pupils widened in disbelief. "Arg! Shameless creature, unworthy of such mocking words," the rock dragon lizard fumed, feeling underestimated. With a furious roar, "I will make you vanish completely." It charged towards the dark flames, its massive claws glowing with yellow light as it violently struck. The dark shadow, undaunted, prepared to strike back, its claws gathering terrifying dark powers, slicing through the air like lightning. The clash sent shockwaves of black and yellow energy exploding in all directions, creating a thunderous impact. The rock dragon lizard felt a searing pain in its palm as its hard scales were torn apart by the dark flame's power. The scorching heat invaded, devouring its life force. Panicking, it summoned all its strength, its body radiating a dazzling yellow light. It swiftly turned, its tail whipping up a ferocious wind like a massive iron ball. With a mighty blow, the dark shadow swiftly dodged, the ground shattering as the shadowy figure darted hundreds of meters away. Boom! The huge tail swept across, utterly demolishing the nearby mountains, sending rocks flying. The dark shadow raised its claws, ready to counterattack swiftly. After receiving a heavy blow, the rock dragon lizard let out a piercing roar, unaccustomed to such pain and discomfort. Its eyes flickered with a ferocious light as it raised its forelimbs high and smashed them down onto the ground, causing sharp stone pillars to rapidly surge out, striking all around. The dark shadow dodged quickly, coldly staring at the rock dragon lizard. Free from the suppression of its realm, the shadow's speed was fully unleashed. Although the rock dragon lizard had strong defense and power, its speed was slow and cumbersome. Coupled with the dark shadow's long-range attack capabilities, it began a tactic of hit and run. Enraged, the rock dragon lizard stomped on the ground and roared furiously, "If you dare, stop hiding." Chen Lin watched the scene with a smile, seemingly as comfortable as if he were in water, unaffected by the dark flames. It seemed that the dark flames couldn't harm him, as if it was his very nature. After half an hour of intense fighting, the rock dragon lizard could barely stand, its life hanging by a thread, fear flashing in its eyes. It didn't want to die and yearned to evolve to a higher level. With a roar, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am willing to submit," it pleaded. But in the eyes of the dark shadow, there was only greed to devour the rock dragon lizard. Chen Lin's body was agile and robust, with black flames roaring around him like a fierce dark fire, consuming everything in its path. His gaze fixed on the massive rock dragon lizard, his cold black eyes shimmering with ruthlessness and indifference. As his terrifying claws swiped through the air, they carried a lethal threat. With a fearsome roar, the rock dragon lizard voiced its terror as death approached. However, after being torn apart by the claws, it could no longer support its massive body and collapsed heavily to the ground. The black flames around Chen Lin intensified, silently celebrating the victory. Moments later, the rock dragon lizard was completely devoured, leaving nothing behind but a pile of dust. Chen Lin then contained the dark flames, his form shrinking rapidly as he was overwhelmed by a sense of weakness. Despite this, his imposing presence remained undiminished, even more formidable, resembling a soul-devouring demon. In the distance, three onlookers couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Chen Lin quietly summoned a silver disc, which instantly transformed into a suit of armor that enveloped him. Although he was impervious to the flames, his clothes were not spared and were completely burnt away. In the sky, a new drone sped towards them under the urging of Yang Xiao. The command center was shocked at the sight of the desolate landscape, with withered vegetation and collapsed mountains, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yang Xiao's eyes were locked on the towering black beast, with the rock dragon lizard nowhere to be seen, its fate clearly evident. How much more can this guy surprise me?
Yang Xiao gasped in amazement.
Previously, advancing through two major ranks was the limit since the era of human class transitions, but Chen Lin had now astonishingly crossed three major ranks by slaying three rot serpents. Now, he faced a mutant beast with a royal lineage and, with a level 16 strength, defeated a level 52 opponent, crossing an astonishing four major ranks. This dramatic breakthrough seemed almost like activating a cheat mode. This monster should be sent to the front lines to teach those alien scum a lesson.
Yang Xiao joked.
Yet, he quickly realized that an opportunity was approaching, and he was now completely confident in his objectives against the aliens. It was time to strategically set the stage. Thinking this, Yang Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Tomorrow, he planned to release the video of Chen Lin slaying the three rot serpents on the Academy's common forum, letting everyone know that a legend had emerged from the Daxia clan. Yes, the crowd responded enthusiastically. Only one female officer hesitated, unsure if it was safe to proceed with this plan. On the screen, Qin Kong and two others approached Chen Lin. Yikashi looked at him with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Junior Chen Lin, your summoned beast is terrifying. Wang Yao and Qin Kong nodded in agreement, with Wang Yao saying, other academies think I'm leading you, but they don't realize that it's actually you leading me. This time, both Wang Yao and I were merely supporting roles. The credit should go to you and Kashi, added Qin Kong. Wang Yao was indifferent, having spent the whole process idly passing the time. Chen Lin shook his head, insisting on sticking to the original plan. Didn't expect you to be so generous, Qin Kong expressed, slightly surprised by Chen Lin's noble character. However, Chen Lin firmly believed it was only natural, without any pretense, leading to several minutes of mutual deferral between the two. Feeling somewhat helpless yet determined, Chen Lin decided to continue his pursuit of hunting level 50 mutant beasts. He turned to his teammates with a request, I want to keep challenging these powerful mutant beasts. Can you guys help me out? After devouring the giant rock dragon lizard and its life crystal, He Ming grew 2 meters in size. More importantly, his evolution points increased by 150, which is equivalent to 10 times that of a level 40 mutant beast. With this boost, defeating just 10 more foes might trigger another evolution. This method is much faster than hunting down level 40 mutant beasts. Qin Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted Chen Lin's invitation. One of the reasons they decided to take on a 5th-tier mission was to contribute to ending the threat of the mutant beast uprising. When Chen Lin proposed a plan to hunt more mutant beasts, Qin Kong immediately expressed his support, resolutely and without hesitation. Although they needed to return to collect their rewards after completing the mission, defeating a giant rock dragon lizard alone for 1,000 contribution points was already a significant achievement for Qin Kong. Thus, even if it meant fighting alongside Chen Lin all day, they did not hesitate. Chen Lin smiled at this scene. Despite appearing somewhat superfluous in the face of the giant rock dragon lizard, Yikishi's support was crucial. The trio then started to clear the surrounding area of mutant beasts ranging from level 50 to 54. It's worth mentioning that Qin Kong finally displayed the prowess befitting the top expert of Yunlark Academy, charging bravely at a level 51 mutant beast and elegantly making his way out of the battlefield unscathed. Although his damage was somewhat low, almost negligible like scratching an itch, Wang Yao unleashed his ultimate move with full force, his axe strike causing massive damage, comparable to an ordinary swipe of a black abyssal beast, showing equal bravery. Chen Lin watched in admiration. Black Abyssal immediately retaliated, giving the two men no chance to catch their breath after just a brief rest. By late night, the three of them lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for air. Qin Kong admitted with a wry smile that he had lost some face in front of his junior today. Hearing this, Wang Yao silently buried his head in the ground, reluctant to face anyone again. His mighty axe swing, which seemed as if a giant was cleaving the heavens, had only caused minor damage, dealing a heavy blow to his morale. Yikashi stood by, smiling as she watched Chen Lin and Wang Yao, both utterly exhausted and dazed. Checking the panel, Black Abyssal's evolution value was maxed out, and Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Their target for the day had been achieved. Moreover, after devouring 10 level 50 and above mutant beasts, Black Abyssal's height had reached 80 meters. All four of his dimensions had increased by 60 points, with strength, constitution, and agility all breaking the 400 mark. Now in his normal state, Black Abyssal was already a 100-meter giant beast, and even more formidable when enlarged. "It's time we headed back," Chen Lin said, and the three nodded in agreement, knowing they couldn't continue any further. From 7 a.m., they had been continuously fighting or searching for mutant beasts for a straight 20 hours. Such an ordeal was unbearable for anyone. A drone that had been following them in midair transmitted their return to the command center, and Yang Xiao sighed in relief. Had they continued fighting, he might have had to order them to stop. Given their current state, any mishap could have led to casualties. It was incredible that they had defeated 11 level 50 and above mutant beasts in just one day. Even the seasoned teachers couldn't match such efficiency. "Incredible," someone remarked. Everyone nodded and expressed their admiration. As for being shocked, they had long become numb to it. There were just over 1,000 level 50 and above mutant beasts in the entire Balian mountain range, and at this rate, they expected to clear them out in just over a month. Hearing the female officer's assessment, Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Each time there was a mutant beast uprising, these level 50 and above mutant beasts were always the most challenging. They were numerous and individually powerful, capable of causing tremendous destruction once they breached the cities. When Yang Xiao realized that killing the more powerful and sentient beasts would deter them from launching attacks easily, a wave of triumphant joy surged within him. This would naturally eliminate the potential threat of a mutant beast uprising. He grinned, thinking to himself, "Our Hongshan base must be making the fastest progress in the cleanup operation, right?" However, the female officer hesitated before responding, "Not really. The Luoxiang base is still ahead." Yang Xiao was surprised. How can they be so quick? He was momentarily stunned. The female officer explained, "I'm not sure, but compared to yesterday, the cleanup speed at Luoxiang base has significantly increased." Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang headquarters, the commander, noticing it was almost midnight, found the base nearly deserted, which was both amusing and frustrating. All the trainees were still battling mutant beasts in the mountains, only returning to the base to receive new assignments without pausing to rest. Initially, only the freshmen were this committed, but as their contributions increased, the sophomores started to feel the pressure. They began to push themselves harder to maintain their leading position. Seeing this, the juniors and seniors could not sit idle either, leading to all students from the academy joining this intense competition. Everyone was worried about falling behind, so no one dared to relax, fearing that even a brief pause could set them back. The instructors were swept up in this fervor too, considering rest a disgrace. Some began to worry, can they keep this up? Less than 2 hours of rest per day is tough even for a warrior. The commander sighed, but we can't stop them from pushing forward. Fortunately, the trainees at Luoxiang base were exceptionally strong, especially those from Beilong Academy, which was recognized as the top institution. The commander ordered a large number of soldiers and armed helicopters to stand by on the periphery of the mountains to quickly assist any trainees in need. As a result, there were more injuries than fatalities. News from the 13 bases was grim. They were struggling to completely clear even level 20 mutant beasts. Most concerning was the report from Wushan base, where mutant beasts had begun to gather, indicating that the behemoths could no longer bear to stay in the mountains and were preparing to attack nearby cities. Wuxi, located closest to Wushan base, would be the first to face the onslaught. The strongest instructor, there was only a fourth tier, hardly enough to withstand an attack. The commander's expression grew stern. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Visions of cities being overrun flashed through their minds, weighing heavily on their hearts. The commander stated firmly, "Therefore, the faster we complete the cleanup, the sooner we can send support to Wushan base and protect more people." Just then, in the mountains, a young man clad in black armor was frantically swinging his war sword, attacking a level 39 heavy-scaled lizard with reckless abandon. His eyes were filled with a wild, crazed redness, bulging as if possessed by a demon. "Kill, kill, kill, kill," Xiao Yunshu muttered under his breath, his body wrapped in a swirling black mist that solidified into form. With each strike, he pierced through the thick scales of the lizard, causing it to roar violently. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, Xiao Yunshu pressed on relentlessly, deeper into the fray, his mind echoing, "Level 40, level 40. I can definitely achieve it." Suddenly, he whipped his head around to spot a mutant beast, resembling a demonic cat, stealthily approaching about 30 meters away. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his intent to kill surged instantly. Sensing the imminent danger emanating from Xiao Yunshu, the cat-like creature turned and fled. Xiao Yunshu let out a cold laugh. "You can't escape, ha ha ha." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Lin still appeared calm and composed. Feng Yi, curious, asked, "Why did you come back so late this time?" "It's already morning." Chen Lin sat down with an easy smile, picked up a skewer of grilled meat, and explained, "The journey was a bit long, and it took some extra time." Feng Yi nodded and continued, "Chen Lin, why haven't your contribution points increased today? Many have surpassed you." Chen Lin shrugged and replied, "I teamed up with Senior Qin Kong. They took the contribution points, and I needed life crystals." The trio suddenly understood. Then, Feng Yi, shocked, asked, "Did you guys take on a 5th-tier mission? You could complete 4th-tier missions alone. There's no need to team up." Li Zhongfeng and Chaoyang looked at Chen Lin with a complex expression, feeling somewhat envious. They were only able to undertake 2nd-tier missions, while Chen Lin had already completed a 5th-tier mission. This disparity made them feel somewhat disheartened. They were top students from their provinces, and Li Zhongfeng's exam scores were even higher than Chen Lin's. Yet, in less than 5 days, they had been left far behind. This thought dampened their spirits. Unable to hold back, Feng Yi asked, "Chen Lin, how have you improved so quickly? Even with growth-type talents, it shouldn't be this dramatic." Chen Lin just smiled and remained silent, knowing that continuing the conversation might demoralize them further. He harbored ambitious desires in his heart, determined to keep advancing as long as there were things to assimilate. Even if future growth became challenging, he would not stop. After the others gradually went back to their beds to rest, Chen Lin quietly picked up the specialized device and exchanged his contribution points for 10 second-tier life crystals. Contribution points here were more valuable than academic credits, serving as a universal currency on the frontline battlefield. The only way to earn them was by contributing to the human race, such as clearing mutant beasts and other tasks. The command center immediately received a report from the logistics department. Life crystals were a limited resource, and a one-time exchange for 10 pieces posed some difficulties. Yang Xiao inquired about the stock situation and learned that it had decreased by half, with many students having exchanged them. These life crystals had been accumulated over many years at the Hongshan base and had now become part of the resources available for students to exchange. The female officer suggested that the life crystals be given to Chen Lin, and Yang Xiao agreed. Chen Lin had shown immense potential, and after observing him over the past few days, his outstanding performance had earned him the privilege of resource prioritization. The military would meet his needs first, even allowing him to exchange for some rare resources directly. The female officer smiled and said, "Yes, I am very willing to give the Hongshan base's life crystals to Chen Lin." After waiting for about 10 minutes, a soldier dressed in combat gear knocked on the dormitory door and handed Chen Lin a white safe about 1 meter tall. Chen Lin politely said, "Thank you." The soldier nodded and then turned to leave, apparently with other urgent matters to attend to. Chen Lin then returned inside and, after a moment of thought, entered his student ID number. The safe immediately emitted a scanning beam and, following a voice confirmation of his identity, opened with a soft click. Inside, there were 10 life crystals the size of thumbs. Without hesitation, Chen Lin grasped all the life crystals in his hand and silently willed himself to absorb them. Instantly, the life crystals exploded into shimmering fragments that slowly merged into his body. His level quickly soared to 20. The experience provided by the life crystals was much faster than defeating monsters in dungeons. Looking at the prompt for his second-class transfer on his personal panel, Chen Lin decisively chose to change classes without opting for a rest. He confirmed his choice, and his figure immediately vanished from the dormitory. When his vision cleared, Chen Lin found himself in the middle of a plain. A gentle breeze brought a slight chill. A transparent display appeared before his eyes, showing the coordinates 00996. This was a world invaded by the corrupted race, who enslaved everything and continued to expand. His mission was clear: eliminate the corrupted. This time, he was alone, with a time limit of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, and he could not return to Blue Star on his own. After reading this, Chen Lin slightly furrowed his brow. He had read about the corrupted in the high school library. These alien civilizations were among the enemies who attacked humanity. Not only did they invade Blue Star, but they also expanded to other worlds. Just how vast was their scale? With this thought, Chen Lin took a deep breath, his expression becoming more solemn. He walked silently for a while until he reached the edge of a cliff. Looking down at the scene below, Chen Lin's expression instantly hardened. Next to a vast plantation, the corrupted were surrounding a group of emaciated humans, forcing them to feed blood-red fruits on black trees with bone spurs. The humans, devoid of resistance, lifelessly raised the bone spurs and stabbed them into the trees. Blood dripped down, staining the soil a striking red. Chen Lin's fists clenched unconsciously, a surge of anger rising within him. This was the first time since his memory had awakened that he felt so uncontrollably emotional. A silver butterfly slowly flew to his shoulder, its light flickering, and armor covered his entire body. With a thunderous sound, the ground exploded as Chen Lin leapt straight down from the 100-meter-high cliff. Wow, the blood fruit will ripen in a few days, and once I eat it, I'll break through to the third ring of power and join the expeditionary force. I'm really envious of you, Bada. As the two fallen were speaking, suddenly a loud crash came from behind, sounding like something heavy had smashed into the ground. They turned around in confusion, only to see a silver blur rushing out from a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin reached the two fallen, his armored fist surrounded by a ring of white shockwaves, and swung fiercely. Under Bada's horrified gaze, before he could even react, the punch hit him square in the face. Crack! His nose bone shattered, leaving a deep imprint of the fist on his face, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several dark trees. Boom! He hit the dark red soil, feeling his brain shake as if it had been struck by a boulder weighing tons. If not for his naturally robust physique, his head might have exploded on impact. His companion, witnessing the scene, instantly grew pale, and a thick black power materialized in his hand, forming into a long spear, which he thrust at the silver figure that had appeared so suddenly. Chen Lin didn't dodge or flinch, seizing the tip of the spear and instantly shattering it with a forceful squeeze.
Impossible.
The fear in the fallen's eyes was palpable, and knowing he was no match, he turned to call for his kin. However, Chen Lin was quicker, drawing his war blade and slicing the fallen in two. Gray blood splattered on his armor as he regarded them with a cold gaze. At this moment, the other fallen finally reacted to the sudden disturbance, their terrifying eyes filled with anger. Chen Lin, fearless, transformed his blade into a massive 3-meter-long halberd, swinging it around with such force that it made the air roar. Dozens of fallen closed in, with Bada leading them. His voice deep with anger. "Who are you? Why attack us without any reason?" This was a special form of communication that all species could understand, similar to telepathic communication with the dark void. Although Chen Lin understood it, he didn't know how to respond, nor did he want to. Human, I don't need a reason to kill beasts like you. Hearing this strange language, the fallen felt a flicker of recognition, and Bada's face twisted into a sneer. So it's just a struggling ant, not hiding in its hole. What gives you the courage to come out? Chen Lin's gaze grew even colder as he stepped towards the fallen, dragging the tip of his halberd on the ground. Boom! He suddenly turned into a blur, reaching incredible speeds, and appeared just 3 meters in front of Bada. As the halberd's blade came slashing towards him, Bada was startled and quickly raised his already formed shield to block.
Bang!
His figure was instantly blasted away, crashing into the cliff wall. This scene stunned all the fallen. As chunks of rock fell, Bada extricated himself from the cliff, his gaze on Chen Lin now filled with solemnity. Such incredible strength, and even faster than him. Bada, a third-ring fallen, wondered since when did such a powerful fighter emerge from those rats. But this was the plantation, guarded by 80 fallen. In a brutal display, Batai's cruel smile unfurled across his face as he let out a roar, commanding all the evil fallen to besiege Chen Lin, intending to tear him apart and feed him to the blood fruit. The evil fallen glared fiercely at Chen Lin, their dark powers swirling with a nauseating aura, pressing down on him. However, Chen Lin remained unshaken, his expression cold as he swiftly maneuvered, sweeping his war halberd through the air. The heads of the 2 closest evil fallen exploded under the heavy blow of his halberd. Then, as spears flew towards his armor, they failed to penetrate even slightly, his defense merciless. The evil fallen stood in stunned disbelief, witnessing the scene. Yet, they were soon met with a war halberd striking from the void, instantly annihilating them. Chen Lin, like a humanoid beast, had his power attribute boosted to 220 points, wielding a 13-ton weapon with terrifying might, unstoppable. These evil fallen, not even level 30, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Under his overwhelming assault, they fell one by one, blood splattering, leaving no bones behind. Batai, previously at ease, now felt a wave of panic. He immediately gathered dark energy into a chain and lunged at Chen Lin, trying to bind him. Quick! Control him together. Batai transmitted his command, but he felt a tremendous force from the chain, propelling him forward uncontrollably. Facing the terrifying onslaught of the war halberd, Batai's complexion drastically changed as he desperately activated his innate powers, his skin cracking to reveal hard, black glowing keratin. The war halberd did not sever him directly, but smashed into the ground. Chen Lin put away his halberd, stepped forward, and crushed the severely injured Ba Tai's skull underfoot. The remaining evil fallen were too terrified to approach. Ba Tai, emerging from shock and witnessing his brother's brutal death, his eyes filled with hatred. He firmly memorized Chen Lin's face and turned to flee towards the royal city. Chen Lin conveyed his thoughts to Silver Butterfly, transforming the halberd into a lance, aiming at Ba Tai. With muscles tensed, he threw with all his might. The lance pierced through Ba Tai's head, instantly crushing him. The other evil fallen roared, but Chen Lin, now weaponless, showed no fear, punching one to death. He began to confront the enemies with his bare hands, each punch accompanied by a white shockwave, the force astonishing. He approached another evil fallen, kicked its jaw off, and without hesitation, punched another in the chest, sending it flying into others. With such relentless, direct combat, the 80 evil fallen quickly dwindled, fleeing in terror. Chen Lin's gaze was icy as he ruthlessly pursued each one. Finally, he walked over to his lance, picked it up, and looked up at a huge eye formed of gray patterns in the sky, a remote surveillance method of the evil fallen race. He had long been spotted. Chen Lin took a deep breath, his gaze turning to his kin in the plantation, overcome with despair. They stood indifferent, like zombies, mechanically piercing themselves to feed the trees. A profound despair enveloped him. Chen Lin felt utterly powerless as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. He wanted to speak out, to intervene, but found himself unable to utter a word. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, it seemed impossible to save anyone. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced the silence. Chen Lin quickly turned around to see a girl with disheveled hair standing next to him. She had hurried down the cliff, falling multiple times along the way, her clothes torn and her body covered in bruises. The girl looked nervously at Chen Lin, who was staring blankly at her. Clutching her tattered clothes tightly, she asked in a soft voice, "Can you help us?" A warm feeling surged through Chen Lin's heart, as if in that moment, he had found a glimmer of hope. After a moment of silence, Chen Lin finally spoke. "Although this place is now free of evil, it's best if others take these fruits away." He pointed to the bright red fruits. The girl looked at the fruits and nodded vigorously, though worry still lingered in her eyes. She feared the return of the evil creatures, which would be dangerous. "Don't worry, they won't return today," Chen Lin reassured her, smiling as he gently stroked her dirty hair. "Is that true, immortal?" "Yes." Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with a radiant smile. Watching her joyfully run off, a wave of sadness surged through Chen Lin, his body trembling slightly. He knew that the beings with eyes as vast as the sky, the evil creatures, were aware of their location. It was essentially turning humans into resources, a form of captivity. "Aliens, you all deserve to be punished." Anger flared within Chen Lin. With a mere thought, He Ming appeared instantly, a massive figure over 100 meters tall, emitting a terrifying aura. Large numbers of the evil creatures were undoubtedly on their way. To ensure safety, Chen Lin immediately initiated an evolution. With this action, the primal forces deep within He Ming vibrated violently, and the terrifying power of evolution spread throughout his body. The power even burst forth from within, turning into beams of black light that shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the gray eyes. The earth seemed to tremble, a fearsome aura sweeping across the land as if a demon god had descended. He Ming roared to the sky, his fearsome presence echoing for kilometers. The girl, who had just left, trembled in fear, crouching on the ground, her hands shaking as she held her head, waiting for the terrifying presence to dissipate before she dared to stand up. With legs still weak, she continued running forward, determined to tell everyone that a silver-haired immortal was saving them. "Congratulations, your summoning beast He Ming has acquired the skill, Spring Surge." "Congratulations, your summoning beast He Ming's giantization talent has advanced to A level." "Congratulations, your summoning beast He Ming's diamond body talent has advanced to A level." "Congratulations, your summoning beast He Ming's flame talent has advanced to heavenly flame A level." "Congratulations, your summoning beast He Ming has acquired a new talent, Death's Gaze A level." His strength increased from 412 to 502, his constitution from 429 to 519, his agility from 418 to 508, and his magic power from 384 to 474. This evolution led to a direct increase in He Ming's size by 30 meters, reaching a length of over 200 meters with all attributes increasing by 90 points. With a thought from Chen Lin, the A-level giantization talent activated, increasing his size fivefold and enhancing his strength, defense, and speed by 500%. The A-level diamond body talent granted him immunity attributes, reducing damage from elements and toxins, and when actively engaged, his body was covered with the power of diamond, making him immovable. The A-level heavenly flame allowed the fusion of 3 types of forces, creating a unique domain. The Death's Gaze A level, by fixing his gaze on a target, could invoke the decree of death, inescapable for the target. All talents were greatly enhanced, and his power skyrocketed, the most powerful being the advancement of the flame to heavenly flame, which allowed the fusion of 3 forces, forming a unique domain, surpassing the gravitational field of the giant rock dragon and even suppressing it, while also rivaling the peculiar gray domain of Luoning. The realm formed by the fusion of 3 unique powers is not to be underestimated. As for the deathly double pupils, although unfamiliar, they are undoubtedly top tier as an A-level talent. Chen Lin took a deep breath, his gaze fixed ahead, resolved to eliminate all incoming evil foes. Silently, he prayed for the numbed souls behind him, vowing to make their oppressors pay dearly. Turning around, he and He Ming left without further conversation. He Ming could sense his master's dejected mood and quietly followed by his side. About 10 minutes later, the sky suddenly displayed specks of patterns that gradually coalesced into a massive gray eye, staring intently at the man and beast below. Simultaneously, on the horizon, a massive swarm of evil foes, standing 3 to 4 meters tall and numbering in the thousands, surged forward. The first 10 were even as high as level 55. Such difficulty in a level 20 raid was unprecedented in human history. Chen Lin's battle spear transformed into a halberd, which he gripped tightly and coldly commanded, "Spare no one. Annihilate these evil foes completely." He Ming responded telepathically, its body dramatically enlarging into a colossal black beast, standing 550 meters at the shoulder and stretching nearly a kilometer long. Its body surged with dark flames, and its gray double pupils emitted a chilling aura of death. Its fierce roar was deafening, and its terrifying presence made all the evil foes freeze in their tracks. Except for the 10 high-level 5-ring evil foes, all others trembled with deep fear. This beast was overwhelmingly powerful and clearly did not belong to this world. Thus, the 10 5-ring evil foes fell silent, their eyes resolutely fixed on the giant black beast. The blazing black flames posed a significant threat, causing discomfort even from kilometers away. He Ming took slow steps, each spanning hundreds of meters, which immediately put the 5-ring evil foes on high alert. With swift movements, it absorbed the energy drifting around to rapidly replenish its magic, combining both powers. Suddenly exerting force, the ground beneath them cracked open, sending rocks flying everywhere. In an instant, He Ming appeared before the 10 5-ring evil foes, its gray double pupils coldly watching them as its enormous claws fiercely struck down. A shadow loomed over, and while the 5-ring evil foes dodged, the other evil foes on the ground were not so fortunate, crushed under the terrifying claws and consumed by the dark flames. Seeing this, the leader, Lea, immediately ordered, "Ignore that beast. Focus on eliminating that human." The Emoda watched in horror as He Ming passed by, its icy, sinister eyes revealing a glint of malevolence. Its forepaws slammed into the ground with such force that the earth cracked open for hundreds of meters around, sending tremors in every direction that spoke of its terrifying power. As it roared, its body erupted in black flames that spread for kilometers, engulfing everything in its path and reducing it to ashes. The Emoda were paralyzed with fear, feeling not only the agony of their flesh burning, but also the rapid draining of their very life essence. Their screams echoed to the heavens. In mere seconds, the weaker Emoda turned to dust. "Damn it, what kind of evil power is this that it can burn the very source of my life? This is utterly unfathomable." Lea was utterly shocked. The burning was unlike any ordinary injury. The life source represented one's lifespan, and once lost, it was irreplaceable unless one could find rare and precious heavenly materials to restore it. "We must act now, or even if we win, there won't be much time left for us to live." The 9 Emoda of the 5th ring nodded and immediately conjured various weapons, each unleashing their innate abilities in a display of their most powerful attacks. However, when their attacks struck He Ming, a golden light flashed, exuding an indestructible aura. It blocked everything. How can its defenses be so strong? Lea clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a massive paw slammed down like a mountain, accompanied by a deafening roar. Lea's black bone wings unfurled instantly, shooting him swiftly towards the distance. Yet, a surge of endless fear filled his mind as those cold, death-filled eyes locked onto him. Under the gaze of death, the intimidation seemed to amplify, creating a new, terrifying effect. The giant paw struck hard, and Lea found himself completely immobilized, sweating coldly. This was a powerful controlling force. He was utterly unable to resist or break free. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly like an upheaving dragon, and dust billowed, creating a scene of awe. The remaining Emoda looked at the black, colossal wolf that seemed to bring disaster upon them and swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fear. This beast is too terrifying, like a monster. We can't fight it. Let's flee quickly. Upon hearing this, the other 8 Emoda nodded and immediately unfurled their black bone wings, desperately flying towards the royal city, none wanting to be the last to be annihilated. Hyming then completely devoured Leia Lise with a paw, lifting its chilling gaze and arbitrarily choosing another Emoda, appearing instantly behind it. Its claws, shimmering with a black light, tore the victim to shreds. The remaining 8 Emoda, witnessing this, were flooded with boundless fear, wishing they could grow an extra pair of bone wings. Split up and flee. They scattered in all directions, each flying towards a different path. Hyming casually pursued another Emoda, immobilizing it before its claws tore through the air. Subsequently, those heavy eyes filled with a death will that sent shivers down the spine of the Emoda. The terrifying will of death turned the area around the Emoda into a gray zone, grinding its life away until it fell lifeless. Hyming continued to use its death gaze, but after the second time, a stabbing pain spread from its eyes, which began to bleed, and the will of death spread within its body. If it continued to force this power, the accumulated death will would eventually erupt. It might not withstand the backlash, ultimately being consumed by the death will itself. Amidst this chaos, Hyming halted abruptly, crushing the earth beneath his feet as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, relentlessly pursuing his foes in a brutal hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of evil degenerates surged from both sides. After the dark flames dissipated, they unleashed a deafening roar and charged at Chen Lin. With an impassive face, Chen Lin's figure flickered swiftly, his war halberd sweeping through the air, mercilessly annihilating his enemies. The degenerates were torn apart, their flesh scattered and lives extinguished under the sharp edge of his halberd. Soon, the plain was littered with dismembered corpses, a gruesome mix of limbs and bodies. Moments later, the only figure still standing was Chen Lin, surrounded by 100-meter radius of gray-black blood stains and chunks of flesh, the stench of blood thick in the air, resembling the depths of hell. In a nearby plantation, as dozens of people arrived, they were stunned by the sight of the dead degenerates. A girl looked around, searching for something, but the silver figure she sought was nowhere to be seen. In haste, she ran towards the outskirts of the plantation. Seeing this, a leading man immediately ordered everyone to return to the base, to take the blood fruits and completely destroy the site. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed the girl's steps. An hour later, upon reaching the bloody plain, the man was shocked. Countless degenerates had died terribly, their bodies mangled and the air thick with the smell of blood, making it feel like standing in hell itself. Beyond that, the land for thousands of meters around was fractured and barren, a desolate sight that left him wondering how such destruction could have happened. From such a scene, he could only imagine the terrifying battle that had taken place. Perhaps, the legendary human warrior had indeed appeared? However, by now, Chen Lin had already left, with no one else in sight. Tens of kilometers away, standing atop Hyming, Chen Lin gazed towards the horizon, speeding in the direction from which the degenerates had come, determined to find and eradicate their den. Feeling the subtle aura of death from Hyming, Chen Lin communicated with it mentally. "Is everything all right?" "For now, my lord," it replied. Chen Lin nodded slightly and continued looking ahead. After devouring thousands of degenerates, Hyming had grown another 5 meters. The energy it required had significantly increased, and the evolution points had only increased by 100, still far from perfection. The difficulty of evolving had nearly multiplied by 10. Reaching the realm where all talents were at S-grade appeared to be a formidable challenge that might take days to achieve. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Lin noticed a massive city appearing before him. He furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. The enormous city, towering hundreds of meters, had been abandoned by the degenerates, leaving only a lone level 59 degenerate, nearly at the 6th ring of power, waiting in isolation. Through his observant eye, Chen Lin knew that swarm tactics would no longer work. They wouldn't just throw their lives away senselessly. Laetz, with his cold eyes and 6-meter-tall frame, spread his dark bone wings, exuding a formidable presence. The dark force of corruption condensed into tangible streams, dimming the surrounding light. Despite being several kilometers away, he stared intently at Chen Lin, the nauseating aura palpable even from this distance. Chen Lin's voice was cold and ruthless. He leaped from the top of Heiming, landing heavily on the ground. Then, like a drawn sword, he sped towards the giant city. Heiming, you take care of this one. I'll go and eliminate the other fallen creatures. Obey the master. At the command of his master, Heiming's body instantly swelled to a kilometer in size, and his dark flames exploded violently, sweeping across the land like a black calamity beast. With a thunderous roar, the kilometer-wide plain cracked open as Heiming swiftly shot forward, appearing in front of the giant city. Faced with the shadowy giant black wolf, hundreds of times larger than itself, the surroundings of Rayates were engulfed in shadow, yet its face remained utterly impassive. The gleaming black claws, like bolts of lightning, struck down in an instant. Upon contact, the corner of the city's stone wall, as hard as steel, shattered explosively, fragile as if made of paper. Just as the blow was about to strike Rayates, a barrier formed by a black, substantial flow of air blocked the attack from Heiming, a monstrous beast of lower life form. Rayates, undisturbed and with a calm demeanor, said, "Do you think killing an ant can overturn the heavens and the earth?" With a flick of his finger, the black barrier instantly expanded and exploded, repelling Heiming hundreds of meters away. Following this, the black power surged, transforming into a gigantic demonic blade over 100 meters long, emanating a terrifying corrupt aura that turned the surrounding weeds to ash. Rayates slowly reached out to grasp the demonic blade as dark currents flowed upwards, reaching a peak of terrifying intensity. With confidence, he declared, "As the son of the demon king of the fallen true race, I am no mere waste. Prepare to meet your demise." Rayates swung the massive blade fiercely, striking Heiming with a flash of golden light that was quickly corroded by the corrupt aura, causing cracks to appear. Roaring, Heiming grabbed the blade with both hands as the golden light shattered. The strike inflicted significant damage on Heiming. Rayates, expressionless, remarked, "Not bad. You've withstood my strike and earned the right to become my mount. I know you are bound by a contract with that human, so I'll offer you a chance. Spare his life, and I'll spare yours. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, unprecedented fury ignited in Heiming's eyes. He let out a ferocious roar as pitch-black flames engulfed his body, spreading over thousands of meters and forming an immensely fearsome phantom almost tangible, sending chills through all creatures. Sensing this overpowering force, Rayate's gaze turned solemn. He quickly formed a barrier to isolate the dark flames. However, Heiming's relentless attack made it impossible to maintain the barrier. As the sinister phantom's fiery claws tore through, the barrier cracked and then shattered, sending Rayates crashing to the ground. Heiming towered over him, not continuing the attack, quietly waiting for him to stand again. Rayate's face darkened as he slowly stood up, feeling the fragility of life and the terror of having it snatched away. Clenching his teeth, he growled, "Beast, I will make you pay a price worse than death." A terrifying energy burst forth from within him. However, just as the energy expanded to less than 10 meters, it abruptly halted, leaving Rayates puzzled. Why couldn't his domain expand? Was it being suppressed? Before he could react, a sinister shadow struck again. Boom! Rayates was hit and sent crashing through the sturdy city wall, flying hundreds of meters away. With a roar filled with rage, Rayates shot up into the sky. "Even without the boost of my fallen domain, I can still destroy you." He roared as his body swelled and black patterns covered his skin. His black bone wings unfurled, stretching over 100 meters. A pitch-black spear slowly formed in his hand. Black streams of energy wildly dispersed, the aura terrifying. Rayates bellowed, "Fallen demon shadow, embrace your death." He vanished on the spot, bursting forth in a trail of black flames. The sharp black spear aimed directly at Hyming. Reacting swiftly, Hyming used the advantage of the sinister shadow's attack range to knock Rayates down to the ground, creating a massive crater. Struggling to his feet, Rayates clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Since his birth, as a noble among the fallen, he had never suffered such humiliation. Bajin, activate the fallen sky seal array now. His voice transmitted through a floating gray eyeball to the distance. Instantly, a black canopy covered the entire city, and chains wrapped in fallen power extended from the void, firmly binding Hyming. Countless black streams invaded, threatening to assimilate him. Under the combined force of tens of thousands of the fallen, even a six-ring power would become a compliant puppet. Rayates laughed triumphantly. I will take my time torturing you. Hyming looked on coldly, as Tianyan merged three powers into one. The pitch-black flames expanded violently, a terrifying aura of death pervading the area. In that moment, any creature caught within the sea of black fire ceased to exist. Even eternal deities would fall. Meanwhile, Hyming's sinister shadow solidified, its presence overwhelmingly terrifying. Its eyes filled with the will of death. A mere glance could annihilate its target. Within this domain, his power was manifest, as if he ruled this land. The heavens darkened as the triple layers of gifted powers merged, creating a terrifying realm. Lyot's smile froze, his eyes filling with horror. Within the refinement death zone, not only was life being devoured and transformed by the dark flames, but it was also slowly fading under the erosion of deathly intent, a fact evident from his weakening aura. Curse you. Let's see whether you exhaust me first, or if I assimilate you. Lyot's expression twisted maniacally as all the fallen powers surged forth, merging into the chains. The erosive power instantly intensified. Countless forces of corruption enveloped Hyming completely, attempting to thoroughly contaminate his body and soul. Hyming roared skywards, his resolute will resisting the terrifying corruptive forces. Since birth, his mutation had left him scrawny and worthless, abandoned by the wolf pack in the harsh forest. Hunger and cold had him curled up in rock crevices, nearly lifeless. It was Chen Lin's summoning that saved him, giving him a new purpose. From that moment, Hyming resolved to never leave Chen Lin's side. Thus, he fought for Chen Lin, not just due to the contract, but because it gave his existence meaning. The fierce phantom also roared, not waiting for Hyming's command, as dark gray powers entwined and shattered the chains. Its massive claw swung down, tearing through the chains binding Hyming. Witnessing this, Lyate sneered as more chains appeared, piercing through Hyming. It's futile. Even with the power of 6 rings, you cannot escape. The fierce phantom slowly turned to look at Hyming, its gray eyes cold and merciless, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Lyates immediately sensed extreme danger, his body turning gray in an instant. Under that dreadful power, his life was nearly destroyed within seconds, on the brink of death. At that moment, a surge of black power erupted from Lyates, emitting an aura that corrupted all things, directly shattering the aura of death. Lyates looked pale as the protective power his father had given him vanished. He dared not linger and turned to flee. If he stayed, he would be eroded away by the dark flames and the pervasive deathly intent in the realm. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had already reached the vast palace square behind the giant city, his war spear thrown through the air. A silver light streaked through the sky, aimed directly at the densely packed tens of thousands of evil fallen. Bajin reacted instantly, his black greatsword blocking the war spear. The powerful impact forced him back several steps. Just then, Chen Lin approached, his silver fist striking fiercely on the war spear. It pierced through instantly, impaling the heart of the level 35 evil fallen, and gray blood splattered everywhere. Chen Lin's gaze remained calm as his war spear transformed into a halberd, sweeping all around. Under the gleam of the halberd, several nearby evil fallen burst apart, their flesh and blood flying. This terrifying scene caused countless evil fallen to no longer maintain their corruptive powers, retreating en masse. Thus, Haiming instantly broke all the chains, and the dark realm shattered and disappeared. Chen Lin decisively stepped forward, his foot smashing the ground tiles, charging into the midst of many evil fallen. Under the bright, re-illuminated light, the silver figure shone dazzlingly, resembling a radiant pearl. Chen Lin, holding a battle halberd, stood imposingly in front of the dark masses. His halberd fiercely cut through the air, making the ground tremble, and within moments, he had slain dozens of malevolent fallen beings. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, countless dark spikes hurled towards Chen Lin. With an expressionless face, he let the spikes come, his sturdy armor deflecting every attack. A 4-meter-tall fallen creature, with bulging muscles and eyes filled with rage, charged at Chen Lin. He coldly swung his halberd, cutting it down, blood and flesh splattering. Without mercy, Chen Lin flung the fallen creature's body towards its kin and said coldly, "Give me a year, and even slaughtering all of you, these alien fallen, will not be a difficult task." The 4-meter-tall fallen creature understood his words, his face turning ugly as he roared, "Assimilate him together." All the fallen beings immediately unleashed their corrupting powers towards Chen Lin. He quickly dodged the chain's attack and continued to slaughter the fallen. As they died, their blood and remains stained the surrounding land red, filling the air with the stench of blood. His silver armor was now dyed gray with blood, and Chen Lin exuded an aura of slaughter, almost transforming into a demonic creature. However, as time passed, more chains appeared, cornering him and blocking all escape routes. Eventually, Chen Lin was bound by the chains, his limbs and body restrained, trapping him in a predicament. The fallen beings, seeing this, revealed cruel smiles, preparing to assimilate him. Yet, Chen Lin seemed unaffected, as if all attacks were concentrated on his silver butterfly. Sensing the silver butterfly's weakness and erosion, his expression darkened, determined to reclaim it. Just then, a fierce roar echoed from afar. A massive corpse smashed through buildings, crashing into the group of fallen, crushing them into pulp. A gigantic black wolf charged towards the palace square, exuding a ferocious aura that instilled fear in all the fallen. Witnessing the enormous corpse, the fallen beings couldn't believe it. One of them exclaimed, "Lord Laetz is dead?" Fear struck the fallen, while Haiming glared at them with furious eyes. Under its intimidation, the fallen could not escape and were ultimately consumed by dark flames, turning to ash. All the shackles shattered under the sharp claws, and Chen Lin took a deep breath, feeling a connection with Indai, relieved to know it was safe. However, his brow furrowed when he saw the dark aura enveloping Haiming. Chen Lin realized that using the death pupil again could backlash against Haiming, a consequence it could not currently withstand. Sensing Chen Lin's concern, Haiming mentally reassured him, "Using it 2 more times should be fine, master." Chen Lin reluctantly petted Haiming, still harboring doubts. Hesitantly, he asked, "Is there a way to dispel this deathly aura?" Haiming responded, "It will dissipate over time." Chen Lin nodded and began to clear all the palaces, ensuring no evil beings survived. This area spanned thousands of meters, filled with uniquely styled buildings, all made from materials Chen Lin had never seen before. After searching for an hour, Chen Lin found no treasures. It seemed they had all been taken. At the last palace, he faced a massive door, resembling jade, over 10 meters wide and dozens of meters high. Chen Lin pushed the doors open with force, causing a thunderous noise as they swung inward. After making enough space to enter, Chen Lin stepped inside. Haiming, being too large even in its normal size, couldn't enter, but would not hesitate to destroy the palace should Chen Lin face any danger. The interior was vast, with towering columns and intricate patterns etched into the central floor, creating a mysterious atmosphere, something Chen Lin knew little about. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a trembling evil being in priestly robes, hiding behind a column, its face filled with fear. Chen Lin approached with his halberd, the sound intensifying the creature's terror. As the silvery figure approached, the creature collapsed, stammering, "Please, don't hurt me." Chen Lin's face remained expressionless. You invade worlds, slaughter my people, and now you're afraid? He lifted his halberd as the creature pleaded in human language. I didn't. I was born here. Never went to other worlds. Never harmed your kind. Chen Lin used a technique to check its level, his gaze icy as he pressed its head to the ground. Your kind not only slaughtered countless of my people, but also imprisoned them to nourish treasures with their blood. Haven't you ever tasted these fruits? Maybe you haven't directly killed anyone here, but you've been draining their blood daily. The creature's face turned pale under the growing pressure. These blood fruits are native to this world. Absorbing blood boosts strength, and consuming them grants immediate power increases. It had indeed tried many times but saw nothing wrong with it, believing that the weak naturally exist to be enslaved, and invading other worlds to strengthen one's tribe is necessary for survival, an ideology ingrained since birth. Chen Lin warned, the noise you've made must have alerted the other kingdoms. They'll soon send a cross-realm message, calling back our strong warriors. You'll surely die then. But I can activate the world's transport formation to help you escape. The creature spoke quickly, fearing its head might be crushed at any moment. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Lin's eyes. He felt that perhaps he could save the girl and the others. With a lifted spirit, Chen Lin swung his halberd without hesitation, striking beside the evil sacrificial creature, causing the ground to explode and terrifying it. Doubts crept into its mind about whether the teleportation array could handle so many people. 1,000? Or even more? The creature quickly realized that Chen Lin intended to rescue the others. Despite its inner panic, it knew that lying would lead to no good and could only answer truthfully. Relieved, Chen Lin let out a sigh, lifted his foot, and tapped the creature with his halberd, signaling it to stand up and follow him. The creature hurriedly complied, not daring to harbor any ill intentions. After all, it was acutely aware of the terror of those gray eyes in the sky, and how formidable Chen Lin and the creatures outside were. Once outside, Chen Lin grabbed the evil sacrificial creature with one hand and mounted Haiming, his dark steed, to discuss their plans. Haiming nodded, its gaze falling on the creature with a warning. If you dare harm anyone, I will end you instantly. As beasts grow stronger, they naturally grasp the universal language of the heavens, a legacy carried in their bloodline. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the creature did its best to prepare its body, signaling that it was ready to set out to retrieve the others. It then cautiously suggested, if you're going to fetch the people, we could use the airborne castle. It's large and fast. I can show the way. Minutes later, they arrived at a towering castle that soared into the clouds. With a mighty leap, Haiming ascended. The castle trembled momentarily but soon stabilized as countless gray lines emerged. The creature quickly urged Chen Lin to let it down, not daring to touch Haiming in the slightest. Chen Lin, unmercifully, smashed it onto the castle floor, knowing well that the creature's vitality was not fragile. Struggling to its feet without complaint, it immediately set to work piloting the airborne castle towards their destination. After 2 hours of flight, the castle hovered above a plantation. Chen Lin leaped down, creating a small crater, and looked around. It seemed deserted. Just then, a weary girl emerged, her limbs trembling and her voice shaky as she called him immortal. She had been waiting here, hoping for his return, looking up at the castle in the sky, her face filled with fear. It was a weapon of the evil ones. Immortal, are we in danger? She asked. Chen Lin gently reassured her, don't worry. Seeing the fear in her eyes, he understood her concerns and approached to pat her shoulder. The evil ones have been defeated by me. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, her expression curious. Immortal, may I take a look inside? Chen Lin nodded in agreement. After communicating with Haiming and waiting for the castle to land, he suggested the girl close her eyes. Obediently, she did so. Chen Lin, having removed his armor, gently picked her up and carried her into the castle. The sacrificial creature approached, wanting to ask if they should head to the base of the others, but Chen Lin gave it a cold glance, signaling it to keep its distance. He promised the girl that no evil ones would appear today. Hearing this, the creature stayed silent and proceeded to control the castle from within. Moments later, the castle landed on a flat hill, and Chen Lin, holding the girl's hand, led her down. They followed a narrow path, overgrown with weeds, to an underground area supported by a crude wooden structure, illuminated only by torches, where people crowded together. Upon seeing the girl walking with Xiaoyu, the man felt a sudden thrill in his heart. Xiaoyu? Who was she? It turned out she was the immortal, the very one known in legends for vanquishing all evil forces. This revelation excited him tremendously. When he shared his discovery, everyone around him was astounded, casting looks of awe and respect towards Chen Lin. He actually defeated all the evil fallen? Everyone watched him in astonishment, as he completely shattered the mythical image they had of him. With his fair and handsome face radiating a gentle glow, he seemed like a refreshing spring breeze. What was even more surprising was his youthful appearance, as if he were only 18 or 19 years old. Could he really be an immortal? Someone couldn't help but ask, only to receive a negative answer. He knew more. He knew that Chen Lin was not from the realm of immortals, but a powerful human from another world. Zhou Yuan cautiously asked, "Sir, what brings you here?" He was certain that Chen Lin was not from this world. Once, many powerful beings capable of moving mountains and overturning seas had lived here, but when the evil fallen invaded, most realized the overwhelming scale of the enemy and chose to flee. Those people would never return. Chen Lin briefly explained the situation. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, incredulous. Really? In fact, most knew that their survival was merely because the evil fallen needed their lives to cultivate precious materials. Like cats playing with mice, they would wait for them to move away and regain strength before striking again, capturing some of them. Even though they were aware of this, what could they do? They could only keep hiding, seeking ways to break free from this cage. Zhou Yuan, once a member of the resistance against the evil fallen, knew well that those powerful beings did not care about the lives of the weak. Otherwise, they would not have hesitated to leave this world. In his view, Chen Lin was also such a powerful being, able to freely travel between worlds. Chen Lin nodded and smiled, and hope gradually grew in the hearts of those watching. In this dark, lightless underground, they constantly hoped for a ray of light to shine down, which was also the reason they never gave up even in dire situations. Chen Lin said, "Let's go. Let's take everyone to a safe world." Although Blue Star was also full of dangers, even more so than here, being attacked by several different races, at least there were countless brave people standing on the front lines there, resisting all threats and protecting the peace of those behind them. They would soon join this battle of defense, vowing not to let any alien race step forward. Hours later, the Sky Castle returned to the palace square and landed, with hundreds of people descending step by step. Even though Chen Lin had declared that the evil fallen were eradicated, their faces still bore traces of fear. Chen Lin gently covered Xiao Yu's eyes as the evil fallen priest slowly appeared. Seeing this, everyone took a step back, their faces filled with wariness. The priest, unconcerned, quickly walked up to Chen Lin, guiding the way forward. Everyone moved toward the deepest part of the palace, where Haiming fully opened the great doors, and they filed in. As they stood at the center of the teleportation array, the priest immediately activated it, the process surprisingly simple. The teleportation array was already prepared, charged with vast amounts of energy, just waiting to be activated. Chen Lin closed his eyes and began to operate, not fully trusting the priest to handle everything, lest their interference lead to disaster for everyone involved. The coordinates for Blue Star are set for Fanyun City. The teleportation array has locked onto the location and is about to open a spatial channel. The estimated time is 59:59. Thunderous roars fill the air. The palace trembles under the surge of terrifying energy as a small crack appears in the sky, slowly widening. This sudden disturbance immediately catches the attention of those with gray eyes in other royal cities. Disaster strikes. The humans have activated the teleportation array. They're trying to escape. Bellows a 5-meter-tall fallen, standing atop the 100-meter-high city wall, voice filled with rage. They had expended countless resources and saved for a long time to use this teleportation opportunity, initially intended to transport blood fruits to their kin on an expedition. We cannot let them slip away, or the honor of the true fallen will be tarnished. With a roar, the 5-meter-tall fallen spreads its bony wings and soars into the sky. Following closely, countless fallen swarm in, covering the heavens. Within minutes, fallen from several royal cities, both from the 14 rings and the 5 rings, converge from all directions, quickly nearing their destination. Outside the palace, the Haiming senses this presence and slowly rises, gazing towards the sky with rapid thoughts transmitting. Master, many fallen are approaching. Chen Lin nods, stands up, and walks outside. Zhou Yuan, seeing this, immediately feels anxious and can't help but ask, "My lord, what has happened?" "You don't need to worry. Just stay calm here and wait to be teleported away." Hearing this, the girl looks at him worriedly. "Immortal, aren't you coming with us?" Chen Lin turns and smiles. "Remember what the immortal once said? No fallen shall appear today." He extends his arm, and a silver butterfly magically appears, gently landing on his arm. As the silver light flickers, armor envelopes his body. Stepping out of the palace, Chen Lin coldly addresses the sacrificial fallen. "Go, I won't kill you." Overjoyed, the sacrificial fallen hastily flees. However, a transparent magical sword sweeps from behind, instantly severing its body and shattering its spirit. "Granting you a painless death is my mercy." The fallen show no mercy, and neither does Chen Lin. He closes the palace doors, holding a battle halberd, and walks to the plaza with He Ming. Just then, fallen descend from the sky, perching on buildings. Still thinking of escaping? Bacham squints his black eyes. Chen Lin meets his gaze expressionless. "Unless I eliminate all of you, I will not leave." 5 hours remain until the end of the instance. Bacham laughs arrogantly, seemingly fearless. He doesn't rush to attack, but coldly watches the humans and beast races below with dozens of other fallen. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens, and the power of corruption spreads, eventually condensing into a shadowy figure hundreds of meters tall, clad in fierce armor, with indistinct facial features. A nauseating stench rapidly spreads, and black currents surge in all directions, immensely terrifying. Even with the protection of the silver butterfly, Chen Lin feels the threat. Suddenly, specks of black rain fall on his armor. Chen Lin looks up, his expression grave, as a dark domain spreads from the shadowy figure, quickly covering thousands of meters. In her mind, Indai immediately felt a warning, realizing that she was being gradually corrupted by this dark realm. A golden glow spontaneously enveloped her as she stared down the degraded phantom. Bacham emitted a piercing, mocking laugh, triumphant. The fallen throne of the Guanxiang tribe, gathering tens of thousands of evil forces, formed a fallen phantom with the formidable strength of 6 rings, even carrying a trace of the original force. Even facing the wolf, who also possessed the strength of 6 rings, it stood no chance. In this brutal confrontation, Indai felt the immense pressure and despair closing in from behind. Through the thick walls of the palace, a terrifying aura permeated the air, instilling fear in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a teleportation array activated, enveloping them in a dazzling light and whisking them away to safety, disappearing into a vast chasm. Chen Lin watched them leave safely, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, as he could now act without any reservations. High above, Bacham remained indifferent to those who had been teleported. His only desire was to keep Chen Lin. "Had you chosen to break out initially, with that fierce wolf present, we couldn't have stopped you. Yet, you chose to protect the innocents, sacrificing your chance to escape. Now, you will pay the price for your kindness." Chen Lin remained silent, drawing the Tianquan sword staff from his ring and casting enhancement and healing spells on Haiming. With a ferocious roar, Haiming transformed into a gigantic form, reaching a kilometer in size, filled with a menacing aura that rivaled that of the fallen celestial phantom. The 3 talents, Tianyin, greedy gluttony, and colossal diamond body, merged within Haiming, creating a new realm called Lientiangenyu. A dark flame burst forth with golden light, containing a suppressive force that instantly subdued the gloomy realm. The erosive force on Chen Lin vanished without a trace. Dozens of evil fallen ones, their faces tense, immediately retreated, not daring to stay within the black and gold realm. This is impossible. This realm is completely different from before. Staying there, I felt not only a loss of life force, but also my power being suppressed. The evil fallen ones retreated next to the fallen celestial phantom, watching the gray realm being suppressed by the black and gold realm, all drawing a sharp breath. Above Hyming's head, instead of a fierce phantom, numerous golden and black patterns intertwined, emitting a mysterious and majestic light. The terrifying suppressive power enveloped the surroundings, and the black and gold power erupted as if subduing spirits from hell. With another mighty roar, under the enhancement of Lientiangenyu, Hyming's body became even more robust, and his defensive power increased significantly. His power also transformed, each strike carrying a suppressive force that instilled fear in others. Seeing this, the dozens of evil fallen ones looked even more solemn. Without hesitation, they infused their fallen power into the fallen celestial phantom. Thunderous booms followed. The fallen celestial phantom instantly grew 100 meters taller, becoming even more massive, with black bony wings spanning a kilometer, emitting a terrifying aura. The gray realm quickly expanded, constantly clashing with Lientiangenyu, the two powers incompatible. The shockwaves from the gray and black gold forces collided, spreading in all directions. Chen Lin stood aside, like a summoner, merely providing enhancements to Hyming. The battle had already exceeded anyone's capabilities. Meanwhile, in a distant world, within a gray palace filled with a terrifying fallen aura, a group of women clad in gray armor and black feathered wings knelt on the ground, serving. Markings of black bony wings on their foreheads indicated they had been transformed into fallen beings from other races. They would only obey their master's will. The humanoid creature sitting on a throne of bones suddenly opened its black eyes, a profoundly terrifying aura awakening but was retracted before spreading. An evil fallen had used my power. Immersed in his memories, Duo Tian Shuiying quietly searched for fragments of the past. Suddenly, a mysterious connection drew him to an unfamiliar realm. A faint gray light flickered in his eyes as if awakening. Oh, the atmosphere here is quite unique, Duo Tian thought, slightly surprised. His gaze then shifted to Chen Lin. A human? Could this be the border world of our race? How did he get here? Through an upgrade instance? After pondering for a moment, Duo Tian realized that this wasn't a difficult question to answer. Any human could clarify. What truly shocked him was that this human was only level 20. Yet, upon sensing further, Duo Tian was even more astonished to find that the black wolf accompanying the human was less than half a year old. Such incredible combat strength shortly after birth? Its potential is truly remarkable. Duo Tian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just then, with a roar, Hyming swiftly broke through the gloomy domain, ignoring all obstacles and lunged at Duo Tian. Its claws, emanating a dark light, ferociously tore 4 deep gashes. Duo Tian frowned slightly, feeling the weakness of his shadowy form, seemingly unable to exert his full strength. In an instant, the power of corruption surged, transforming into a black spear over 500 meters long. Duo Tian quickly retreated thousands of meters, trying to distance himself from Hyming. However, Hyming relentlessly pursued, even faster, regaining the upper hand. The terrifying oppressive force caused Duotian's shadow to hesitate, slowing his movements. Seizing the moment, Hyming leapt high, attacking with both claws. Under the immense oppressive force, it smashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater with a deafening crash. Hyming charged again, bolstered by the Lientiangenyu domain, its physical prowess unmatched in close combat, giving Duo Tian no chance to breathe. It continuously overpowered Duo Tian, its claws frantically tearing while releasing twin gray eyes of death, severely weakening Duotian's strength. Even though Duo Tian Shuiying wasn't a true living being, The eyes of death still struck a fatal blow without mercy. Duotian's gaze grew solemn as he observed Haiming. Despite being unaffected by death, the potential of this black wolf was too astonishing, and it seemed to be commanded by a human. This situation had to be addressed. Otherwise, the human camp might soon gain a powerful leader. No matter where he was, the expansion of the evil fallen race posed a threat, since the worlds they invaded were invariably human territories. With a thunderous boom, all the corruptive power burst forth, blasting Haiming away. Duotian compacted his domain, making it more robust, then shot straight into the sky. Following that, endless corruptive power surged from all directions. All the evil fallen were terrified as their power was ruthlessly drained. "I'll borrow your lives for a moment." Duotian's gaze was indifferent. Trading tens of thousands of weaker evil fallen for a human with the potential of a king was, in his view, absolutely worth it. As evil forces surged, the protagonist's body gradually withered away until death was imminent. In the hands of the fallen angel, a colossal black spear, stretching a kilometer long, took form. The terrifying energy fissured the air, sending black currents exploding in every direction, creating a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. Yet that was not all. The grim, surrounding realm began to contract, eventually concentrating on the black spear itself. This marked the peak of control over the realm after ascending the throne, a power unmatched by any creature. This force could not only spread to suppress foes, but also compress to amplify the strength of the realm. When attached to a weapon, its power was magnified even further. With a calm gaze, the fallen angel aimed the black spear at Chen Lin's position. In the next moment, a surge of black energy burst forth, and a massive shadow emerged to block the path, staring down the fallen angel. "I knew you would come to protect your master. Die!" The fallen angel sneered. However, the next instant, his movements abruptly halted. The refining power of the heavenly prison, instead of spreading as expected, began to implode, the energy explosively compressing as if on the verge of collapse. Eventually, it successfully adhered to the entire body of the shadow, even merging with it. Black and golden patterns shimmered, unleashing supreme suppressive force. The ground instantly collapsed, turning rocks into dust. "My God!" the protagonist exclaimed in utter shock. A cry of astonishment escaped the fallen angel. Yet, he quickly regained his ferocity. "Perish now." With that, the black spear, held by the fallen angel, shot forward, tearing through the air like black lightning striking right before the shadow. The destructive force of this strike was unimaginable, but within the surrounding suppressive force, its speed drastically slowed, as if mired in a swamp. The shadow roared, seizing the spear tip, and the two terrifying forces collided instantly, triggering a massive shockwave that affected tens of thousands of meters. The black and golden patterns wildly flickered, emitting even more dazzling light, as the shadow's defense and strength gradually intensified, steadily advancing. Under the impact of the terrifying forces, the ground continued to collapse. The shadow of the fallen angel swiftly dove down, pressing both palms onto the black spear, enhancing the impact force. The shadow staggered back several steps on the ground. Yet, the situation was far from over. The fallen angel exerted all his might to enhance the corruption of the black spear, making it even sharper. However, this also caused his shadow to gradually dissipate, losing the power to sustain itself. After minutes of intense collision and friction between the two forces, the black spear tip developed cracks that rapidly spread, as if about to shatter. "Ah!" the shadow roared, unleashing all its power, and the black spear instantly crumbled into countless fragments. At the same time, the shadow of the fallen angel completely dissipated, turning into a black mist that vanished into the air. In the final moments, the fallen angel deeply gazed at Chen Lin, memorizing his appearance. Chen Lin, undaunted, met his gaze firmly. Returning to the Gray Palace, Duotian rose from her throne, her presence as deep and suffocating as an abyss, causing all the witches to tremble and kneel before her. Despite being only level 20, Duotian's domain pressure was immense. She wondered if she was emulating herself. Gazing ahead, Duotian was astounded by her insight into the Black Wolf's capabilities. Moreover, she knew she needed to perfectly control her own power to manipulate it at will. To ascend to the throne and break through to the 10th ring, one must not only consolidate their domain but also master their power to the utmost. Yet, the Black Wolf seemed to have achieved this, despite being only level 20. This meant that, given enough time, it could easily reach the realm of the throne. Taking a deep breath, Duotian recalled the years it took her to break from the 9th ring, to consolidate her domain and master her power. It seemed the Black Wolf had done so effortlessly, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Reflecting on the battle, Duotian noticed something peculiar. The Black Wolf's domain did not manifest externally but seemed to merge within itself, a state only those above the throne could achieve. Monster, Duotian sighed. Though shocked, she quickly composed herself. As a throne holder, she wouldn't lose her composure over a nascent prodigy. Whenever the evil Dwusian race was about to destroy a world, human races would always produce some extraordinarily talented individuals, accustomed to such occurrences and dubbed as the favored children of the world's destiny. Silently, Duotian took out a gray talisman to record information about Chen Lin. This was the evil Dwusian's hit list, marking any human prodigy with the potential for the throne. All Dwusian of the 6th ring could see this list, to swiftly eliminate such individuals when encountered. After completing this, Duotian leaned back on her throne, closed her eyes, and pondered deeply. Meanwhile, in a devastated land, Haiming towered into the clouds, his body adorned with black and gold divine patterns, exuding a domineering aura. Chen Lin deactivated his enhancement and recovery spells, feeling exceptionally groggy and his vision blurred. Even with the spiritual recovery from the Tianquan sword staff, the gap between him and Haiming was vast, and maintaining the enhancements was too draining. After less than 10 minutes of combat, he felt overwhelmed. Looking around, Chen Lin sighed, regretting that these evil Dwusian had been sacrificed, otherwise, he could have gained more attributes. Watching Haiming approach, he reached out to pat its head. After a moment, the prompt for the end of the instance sounded. In the next moment, they vanished from the spot. The time was up, and based on his performance, the score was settled with a total of 56,666 evil Dwusian killed, successfully defeating the 6th ring power shadow of Duotian, and saving 974 people. Congratulations to Chen Lin. His rating has soared to perfection. As a summoning swordsman, his growth attributes have increased from 10 to 15. Additionally, his enhanced spell and healing spell have been upgraded, making them more powerful. What excites him the most, however, is that his summoning spell has been elevated to divine summoning. Standing in his dorm room, Chen Lin gazed at the floating frame before him, feeling secretly fortunate. Although he hadn't advanced to a hidden class profession, he still had a chance to re-enter the upgrade dungeon and strive for a perfect rating. He carefully examined his skills and noticed that the basic attribute increase of his enhanced spell had risen from 20% to 35%, and the healing speed of his healing spell had also become faster, even though it now consumed twice as much mana. But what truly thrilled him was the upgrade of his summoning spell to divine summoning, which meant he could now summon beings with a divine aura, filling him with anticipation. Although he was ready to start summoning, Chen Lin didn't rush. Instead, he checked the latest news on his phone. He breathed a sigh of relief when he read about the appearance of hundreds of people in Fanyun City, glad that no mishap had occurred. According to the report, these people came from another world, their homeland destroyed by the invasion of malevolent forces, turning them into slaves for resources. Fortunately, a warrior in silver armor had rescued them, transporting them to Blue Star. From the description, it was likely that this warrior was a professional undergoing ascension. Chen Lin wasn't worried about their resettlement, as the multiverse housed countless races, and such occurrences were not unusual. Lastly, Chen Lin saw a photo showing the tormented individuals regaining their strength thanks to the blood fruit of Zhou Yuan. This allowed him to relax, easing the tension that had been building up. Overwhelmed by fatigue, realizing he hadn't slept for 2 days straight, Chen Lin collapsed onto his bed and instantly fell into a deep sleep. Late one night, three exhausted young people returned to their dormitory to find Chen Lin already sound asleep in his bed. Feng Yi, with bloodshot eyes and grinding his teeth in frustration, angrily woke him up. Chen Lin sat up in panic, completely bewildered. Feng Yi accused him. Do you realize what's happened? After the military released the video of you slaying the three-headed serpent, it caused a huge stir on the forums. Everyone realized it was your skill, not connections, that got you through. They felt the pressure and started taking on missions desperately, even pulling all-nighters. We've been forced to do the same, or we'll fall behind. Chen Lin was utterly shocked, having not anticipated such a reaction. Feng Yi continued to vent. We're so tired we can hardly stand it. Aren't we even allowed a couple hours of rest? That's when Chaoyang suggested, how about we continue our mission and have some barbecue on the way? Pointing to the food on the table. Feng Yi, skeptical, couldn't believe it as he thought their team, Lark Squad, was already pushing their limits and couldn't possibly be outdone. Chaoyang sighed and explained, they've released a guide on how to complete the most missions in the shortest time, sparking everyone's competitive spirit. Forming squads of 4 to tackle consecutive mutant beast missions cuts down travel time. 2 team up to fight, then rest in the vehicle while the other 2 head to the next location. This rotation even saves on sleeping time, making it more efficient than those who sleep merely 2 hours a day. Hearing this, the 3 fell silent. Even Chen Lin stopped eating, stunned by the strategy. Feng Yi took a deep breath, stood up, and decided to press on, leaving behind his unfinished meal. Li Zhongfeng silently followed suit, and Chaoyang quickly gathered their gear and hurried off. Chen Lin, watching their backs, felt a pang of emotion with no choice but to follow them to the mission site. After a long day, and despite previous collaborations with Qin Kong, Chen Lin's ranking had dropped from the top 10 to well beyond 2,000, highlighting the fierce competition. Reflecting for a moment, Chen Lin then took on a level 59 Dark Gold Berserker Bear task and a 6th-tier mission, leaving a stunned female soldier behind. Had she seen it wrong? A 6th-tier mission required defeating a beast with both intelligence and tremendous strength, a task even their instructors hadn't managed to complete. At headquarters, Yang Xiao touched his forehead in surprise, always amazed by Chen Lin's ability to bring surprises. Remembering Chen Lin's past breakthroughs, he couldn't help but look forward to his future performances. If he actually succeeded, he definitely needed to tell Zhang Ge. Drones continued to follow Chen Lin from the air, specially assigned to him after he had vanished upon leveling up to 20 and possibly moved to a different location. Riding on Heiming, Chen Lin quickly reached deep into the mountains where he encountered the Dark Gold Berserker Bear. Sensing imminent danger, the Dark Gold Violent Bear suddenly opened its profound eyes, its massive body towering into the clouds. Merely this action was enough to shake the surrounding earth as a fierce aura rapidly filled the air. It roared, determined to drive the intruder out of its territory, for it sensed a great threat from the diminutive Black Wolf. Although it appeared small, Chen Lin quietly leaped down, landing with enough force to create a small crater, then stepped back, leaving the fight to He Ming. Realizing he couldn't match He Ming's acceleration and strength, and outclassed by his opponent, he felt helpless. Continuing this way would only lead to his capture, and he would no longer be able to keep up with He Ming. A single misstep could lead to instant defeat by the enemy. To quickly accumulate contribution points, he decided to exchange for rare metallic materials to assist in dye infusion. Watching his master retreat safely, He Ming turned around, his cold gray eyes fixed on the Dark Gold Violent Bear. In the next moment, its body rapidly expanded, growing over a kilometer long with a shoulder height of 650 meters. Its ferocious and terrifying presence burst forth, making even the Dark Gold Violent Bear tremble with fear. Yet, the bear responded with rage, roaring defiantly. My God, wasn't that Black Wolf just a few hundred meters before? In the blink of an eye, it's as if it grew a whole kilometer. The female officer at the command center couldn't help but cover her mouth, filled with astonishment. What exactly powers such a transformation? Yang Xiao was equally shocked. After all, before Chen Lin summoned such a creature, humanity had never witnessed such a powerful SSS tier growth talent. A dark shadow burst forth suddenly, with pitch-black flames exploding in the air, revealing a menacing phantom over 2,000 meters tall. This terrifying and violent presence instilled fear in all nearby creatures as the dark flames enveloped an area of 6,000 meters. However, the shadow quickly contracted back to just over 2,000 meters to conserve energy. After battling with the fallen, Hyming significantly improved his control over his domain and power. During the fierce confrontation with the mutated beast, both parties demonstrated incredible vitality, prolonging the battle and necessitating substantial time for recovery. Yet, with some clever tactics, Hyming could continue to fight. Accompanied by the roar of the dark gold violent bear, sharp currents of air surged around it, its claws gleaming with golden light, powerful enough to tear apart mountains. However, in front of the massive phantom over 2,000 meters tall, the 600-meter stature of the dark gold violent bear seemed trivial. The dark flames clawed down fiercely, and the dark gold violent bear resisted valiantly. Explosions echoed through the skies as black and gold shockwaves rampaged, causing the earth to tremble violently. The sharp currents of air failed to affect the menacing phantom, being completely devoured instead. The dark gold violent bear felt immense pressure as the ground beneath it began to collapse, with cracks spreading outwards, emitting a deafening roar. Despite its efforts to withstand, its knees soon began to buckle. The dark gold violent bear roared again, its strength increasing, muscles bulging, and even more ferocious currents of air burst forth. It faced the pressure unyieldingly, with a defiant roar reverberating through the air. Suddenly, the pressure on its palms vanished as the actions of the menacing phantom changed. In the moment of hesitation from the dark gold violent bear, Hyming had already flashed in front of it, its huge black claws tearing through, leaving deep gashes. The dark gold violent bear was in agony, especially after realizing its defenses had been breached, with the dark flames consuming its life, its eyes filled with ferocity. A frenzied battle ensued, with blood staining the ground red. However, only the dark gold violent bear's blood flowed. Hyming remained unscathed. With the power of the menacing phantom, it was as if Hyming was fighting two against one, torturing the dark gold violent bear. But its strong vitality kept it going, even under crushing defeat. It did not fall immediately. Eventually, the dark gold violent bear had to yield. Hyming watched coldly, unmoved. Seeing this, the dark gold violent bear knew it had to fight back desperately, bellowing into the sky, its voice stirring the surrounding air. Its momentum surged, with powerful currents spreading in all directions. Hyming's gaze sharpened, ready for the confrontation. The next moment, with the sound of the ground bursting, the dark gold violent bear suddenly turned and dashed towards the depths of the mountains. It broke through giant trees along its path, with dust billowing and an impressive display of force. The dark gold violent bear fled the battlefield, and Hyming watched it disappear into the distance, feeling helpless. At level 59, Hyming was just a step away from becoming a colossal beast, not foolish at all. This scene left the relatively inexperienced Hyming puzzled, but he quickly caught on and chased after it. With agility over 2,500, Hyming's speed reached its peak, quickly closing the distance with the dark gold violent bear. The dark gold savage bear glanced back and immediately felt a shiver of terror. It let out a tremendous roar that echoed throughout the valley, its sound traveling dozens of kilometers. At the same time, a colossal beast, slumbering atop a mountain, slowly opened its eyes, its body emanating countless blue lightning bolts, crackling loudly. Accompanied by a terrifying roar in the trembling air, trees swayed wildly under the impact of the sound waves, which spread over 100 kilometers. Delighted, the dark gold savage bear halted and turned around, roaring, "The king has awakened. Your fate is sealed." Hyming remained unmoved, his gray eyes fixed on the center of the roaring, his expression grave. As the ground trembled, a giant beast, standing a kilometer tall and flickering with blue lightning, shaped like a bear and standing upright, emerged. The dark gold savage bear ran to its side, bellowing, "O king! This intruder came into our territory unprovoked, seeking to eliminate me. The indestructible wild bear, upon hearing this, with eyes twinkling with blue lightning, stared at He Ming, his voice deep and commanding, proclaiming his might. You are powerful, but you are no match for me. Surrender. Humans have long troubled us in these mountains, and now that they are unguarded, it is time to overthrow them. Hearing that the indestructible wild bear wanted to subdue the opponent, the dark gold savage bear shook his head repeatedly, pleading, O king, he stands with the humans. We should eliminate him instead. The indestructible wild bear's gaze darkened, decreeing, traitors must die. As his words fell, thunder erupted instantaneously, spreading wildly, shattering giant trees and splitting rocks. The previously clear sky now furiously unleashed lightning, with thunderous sounds reaching tens of thousands of meters, and dark clouds densely covering all light. A storm eye of thunder formed above the indestructible wild bear, immensely terrifying. From afar, it seemed as if the apocalypse had arrived. This level 62 giant beast's might was earth-shattering, surpassing that of the fallen celestial phantom, for it was genuinely existent. This royal lineage made Chen Lin feel the gravity of the situation, immediately casting an enhancement spell on He Ming. The dark gold savage bear excitedly looked around, draped in dazzling blue lightning, each breath accompanied by deafening thunder. The might of the indestructible wild bear chilling everyone at the command center. Prepare to meet your death, traitor! Roared the indestructible wild bear, stepping towards He Ming, the distance of several kilometers shrinking instantly beneath its massive form. As the sinister phantom above He Ming dissipated and the dark flames retracted, thinking the indestructible wild bear was extending an olive branch, He Ming slowly spoke, It's too late to submit now. Oh, enough with the nonsense. Truly annoying. The indestructible wild bear's gaze turned icy, the ground beneath him instantly exploding as he swiftly charged toward He Ming. In that moment, a dark flame infused with terror and oppression erupted from He Ming's body. Mysterious patterns of black and gold surfaced, enveloping his entire form. An overwhelming aura swept through the area, spreading in all directions. This scene weighed heavily on the spirit and body of the indomitable bear, and at the same time, the domain of thunder was swiftly suppressed. This is the power of Lin Tianjinyu, controlled by the master. At that moment, the colossal He Ming appeared like a demon ruling over heaven and earth, its terrifying aura spreading relentlessly around it. The indestructible wild bear's eyes were filled with terror, unable to believe that its opponent had suddenly become so powerful. It stared at the oppressive black claws, which struck like black lightning, tearing through the air with a deafening roar, and instantly lashed out at its adversary. Boom! The horrific collision of black, gold, and blue forces unleashed shockwaves like a tsunami, sweeping across all directions with astonishing force. The blue lightning violently exploded, thundering incessantly. The indestructible wild bear exerted all its strength, trying to break free from the suppression with its domain power. However, Lin Tianjinyu stood unshaken, unwavering. Even the gray domain, filled with the power of a king, could not surpass this terrifying domain forged from a fusion of 3 innate powers. Roaring furiously, the indestructible wild bear, with a palm charged with endless thunderous rage, struck at its opponent. Unfazed, He Ming's claw shimmered with black light, the mysterious patterns of gold and black gleaming as it met the attack head-on. Boom! The two colossal beasts clashed violently, their impacts sending shockwaves through the ground, causing the earth to crumble and vegetation to vanish. Lightning from the stormy skies struck He Ming periodically, but it stood resilient, using its formidable defense to resist without flinching. Any slight vulnerability would be seized by the indestructible wild bear to dominate the fight. From a distance, Chen Lin watched this battle that surpassed 5th-tier combat power, silently casting healing spells. Initially, the two sides were evenly matched, but the situation quickly shifted, which infuriated the indestructible wild bear. It roared, You frail human! How dare you interfere in our fight? Hearing this, He Ming's gaze instantly turned icy. Foolish creature! dare to insult my master?" Its attacks became even more fierce and ruthless. Roaring, the indestructible wild bear commanded, "Xiong air, kill that human." It too became crazed, fearless in its thunder domain, not believing that the black wolf could defeat it. Each lightning strike carried a paralyzing effect, which was minor at first but would gradually intensify, slowing its movements and weakening its power. By then, the indestructible wild bear vowed to devour this black wolf, which had been calling it trash. Roaring in obedience, the dark gold savage bear, with its dense, sharp teeth bared and a ferocious gaze, eagerly charged towards Chen Lin. This human brought that black wolf, intending to kill me. Roar. I will crush this ant, showing him the consequences of angering me. Infuriated, He Ming roared, seeking death. Its gray eyes flickered with the aura of death, turning the area around the dark gold savage bear into a desolate gray. Though the mutated beast was resilient, and the dark gold savage bear was injured and fell, it was not yet dead. In the fleeting moment of utter darkness, the indomitable bear demonstrated the ferocity of thunder. Its claws transformed into a dazzling pool of lightning, striking down upon Hyming's head with explosive force. The ground shattered under the impact as Hyming's body sank. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the indomitable bear pressed down on Hyming, unleashing continuous thunderous attacks. Chen Lin watched anxiously, immediately casting a healing spell, though it drained him significantly. Struggling to rise, the dark gold berserker bear roared and charged at Chen Lin. Overwhelmed by the power of the domain, Hyming knew that even if he merged with his domain to reach his peak strength, he could not defeat the indomitable bear. Exhausted, Hyming was inevitably facing grave danger, making it wise to bide some time, meaning Chen Lin had to confront the dark gold berserker bear alone. Despite the bear's severe injuries, a conjured sword couldn't instantly defeat it. After all, a 39-level difference was substantial. Just as Chen Lin considered a strategic retreat to delay the enemy, a thunderous noise erupted from afar. Through the rolling dust, a woman clad in golden armor, wielding a 4-meter halberd, raced towards them. Her speed was incredible, each step cracking the ground beneath her, her power immense, like a dragon diving into the sea. As she neared the dark gold berserker bear, she swung her massive halberd, which expanded to over 20 meters in length. With a leap, she struck down at the bear, her roar echoing through the skies. The bear's body sustained deep new wounds under her devastating strike. Furious, the dark gold berserker bear tried to crush her like an ant under its paw. Ji Fei's eyes sparkled with battle intent. Her halberd grew heavier, cracking the ground as it expanded. With a thunderous crash, she dodged the bear's strike and swept her halberd through its body, her roar resonating through the valley. The bear, weakened and nearly drained of life, could not muster even a fraction of its strength and let out a pitiful roar. Within minutes, its massive body collapsed, life hanging by a thread. However, just as Ji Fei moved to deliver the final blow, the dark gold berserker bear suddenly erupted with a dense burst of energy, capable of piercing through meters of steel. Prepared for such an eventuality, Ji Fei's vitality surged, almost solidifying around her body and halberd. A sweep of her red halberd dispersed the energy burst. Desperation filled the bear's eyes as it cried for help. Ji Fei, undeterred, leaped high, her massive halberd crashing down with immense force. The ground cracked under the impact, dust filling the air. Breathing out a long sigh, Ji Fei's vitality slowly faded, and her halberd returned to its original size. She glanced at Chen Lin, a calm smile on her face as she approached. Did you see that? The heroic intervention of your mentor, was it not moving? Reflecting on the fierce battle, Chen Lin couldn't help but think of Ji Fei as a female tyrannosaur. Ji Fei glanced at Chen Lin and noticed his silence, his eyes revealing a hint of danger, as if he could see right through her thoughts. She wondered, is this the legendary woman's intuition? Chen Lin shook his head, trying to change the subject, and asked, Director Ji, what brings you to this place? It's quite dangerous here, and I came specifically to check on you. Oh, I see, Ji Fei replied with a slight smile, her lips curling up in a mysterious grin. Do you trust me then? Gazing at the halberd in her hands, Chen Lin thought confidently, of course. Meanwhile, He Ming, seeing his master unharmed, felt a weight lift off his chest. He summoned his Liantian Jinyu back to his side, instantly doubling its suppressive power, breaking the immortal berserk bear's bonds. The battle resumed with renewed ferocity. Both sides inflicted severe damage on each other. The scene was breathtakingly intense. The ground shattered, mountains crumbled, and the fires of war spread, all in a display of awe-inspiring might. After half an hour of fierce combat, the entire landscape was severely damaged, marked everywhere by destruction. The indomitable berserk bear and He Ming were covered in wounds, with blood flowing continuously. They locked eyes, knowing that a critical moment of life and death had arrived. Behind the battlefield, Chen Lin had exhausted his recovery abilities, his mental strength nearly depleted, doing his best to maintain his enhancement spell. The indomitable berserk bear roared, his voice thundering like a storm. Must you push me to unleash my final strike? Then brace yourself to become nothing but char under the thunder. Suddenly, massive storm clouds, thousands of meters high, grew more turbulent and lightning, like the wrath of heaven and earth, ravaged the ground, creating a terrifying storm's eye. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, the light completely vanished, leaving only the relentless thunder cracking across the sky. All the lightning elements within tens of thousands of meters frenziedly converged, amassing a destructive force. He Ming felt a numbing sensation all over, realizing there was no escape. Undeterred, he controlled the forces of the refining heaven prison, slowly condensing them. The power roared as it compressed, ready to burst at any moment. In just a few seconds, He Ming was enveloped by his domain, which then merged into his body. Mysterious patterns of black and gold sparkled brilliantly, and an irresistible oppressive force was swiftly unleashed, causing the ground to instantly collapse and crumble. A majestic and domineering aura swept across thousands of meters. He Ming felt numb, destroyed by the overwhelming force. Amidst the dark clouds, on one side there was the fierce flashing of thunder, as if divine retribution had descended. On the other stood a towering wolf, its body adorned with black and gold patterns, gazing at the heavens like a deity. The two terrifying forces divided the earth, creating a spectacular scene. The moment of truth has arrived, a female officer in the command center said anxiously. Everyone's heart was racing, their expressions grave. The storm's eye gathered all its lightning, forming a column thousands of meters high, which, accompanied by the indomitable berserk bear's roar, crashed down in an instant. The entire world plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the pillar of blue lightning, descending like the column of doomsday. Boom! Under the massive column of lightning, everything was instantly destroyed. He Ming completely engulfed. The earth disintegrated like froth under the horrific force. Seconds passed, and the indomitable berserk bear's form began to waver, gasping heavily, nearly at its limit. It struggled to raise its head, only to see the land within thousands of meters had vanished. Yet in a crater over 300 meters deep, the large black wolf still stood unyielding, its black and gold patterns dazzlingly brilliant. In the dim world, it became the sole beacon of attention.
Impossible.
This can't be. The indomitable berserk bear watched in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. As the oppressive force enveloped its entire body, the ground under He Ming cracked, advancing toward the indomitable berserk bear. His eyes were icy and merciless, filled only with the intent to kill. To the indestructible berserk bear, the enemies surrounding it were nothing more than insignificant prey. Suddenly, it erupted in rage, its body faintly flickering with blue lightning, as if making a final stand. However, that power vanished in an instant, like a candle in the wind. Facing death, the indestructible berserk bear refused to submit to the traitors. In that instant, He Ming surged forward, its claws carrying a terrifying force of suppression, and slammed the bear into the ground with ferocious power, shattering the earth around them. The indestructible berserk bear, unable to break free, could only let out roars of humiliation. Finally, under Heiming's ruthless claws, the bear was on its last breath and ultimately defeated. This showcased the terrifying vitality of mutant beasts who could endure so long even without the ability to fight back. As the last spark of life faded from the indestructible berserk bear, cheers erupted from the command center. Victory! This summoned creature was simply awe-inspiring, almost divine. Even under the catastrophic thunder columns, it stood unyielding, leaving everyone in awe. They would remember this moment for a lifetime. Yang Xiao smiled, his perspective as a peak ninth-turn warrior allowing him to appreciate the richness of life. Controlling a domain was something only a king could achieve. Even now, he was only just managing to condense his own domain, still far from true mastery. It was astonishing that Chen Lin's Black Heiming had already achieved this. Even more surprising was its ability to merge domains, a signature skill of a king.
Incredible! Exclaimed Yang Xiao.
However, the more monstrous Chen Lin's summoned creature appeared, the happier he felt. It meant that once it matured, it could stand alone on the battlefield, alleviating the pressure on humanity. Jealousy? No, just tears uncontrollably streaming down, which Yang Xiao quickly wiped away. He had been unable to break through to the 10th turn and become a king, possibly due to insufficient perception, despite a year of effort. How had Chen Lin's summoned creature mastered it at level 20, especially when it hadn't shown such power in previous battles? Yang Xiao shook his head, quickly dispelling the doubts in his mind to avoid becoming lost in thought. On the edge of the war-torn land, Ji Fei gazed at the massive Black Heiming, deeply moved by its rapid growth, surpassing their mentor in just 5 days. Chen Lin chuckled, acknowledging Black Heiming's prowess. Ji Fei nodded in agreement, looking at Chen Lin's armor. "What's the name of your summoned creature?" she asked. "Silver Butterfly," he replied. A flash of silver light transformed the armor into a butterfly, gracefully landing on Chen Lin's shoulder. Ji Fei leaned in closer, marveling. Such an unprecedented summoned creature. Feeling the warmth on his neck, Chen Lin instinctively turned away. Ji Fei laughed. "What's the matter? Haven't even tried and already being picky?" Chen Lin shook his head. "Mentor, I'm quite serious." He sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his energy, preparing for the next battle. Ji Fei sat nearby, humming a tune, playfully spinning her war halberd. Meanwhile, it took Black Heiming about 15 minutes to completely devour the indestructible berserk bear, gaining 100 evolution points. Its size increased by 1 meter, and all attributes increased by 2 points, though such changes were barely noticeable on its kilometer-sized frame. Having grown through the ordeal of consuming thousands of malevolent beings, Heiming, a level 62 royal mutant beast, stood impressively over the corpse of the dark gold violent bear. Its gray eyes emitted a chilling coldness as dark flames enveloped its body, devouring everything around it. Although Heiming was unable to personally crush the trash that insulted its master, it felt a tinge of discomfort inside. With a roar, after everything was settled, Heiming's form shrank, and the divine patterns on its body faded. It returned to Chen Lin's side and lay down, yet still enveloped in a fierce and tyrannical aura, exuding a terrifying presence. Despite barely withstanding the fatal blow from the indomitable wild bear and being pushed to its limits, with the sky prison divine pattern nearly shattered, Heiming persisted without showing any signs of fatigue. When a human sitting next to its master greeted it, Heiming paid no attention and closed its gray eyes, resting quietly. In its view, all beings other than Chen Lin were merely food. 2 hours later, Chen Lin opened his eyes, communicated mentally with He Ming to ensure everything was all right, and then set off resolutely to pursue his next target. As Chen Lin and He Ming sped away, Ji Fei followed closely, her heart filled with worry, fearing any unforeseen incidents. By early morning, after defeating the 3rd level, 60 giant beast, Chen Lin and He Ming took a brief rest before heading back to the base. In the Balian Mountains, there were only 15 giant beasts, and in just 1 day, Chen Lin had successfully eliminated 1/5 of them, a feat that thrilled the command center. His strength was truly formidable. Moreover, he had also eliminated 10 level, 50 plus mutant beasts. With a bit more time, Chen Lin could completely resolve the disturbances in the Balian Mountains, allowing them to deploy more personnel to support the increasingly dire situation at the Wushan base. Currently, there are only 5 level, 70 plus giant beasts within the Huaxia territory, all residing in a restricted area, rarely showing themselves. These beasts are so rare because 10 years ago, when the fourth strongest human was still at the 9-turn realm, he had nearly wiped out all the powerful mutant beasts before heading to the frontline battlefield. Today, the 5 giant beasts in the restricted area keep a low profile, not making any rash moves unless they are sure no human powerhouses are stationed there. Suddenly, Yang Xiao asked if the top-tier summoning materials transferred from the Tianqi stock had been delivered. The female officer nodded, confirming that due to the use of his authorization, the materials had been delivered the previous day. Yang Xiao nodded in response, deciding to arrange related matters immediately upon his return. Seeing Chen Lin enter the advanced leveling instance, he quickly made a decision. He planned to let Chen Lin complete his second transformation, which would allow him to directly summon a third creature, relieving him from worrying about these matters. As long as Chen Lin continued to grow stronger, Yang Xiao would naturally strive to secure more resources for him. Just like the top-tier summoning materials obtained this time, worth millions, were approved without hesitation upon hearing of Chen Lin's achievements. Chen Lin's summons seemed to require life crystals, a scarce resource, and Yang Xiao was unsure how much he could obtain. Yang Xiao frowned, deep in thought. Metal or materials might also be needed by Chen Lin. Although he had submitted an application, the frontline battlefield was also short of these resources, and it was still uncertain how much could be obtained. Everything depended on Chen Lin's ability to secure resources. When Chen Lin returned to the Hongshan base, the morning light had already filled the land. He went to the mission point and completed the tasks of killing the dark gold violent bear for 1,500 contribution points and the level 63 split earth king snake for 3,000 contribution points. With a total of 4,500 contribution points, his ranking jumped to 3rd place. Watching Chen Lin's departing figure, a female soldier couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the Yunlark student was, capable of defeating level 60 giant beasts on his own. If this continued, the Hongshan base could soon be freed from the constant threat of mutant beast uprisings, sparing many people from danger. She felt deeply grateful towards Chen Lin. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Luoxiang base, a young man in black armor slowly emerged from the mountains, his body covered in wounds, leaving long trails of blood on the ground. On his way back, Xiao Yunxiu's armored vehicle was destroyed by a mutant beast, leaving him severely injured. By the time he arrived, he could no longer stand and had to crawl back painfully. 2 guards, upon seeing this, panicked and quickly carried him. One of the soldiers asked anxiously, "Are you okay, mate? Quick, let's get him to the medical room." Xiao Yunxiu, coughing, insisted, "No, I need to complete my mission. Let me do that first." Despite his pain, his eyes sparkled with an untimely joy. He knew that completing this mission could allow him to surpass Chen Lin in the rankings. He was filled with anticipation, looking forward to discussing his achievement with mentors and fellow students on how he had surpassed Chen Lin. The soldiers exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed to let one take him to fulfill his mission while the other rushed to get medical help. As Xiao Yunxiu was carried to the mission completion point, he saw on the large screen that Chen Lin's contribution points had surged by 4,500, propelling him to 3rd place. He stood frozen for a moment, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow that lingered long after. After completing his mission, he immediately took on 2 tasks to kill level 45 mutant beasts and headed towards the mountains with determination. The soldiers tried to stop him, saying, "You're too injured to fight anymore. Yes, you should rest and get treated first." Several soldiers grabbed him, fearing he might never return if he went to the mountains. "No, every second could widen the gap. Let me go, I can still fight," Xiao Yunxiu declared resolutely. Back at the dorm, Chen Lin didn't see the 3 companions with whom he usually had barbecues. They seemed busy training. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for dinner, a soldier approached him, handing over a white safety box. Puzzled, Chen Lin took it and asked, "What's this? I don't recall ordering anything." The soldier explained, "Commander Yang Xiao asked me to give this to you."
Commander Yang Xiao.
Chen Lin nodded and decided to check the contents before heading to the cafeteria. Inside the safety box were 6 top-tier summoning materials, which he found surprising. Was this a reward for defeating the mutant beast? After pondering for a moment, he decided to start the summoning process early. He was eager to summon a creature with a divine aura. Surely it would be powerful. Arranging the summoning materials, Chen Lin traced runes in the air, releasing the summoning spell. A burst of intense golden light exploded, and after a moment with his eyes closed, he opened them to find a winged humanoid creature, the size of an arm, floating before him. The small angel lay unconscious on the ground, her long hair and wings shimmering with a golden glow, exuding an aura of sanctity and purity. Chen Lin gazed at her, his heart filled with wonder. Angels had always held a profound place in his heart, ever since he read about them in the library during his high school days. Once, in the Rift Valley of Lauren, he had summoned a phantom imbued with angelic power. Even that was enough to identify him as possessing an SS-level talent, a testament to the formidable nature of the angelic race. Yet, to date, it seemed no summoner had managed to call forth such a powerful angel, for angels do not heed summonings nor bind themselves with contracts. Surprised yet contemplative, Chen Lin observed the frail golden angel before him, her wings battered and tattered. Perhaps what attracted him to summon was not their weakness, but their imperfection. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, always finding his summons to be out of the ordinary. But now that this little angel had responded to his call, he could not ignore her. "Let's work together and forge an extraordinary path," Chen Lin thought as he approached and gently touched the divine mark on the angel's forehead, which resembled golden wings. Instantly, a voice rang in his ears, initiating test, loyalty 100%, never to betray. "Would you like to proceed with the Master-Servant Pact?" Bracing himself for the soul-wrenching pain, Chen Lin trembled as he confirmed his choice. As the excruciating pain surged through him, his resolve solidified. Soul merged, Master-Servant Pact complete. Congratulations, your summon has awakened a unique talent, Day and Night Cycle SSS. The unconscious angel was lifted by a profound and mighty force, revolving slowly around her body. This force, manifesting as countless tiny chains, seeped into her being, rapidly restoring and strengthening her lost essence and life. Majestically, the fierce sun and the chilling moon began to rotate around her, each taking turns, adding to the mystery. After a while, the golden eyelashes of the young angel quivered slightly as she opened her mysterious eyes. Her golden pupils held a fierce sun on the left, radiating authority and warmth, and a cold, lonely moon on the right. Her golden wings unfurled smoothly, casting a captivating light. In every aspect, whether appearance or aura, she transcended human imagination. Chen Lin couldn't help but marvel. Truly, she is an angel, flawless in every way. The little angel fluttered her wings, drawing close to Chen Lin and tightly grasping the hem of his garment. Through their mental connection, she tentatively called him Master. A warm smile spread across Chen Lin's pale face, his heart swelling with warmth. "From now on, we'll walk this path together as partners. By the way, may I know your name?" Chen Lin refrained from naming her himself, knowing that angels are born with their true names. "Diana Shirtian." Chen Lin nodded. Diana must be her family name, and Shirtian, a name bestowed by the world, her true name. Suddenly, Chen Lin became curious and asked Diana, "Why did you agree to sign the summoning contract? You still look so young. It must be hard to accept, right?" Diana lowered her head, her eyes dim with sadness. Born from the sacred tree, she was corrupted by a dark aura, and her whereabouts unknown to all. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent, immediately realizing that they might have been invaded by enemies. He gently stroked her golden hair, comforting her. "Don't worry, everything will be all right. One day, I'll take you home." Diana snuggled into the touch, the sadness in her eyes slowly fading. Moved by the moment, Chen Lin checked her attribute panel. Summon, Sky Eroder, true name, Celestial Angel, level 20, attributes, Strength 250, Constitution 250, Agility 250, Magic 450, Health 100%. Skills, Divine Blessing, target's attributes increase by 50%, Holy Radiance, area of effect continues to heal injuries and provides divine protection against all attacks. Talents, Solar Lunar Cycle SSS, Holy Runes SS. After reviewing her capabilities, Chen Lin was deeply impressed. Diana's powers surpassed his, especially the formidable effect of Solar Lunar Cycle. In the summoning space, Silver Butterfly felt wronged, while Darkness remained silent. After a while, Darkness sent a thought, Master, I'm hungry. Chen Lin chuckled, all right, let's go hunt mutant beasts in the mountains. He then dismissed Diana and left the dormitory for the cafeteria. After a day full of battles, Chen Lin was famished, unable to consume flames like Darkness. At the command center, everyone was eagerly watching the screen, anticipating Chen Lin's appearance. However, seeing him without his summons, everyone was disappointed. Speculation about his third summon began, although Yang Xiao did not join in, knowing that having a black wolf was already enough to acknowledge Chen Lin's strength. Deep within the mountain range, a middle-aged man darted through the towering trees like lightning, his gaze indifferent as he glanced at the tiny drones fluttering around him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, cold smirk. The hidden god talisman was indeed formidable. These drones, engraved with the eye of observation, were completely oblivious to his presence. Fearlessly, he ventured deeper into the mountainside. The mutated beasts nearby seemed to ignore him completely. Eventually, he stopped in a secluded corner surrounded by dense foliage and pulled out a statue. After muttering a few arcane incantations, a dark stream of air emerged from the statue, slowly forming into a gray figure with two horns. It's time to inform the demon lords to open the transmission gateway, he understood clearly. This area is overseen by Yunlark, where some of the greatest contemporary talents of Huaxia have gathered. Eliminating them will strike a severe blow to mankind. The gray figure, unbothered, circled the area several times to ensure there were no traps before revealing a satisfied smile. Excellent. Remember to set up the coordinates and the formation. I'll go and notify them. Watching the gray figure leave those words behind before vanishing, the middle-aged man began to set up a shielding formation to block the national surveillance by the apocalypse system. The man was surprised at how these otherworldly beings had acquired such items, and was even more shocked that so many were willing to collude with them for resources. Despite the betrayal of humanity, he felt a perverse sense of justification. Pulling a feather wrapped in demonic energy from his clothing, the surrounding light was immediately devoured by a terrifying force, and the lush greenery around him turned pitch black in an instant. Buzz. A formidable consciousness descended upon the feather, and a vast conscious figure scanned the surroundings. The oppressive presence of the demon god turned the man's face pale, overwhelming him with fear. Is this the power of the demon gods of the other race? He dared not lift his head to face the haughty figure, and could only cower on the ground in tremor. Ignoring the man on the ground, the demon god slowly lifted its slender fingers, and black demonic fire instantly engulfed the area. Boom! The space cracked open with numerous fissures as the palms tore through the fabric of space. On the other side, a more powerful conscious figure, Leoflin, gently tapped the void, stabilizing the spatial forces of the connecting channel. Proceed! A relaxed voice echoed throughout the palace. As 100 Fallen watched Leoflin's figure slowly disappear, the middle-aged man stood up, his eyes flashing with a ruthless smile, and walked towards the portal. Their strength ranges between the 4th and 5th rings. Any stronger and they couldn't pass through. So, this is humanity's rearguard? For every genius I eliminate, I'll gain a precious treasure. I should make the most of this. It's too boring to kill them all. It's far more interesting to let them slaughter each other. Overcoming his fear, the man asked, what about my resources? Hearing this, Liacru turned his head, a look of disdain on his face, and tossed a storage bag towards him. A middle-aged man quickly extended his hands to catch a storage bag brimming with precious resources. His eyes lit up with excitement as he saw that it contained 300 level 5 life crystals, 100 level 6 life crystals, and 20 body refining yuan fruits. These abundant resources could skyrocket his power to the 7th transformation level, a feat that would normally take at least 5 years of disciplined training to achieve. He was exhilarated, realizing that all this was a reward for providing valuable information. The thought that more information could lead to even greater advances made him ponder the possibilities excitedly. He suddenly understood why some would betray their own kind. The generosity of other races was too tempting to resist. He quickly handed over a list of top human talents to Liacru. Liacru, looking at the man's carefree expression, responded coldly. The man nodded, pulling out more than 10 sheets of paper from his ring and handing them to Liacru, who skimmed through them, frowning at the remarkable number and potential of this year's human talents. They needed to be eliminated. Liacli, who was nearby, agreed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man remembered something important and quickly added, "Keep an eye on someone named Chen Lin. He's exceptional." Liacru, puzzled, asked, "What's so special about him? Is it just that he's higher level than the others?" Chen Lin, a freshman from Yunk Academy, had incredibly advanced 28 levels in strength just 3 days ago, managing to slay a mutant beast, a feat almost unheard of. Liacru was shocked and skeptical, questioning if this was a fabrication to swindle resources. But when the middle-aged man showed a video as proof, Liacru had no choice but to believe it. Liacli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she licked her lips and said, "Leave him to me." The middle-aged man immediately realized that Liacli was interested in controlling Chen Lin. He cautioned her not to underestimate him. Liacru then instructed, "Focus on your targets and eliminate all the students." The air filled with a murderous intent as the evildoers dispersed in various directions. Liacli gave the middle-aged man a seductive smile and said, "This is your reward for providing us with useful information." She then threw him a storage bag, unfurled her bone wings, and flew away from the scene. The creature known as the Fallen swooped over the mountains, rapidly closing in on the location of numerous trainees. A micro-drone, while on patrol, captured this scene and immediately transmitted the footage back to headquarters. "Aliens? How are they here?" The female officer's expression turned grave as she swiftly ordered the evacuation of the trainees from the mountains and instructed all soldiers to prepare for combat. Facing these Fallen, each with power levels of at least 4 rings, she issued her commands without hesitation. Yang Xiao, with a calm demeanor, promptly left upon hearing the orders. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, despite being severely injured on the front lines and forced to fall back, the female officer had no doubts about his abilities. She knew Yang Xiao was preparing to go and provide support himself. However, this recent injury would undoubtedly add to his burden. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes as she lamented her inability to join the battle personally. The others clenched their fists, weighed down by the heavy mood. The command center quickly fell silent, punctuated only by the continuous sounds of commands and announcements. However, by the time the warnings were issued through their smart wrist devices, many senior trainees had already encountered the Fallen deep within the mountains. That dark figure. No, it's a fallen alien. Everyone, be ready. 4 of them sat on the ground, panting, surrounded by chaos and the corpse of a level 47 mutant beast, its blood still warm, clearly after a fierce battle had just ended. Suyuan Elephant spotted a figure in the distant sky streaming with black currents rapidly approaching. After a quick reconnaissance spell, his face turned to one of horror. It was a 5-ring Fallen. "Luo, boost me," he shouted, and without hesitation, Suyuan Elephant charged towards the enemy. As a level 45 rare class Vanguard swordsman, currently the least injured and still able to fight, he had to stop this Fallen. Otherwise, the other 3 would stand no chance of survival, prompting Suyuan Elephant to unleash his explosive power. Facing his swinging war sword, the Fallen blocked effortlessly, seemingly without strain. A bare-handed block?
Impossible.
Suyuan Elephant was shocked but soon noticed the black currents covering the enemy's arm. Just then, Another punch from the fallen came swiftly.
Bang!
Su Yuan Elephant was knocked back, a deep fist imprint denting his chest armor. Hearing the fallen's disdainful tone, Su Yuan Elephant realized this was a veteran of frontline battles. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and his eyes hardened with resolve. Zhao Hao, take them and go. Facing this elite five-ring fallen, they stood no chance. If the three could survive, it would already be a victory. As for himself, though Su Yuan Elephant longed to return to the front lines and reunite with his parents, it seemed there was no chance left. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, looking at the two female students beside him. I'll stay with Brother Yuan. Just then, the fallen rushed towards Su Yuan Elephant in an attempt to stop them from leaving, but he questioned, do you have the strength to stop me? As the enemy's fist came swinging, Su Yuan Elephant quickly raised his hand. Boom! A black current exploded on the blade, the powerful impact sending Su Yuan Elephant flying back over 10 meters. Demon swiftly launched an attack, leaving Su Yuanyang severely wounded in an instant. His armor shattered, and blood streamed down his body. Despite this, he stood his ground unflinchingly, his feet firmly planted on the earth, unshaken. As Demon continued its fierce assault, Zhao Hao fought back valiantly, his warblade slicing through the air. However, before he could strike, a powerful gust of wind blew. Zhao Hao felt a terrifying force against his chest and was kicked into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, Su Yuanyang seized the chance to counterattack, his sword gleaming sharply as he struck at Demon. Yet, Demon's tough, black carapace blocked the attack effortlessly. Mocking, Demon sneered, your opponent is far stronger than you. Demon then grabbed Su Yuanyang's head, smashing his face armor with a brutal force and relentlessly targeting his vital points. Exhausted, Su Yuanyang fell to the ground, unable to move. As Demon raised its foot to deliver a fatal blow, a young woman stepped forward, her spear aimed at Demon. Nevertheless, Demon easily parried her strike, subdued her, and attempted to assimilate her into a fallen creature. Struggling, Zhao Hao stood and charged at Demon, only to be effortlessly subdued and severely injured on the ground. The scene was one of utter despair, with only the young woman helplessly watching. Powerless to use her healing magic, she was drained of strength. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward like lightning, swiftly driving Demon back. Qin Kong, fueled by rage, launched a series of attacks that effectively wounded Demon. His strength had improved over the past 2 days, and combined with Yikashi's enhancement effects, his combat prowess was exceptional. Demon began to retreat, heavily injured. The tide of the battle turned as Qin Kong activated his ultimate Transcendence, instantly boosting his speed and strength. Feeling the shadow of death, Demon's body surged with black energy, forming a defensive barrier. As it prepared to flee, Wang Yao appeared, binding it with a restraining force. Holding a massive axe, Wang Yao's presence was overwhelming, and Demon, unable to move, showed a look of terror. With a resounding crack, the giant axe plunged into the dark stream of energy, slicing without hesitation towards the neck of the monstrous creature. Standing beside, Qin Kong swung his battle sword in unison with the axe, delivering a fatal blow. The head of this formidable level 51 elite beast rolled to the ground, a testament to their seamless teamwork. It was no surprise given that both were top warriors in their senior year at Yunlark Academy, coupled with the support of Yikashi, who had a secret profession. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with, easily handling even 6th or 7th tier adversaries, unless they faced a creature with a specific advantage like the giant rock dragon. Minutes later, under Yikashi's healing, Su Yuanyang, severely injured, managed to catch his breath. Leaning against a large tree, he cracked a grateful smile at Qin Kong, saying, "Thank you, Qin Kong. Let's follow the safe route indicated by our smart wristbands and leave this mountain range now." His armor was badly damaged, with cracks and bloodstains all over his face. Qin Kong sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "Don't mention it, Su Yuanyang. You guys go ahead. I'll check out the emergency signal with Wang Yao and Yikashi." Without further delay, he led his companions towards the location indicated by their smart wristbands. Watching their departing figures, Su Yuanyang couldn't help but smile. The gap in our abilities has widened a bit more, but that's all right. After all, they have been honing their skills by hunting mutant beasts outside the city since their freshman year. After consuming a gigantic beast, Haiming regained its calmness and curled up to rest beside Chen Lin. On a distant cliff, a seductive and alluring female demon, laically, gracefully descended, her toes barely touching the ground. She spotted Chen Lin, guarded by a massive black wolf, and smiled. Laically felt incredibly fortunate to have found her target so quickly, especially in such a vulnerable state. However, the sight of the devastated land around them, a testament to a fierce battle, shocked her more than she had anticipated. Still, she knew this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Despite her inner fears, Laically did not abandon her plan to hunt Chen Lin. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with desire, already imagining how she would toy with him. With a burst of speed, she dashed towards him, releasing countless black threads from her body. The vile presence hit Chen Lin, who instantly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and detached. Haiming, having sensed her approach earlier, was already staring intently at her. As their eyes met, a chill ran down Laicly's spine, fear creeping into her heart. "What's happening?" she thought, trembling slightly. But she quickly suppressed her fear and attacked first, flinging her threads towards Haiming like a swarm of locusts. Haiming, radiating a golden glow, effortlessly blocked the attack, his gray eyes remaining indifferent. Suddenly, Laicly found herself engulfed in a void of darkness, those merciless gray eyes staring down at her, instilling an overwhelming fear that clouded her mind. Trembling uncontrollably, she was paralyzed, unable to move as Haiming approached and pinned her to the ground. Dark flames erupted and began to consume her. Throughout this ordeal, the level 56 Demoness couldn't muster any resistance. Back at the command center, the atmosphere shifted from somber to bright. "Well done, Black Wolf," a female officer silently cheered. Haiming, sensing something amiss, scanned his surroundings. "Master, she is still alive and has escaped," he reported. Chen Lin responded coldly, "Pursue her and ensure she is defeated." With Diana's protection, he knew it was safe to send Haiming away for a while. Haiming nodded and dashed off, crushing the ground beneath him as he sped toward the direction Laicly had fled. Terrified, Laicly raced towards a spatial portal. "That black wolf is terrifying," she thought. Even without the haunting gray eyes, the fear lingered. Her only thought was to escape and report back about a creature more terrifying than the strongest progeny they had encountered. The mission to hunt the human genius was clearly a failure. With such a formidable black wolf present, any demon would meet a grisly end. Laicly could only hope for success from her kindred elsewhere. Thinking briefly of her brother also involved in this place, she hesitated. But, shaking off the thought, she resolved that staying was not an option. If it's death, so be it, she concluded, accepting her fate. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from behind, startling Laicly. Could it be that enemies were pursuing her? The thought sent chills down her spine as she pushed her bone wings to their limits, desperately trying to escape. However, Haiming, the dark entity behind her, was not about to let Chen Lin escape easily. Its form suddenly expanded, morphing into a colossal beast spanning over 1,000 meters. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open, instantly covering dozens of kilometers, crushing all the giant trees in its path and splitting the air. Haiming reappeared behind Laicly, once again imposing its majesty. In that moment, Laicly felt not only terror but also deep despair. A massive shadow loomed over her. Boom! The earth shattered into pieces, the surrounding mountains and trees trembling, the vibrations spreading for tens of thousands of meters. Under Haiming's giant palm, Laicly was consumed by pitch-black flames, leaving behind only a storage bag. Haiming pondered for a moment, then reverted to its original form and slowly controlled the flames before turning to leave. Returning to Chen Lin's side, it bowed its head, asking to be petted, then handed him the storage bag enveloped in pitch-black flames. Was this a reward for defeating the evil fallen? Chen Lin's consciousness entered the storage bag, and his eyes immediately sparkled. 100 Tier 5 life crystals. Haiming, your feast is about to begin. Chen Lin smiled, taking out all the life crystals from the bag. Watching the pile of life crystals, Haiming could hardly contain its inner desire. Its body was calling for further evolution, to ascend to a higher level of existence. The pitch-black flames transformed into a giant maw, devouring all the life crystals and slowly transforming them. Soon, its evolution points increased by 200. Through Drone 21, Chen Lin had learned about many evil fallen lurking in the Balian Mountains. After some thought, he decided to split up to eradicate these evil fallen. Now, with two powerful summoned creatures at his side, moving together seemed somewhat wasteful. After careful consideration, Chen Lin waved at the drone, signaling it to come to him. He had long noticed a drone following him. His enhanced physical abilities provided him with exceptional vision, allowing him to see even tiny insects from afar, let alone a drone, regardless of its size. In the command center, the personnel operating the drone were slightly surprised. However, with the female officer's permission, they immediately flew the drone over to guide Chen Lin to the evil fallen. As the drone approached, Chen Lin spoke up. The female officer quickly understood his intent. Now that Yang Xiao was not present, she was the commander. After a moment of thought, the female officer ordered the personnel to control the drone. Chen Lin, now with 3 summoned creatures, indicated that his third, yet unseen summoned creature was enough to ensure his safety. Guided by an unseen force, Haiming surged forward with an urgency in his eyes that was more intense than ever before. The drone following him struggled to keep up, no matter how much it accelerated. A female officer remarked in awe, "In just a few days, Haiming has made such remarkable progress. Could he really challenge the throne in a year?" The thought was almost unbelievable. To date, Huaxia had only produced 85 kings over more than 100 years. These kings were the elite of humanity, emerging victorious after decades of brutal competition among generations of geniuses. Their success was not merely a result of innate talent. One reason for their rarity was the presence of other races on the front lines, a veritable meat grinder where even the most talented found it hard to stand out. Every attack by these alien races resulted in heavy casualties. Yet, everyone had to bravely press on and hold the line. Many kings had fallen here. Now, Huaxia had less than half the kings it once had, with only 30 remaining, a stark testament to the front line's brutality. Haiming raced along the path set before him, ruthlessly smashing through rocks and toppling giant trees that blocked his way, crossing raging streams with ease. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers ahead, 15 students were cornered by 3 level 4 demonic beings. Several bodies already lay gruesomely on the ground. The students, faces grim, clutched their weapons tightly. They hadn't expected to fall into a trap, used as bait by these cunning foes. As they sent out a distress signal and awaited rescue, hidden enemies emerged from the shadows. Realizing this, the 15 students quickly canceled the distress signal. "Can we break through?" a female student asked, her voice trembling. Facing the 3 formidable foes, victory was impossible, and the possibility of more enemies lurking nearby only added to their fear. Just as the demonic beings prepared to strike, laughing cruelly, a thunderous roar suddenly filled the air. Seconds later, a terrifying black wolf, towering at 130 meters, burst from the forest. Its presence was overwhelmingly menacing, striking fear at first sight. The demonic beings nearly took to the air in fright, mistaking it for a mutant beast of the woods. However, they soon realized their mistake. This fearsome black wolf paid no attention to the humans. Instead, it charged directly at them. With a mighty swipe, the gray figure was smashed into the ground, shattered to pieces. One demonic being couldn't dodge in time and was crushed underfoot, instantly engulfed by dark flames. Even in his normal state, Haiming could easily defeat enemies of level 4. And now, he was only level 20. This demonstrated Haiming's extraordinary strength, capable of overcoming enemies across 4 major realms. His dominance was no longer limited to his peers. He crushed everything within 2 major realms effortlessly. Ming fixed his gaze on another demonic being, halting abruptly as his bone wings quivered. With claws aflame with dark fire, he struck it down. All this happened within just 5 seconds, and the last demonic being couldn't even escape Ming's sight, doomed to the same fate. 5 menacing creatures, lurking in the shadows, suddenly realized the danger as fear flickered in their eyes. They were terrified by the sudden appearance of a ferocious black wolf. United, they burst from the forest, soaring into the sky. But their escape was thwarted by Ming, the black wolf, whose fearsome roar paralyzed them with fear. In an instant, Ming struck, capturing them all and slamming them to the ground where they were consumed by dark flames. The entire encounter lasted merely 10 seconds, witnessed helplessly by 15 third-year students as 8 creatures were reduced to ashes. The students were stunned, their disbelief palpable. However, Su Jingjing's eyes sparkled with joy, recognizing the beast as Chen Lin's summon. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. The other students exchanged incredulous looks. Chen Lin was only a freshman. How could he possess such a powerful summon, even surpassing the senior Qin Kong? They were dumbfounded by the implausibility of it all. Yet, their astonishment soon gave way to a sense of relief. Ming searched the ground for a storage bag but found none, showing a hint of disappointment. He then sat down majestically, waiting for directions from a drone. The students watched the formidable black wolf with gratitude, realizing it stayed to ensure their safety. Chen Lin's summon was truly remarkable. Ignoring Su Jingjing's continuous waving and shouting, Ming only moved when the drone arrived, heading straight to its destination. Meanwhile, at the command center, a female officer quickly noticed something amiss. The creatures, expertly familiar with the terrain, were strategically moving. The 4-ring creatures headed towards the mountains where the new students were, while the 5-ring creatures delved deeper inland, blocking instructors' attempts to help. Is the high-energy shooting platform fully charged? The officer asked gravely. This weapon, a fusion of technology and mechanics, was crucial for each base. Still charging, replied the operator, shaking his head. The officer's expression darkened. Despite all students retreating to the base, the 4-ring creatures' speed meant they could catch up within half an hour. Even armed helicopters were ineffective against them. A deadly predicament indeed. Deep within the mountains, a female warrior clad in golden armor valiantly wielded her blood-tinged halberd, overpowering 4 formidable level 55 demons. The red glow from her halberd radiated a terrifying power, causing the air to burst amidst the battle, forcing the demons into a helpless retreat. Ji Fei's momentum was unstoppable, pursuing her enemies like an invincible dragon. Onlooking, Liaclu furrowed his brows, slowly conjuring a black spear. Knowing time was of the essence, as many more talents awaited his destruction, he suddenly charged forward. The black spear, imbued with corruptive power, thrust violently at Ji Fei. Swiftly reacting, Ji Fei's vitality exploded, enlarging her halberd to over 30 meters. With a single strike, the ground cracked instantaneously under her formidable force, spreading debris in all directions. Her fierce aura stunned the surrounding demons. Ji Fei, with a glint of combativeness in her eyes, swept her blood-glowing halberd, obliterating everything in its path. 5 demons were repelled, their attacks neutralized. Liaclu, observing his shattered black spear, grew solemn. This level 55 warrior, 4 levels below him, exhibited such immense combat prowess, a genius not to be underestimated and a must-eliminate target. Dark energy surged, enveloping a 100-meter radius, dimming the light instantly. The other demons, realizing Liaclu's intent, also began to unleash their corruptive force. The air thickened with dense black energy, turning viscous. Ji Fei, covered in a red aura with her vitality swirling around, resisted the corruption. With a cold look, she refused to be assimilated. Charging at Liaclu, she swung her halberd directly at the enemy. The 4 demons hurried to attack Ji Fei, trying to alleviate the pressure on Liaclu. However, Ji Fei remained unyielding, her aura growing more ferocious. She wouldn't stop until her opponents were utterly defeated. Under the erosion, Her invincible state couldn't last long as her vitality rapidly depleted. Once exhausted, she risked assimilation. Meanwhile, in another battle, Qin Kong noticed the situation, his expression turning anxious. He pushed his limits, frantically attacking a level 56 demon, hoping to assist. Ji Fei, fighting to save them from being overwhelmed by the demons, must not be injured. Yet, the demon, sensing his intent, engaged him in a fierce battle with a mocking sneer. Qin Kong, keeping his focus, knew he couldn't defeat the demon this way. "Wang Yao," he shouted. Wang Yao, severely injured but determined, stood up, charging at the enemy with his massive axe without hesitation. Yi Kexi took a deep breath, realizing it was time to give her all. She spared no magic, casting a series of enhancement and protective spells, even applying them to Ji Fei. After a brief prayer, a goddess-like apparition appeared above Ji Fei, wielding swords with a commanding aura. As the goddess opened her eyes, an aura capable of vanquishing anything swept across the field. This caused Liaclu's expression to shift slightly, prompting him to instantly activate his innate talent, amplifying his corruptive power. The erosive force grew even more terrifying. The sword of the divine maiden pointed directly at herself, and a menacing threat swiftly emerged, creating a sense of imminent danger. Thunderous roars echoed as layers of oppressive force relentlessly poured down, shattering the earth and sending violent tremors hundreds of meters away. This was starkly different from the previous attacks by the giant rock dragon lizard. However, the divine maiden's imposing aura quickly faded as Yi Kexi grew weaker. Ji Fei seized the opportunity and rushed toward the injured Liaclu, not giving it a chance to catch its breath. For fallen ones activated their innate abilities to block her path. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ji Fei turned into pitch-black mud, and numerous arms reached out, grabbing her ankles. At the same time, black chains emerged from the air, wrapping around her. She felt incredibly weak, as if her strength was being drained. All the fallen ones pounced at once, their black spears aimed directly at her. In a critical moment, Ji Fei broke free from her restraints, her vital energies surging backward, bursting forth to shake off all bonds. She radiated a dazzling red light, scattering even the surrounding dark energies. Swinging her battle halberd, she instantly shattered 4 black spears with a terrifying red glow. With a forceful stomp, the ground exploded, and she instantly appeared before Liaclu. However, by then, Liaclu had already consumed a vial of ash blood. Not only did its wounds heal rapidly, but its strength also surged to the level of a 6th ring. The power of the royal true blood was astonishing. Liaclu smirked, a black energy flow forming a shield that blocked her halberd. It then condensed a black spear in one hand and hurled it at her, the fearsome tip piercing through her protective red light and shattering her armor. The black spear penetrated her body, emerging from her back as blood dripped to the ground. The 4 fallen ones moved in for a lethal strike, but Liaclu stopped them, ordering them not to kill her but to assimilate her instead. Ji Fei, with a fierce look in her eyes, pulled out the black spear and swung her terrifying halberd at Liaclu. However, as her protective red light shattered, the erosion accelerated, and her vital energies began to deplete, leaving her unable to resist further. Her attacks gradually weakened, and soon, Ji Fei could barely hold her halberd. Seeing this, Liaclu laughed triumphantly and approached, ready to enslave her. Just then, with a thunderous blast, a silver battle spear tore through the air, piercing the black energy and landing before Liaclu's feet. A figure in silver armor approached from a distance. Liaclu frowned in surprise and said, "I thought my sister had eliminated you." The newcomer responded, "If you're referring to that female fallen one, she's already dead." Liaclu showed no emotion upon hearing of his sister's death, realizing the situation on the battlefield was beyond his capabilities and refrained from intervening. At his command, a half-human, half-beast creature with golden wings appeared, exuding a divine aura. The 6 fallen ones looked alarmed, all fixated on this holy being. "Is this an angel?" they exclaimed in unison, discomfort evident in their voices, yet their gazes soon turned fervently intense. This petite angel is truly a sprite among the young, completely devoid of any means of attack, rendering her utterly harmless. Thinking this, Liacru's mood brightened, and he laughed heartily. Chen Lin, I really must thank you for bringing such a precious gift. Corrupting an angel is considered the ultimate honor among the malevolent Zhan tribe. Feeling that disgusting gaze upon her, Diana's brows furrowed, and she recognized the dark energy that she found all too familiar. It had invaded her homeland. A fire of anger sparked in Diana's eyes as she spread her wings and soared into the sky. To her left, a fiery golden sun flickered and gradually expanded. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying and searing golden light burst forth from her, and a gigantic golden sun, a kilometer wide, blazed brilliantly behind her. In that moment, Diana's petite form transformed into that of a grown adult, tall and statuesque. Her features were stunningly flawless, her golden eyes exuding solemnity and sanctity, radiating an aura of majesty. As the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, Diana stood amidst the clouds, a majestic and somewhat ethereal presence. Behind her, barely visible, were a pair of golden wings, each 5 meters in length. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her eyes sparkled with a golden light so intense, it was impossible to look directly at her. The golden sunlight that fell around her illuminated everything, purifying malice and darkness in an instant. The fallen ones felt as if they were being tormented in hell itself, their corrupt powers swiftly suppressed by her radiant light. The mere touch of this power meant certain purification, filling them with dread. For ages, the fallen True Clan and the angels had been sworn enemies. But under this dazzling sunlight, the balance was shattered. Diana proclaimed her intent to cleanse their souls and wash away their sins. As her commanding, indifferent voice echoed, the sun behind her burst forth with blinding golden light, spreading its radiance for miles, as if a second sun had emerged between heaven and earth. The ground shook with the terrifying power of the sun, and 6 of the fallen ones suddenly burst into golden flames, scorching their souls and eliciting agonized screams. Liacru's face twisted in pain, the previous ecstasy gone, replaced by torment and ferocity. Desperately, it unleashed its corrupt power, the strength of 6 rings combined with its innate talents just barely resisting the purification. It formed a black barrier, attempting to block the golden flames. However, unlike the dark flames that devoured life through the flesh, this attack targeted the soul and could not be physically blocked. Only defenses at the soul level could offer protection. As the black currents dissipated, Ji Fei weakly raised her head, smiling at the majestic figure high above. The angels could indeed be awakened. It was remarkable. The sacred power of the golden light bathed her, rapidly healing her injuries. A golden, holy barrier emerged, shielding her within its blessed glow. Wang Yao, barely clinging to life, felt warmth on his wounds as the black spear aimed at him was blocked by the barrier. He managed a painful smile, his eyes bloodshot, enduring beyond his limits. Qin Kong felt a comforting warmth and launched an unrestrained attack, trading life for life. His war sword slashed at the fallen, who rapidly retreated, unable to withstand the soul-searing pain or exert their full strength. As the radiant sun rose, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Damn it, do young angels only assist? Liacru rued his arrogance. Merely locking eyes with Diana for a second made him tremble, his eyes searing as if facing the strongest of his kind, overwhelmed with fear. Realizing he could no longer delay, lest his soul be consumed, he roared, "Go! Kill that human!" Black currents erupted, transforming into a giant serpent that lunged at Diana. As they closed in, the purification and soul burning became even more terrifying. If it weren't for the staggering 39-level difference and the ceaseless surge of power from the true blood of the throne boiling within, it might have been impossible to even get close. Ryaklu endured excruciating pain, pushing himself to charge at Diana, determined to bring her down. Diana, with an air of indifference, slowly raised her hand. Countless blazing golden swords appeared around her, shooting towards Ryaklu and 4 other fallen rushing at Chen Lin. The golden swords, imbued with purifying and scorching power, instantly pierced the black serpent and ran through Ryaklu's body. Boom! He plummeted 100 meters to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. The other 4 fallen hastily dodged, yet still, countless golden swords penetrated them. At that moment, Diana, standing aloft in the sky, appeared as a deity wielding the great sun, reducing her enemies to mere ants. Her elegance left Hikashi utterly mesmerized, her heart racing even as a woman. Damn it, under this mighty sun, we stand no chance. All the fallen gritted their teeth in frustration. The golden swords not only wounded them but also purified the corrupt forces within them, accelerating the burning of their souls. At this rate, they would soon perish from exposure. Ryaklu's face turned grim. "Don't panic," he reassured. "Queen Flynn mentioned that others would join us to encircle and hunt them down." Just as he finished speaking, several figures in gray robes sprinted from a distance, each displaying the strength of the 6th tier. As they drew near, they activated their cloaking skills, planning a simultaneous strike to eliminate everyone. However, under Diana's radiant sunlight, they remained fully visible, crashing directly into view. Ji Fei immediately recognized the shadow emblems on their robes, and her expression turned to one of anger. The Shadow Church, these damned heretics. She pushed herself up, her vigor surging once more, blocking one of the men with half his face horribly scarred by deep purple marks. After a fierce exchange, Ji Fei and the man each staggered back several meters. The other heretics, ignoring her, rushed past towards Chen Lin. Seeing this, Diana raised her hand and golden flames instantly ignited, scorching their souls. Golden swords emerged and shot towards them. Yet, these heretics, determined to kill Chen Lin, bore the brunt of the damage and pressed on. Lacking a devastating finisher in her solar form, Diana's backdrop of the sun slowly collapsed into her palm, and a cold, solitary moon began to shimmer in her right eye. With the moon high above, casting a chilling terror over a vast area, a faint moonlight bathed the landscape. The heretics attacking Chen Lin suddenly turned pale, looking up in horror. Now, Diana's eyes were cold and emotionless, her divine aura replaced by a dreadful chill. Her wings and hair turned silver-white, standing before the moon like a lone, majestic goddess. Around her, 9 annular blades emerged, glowing with a dark red destructive force, slowly rotating. "Go!" Diana commanded coldly. Boom! The 6 annihilation rings burst forth, tearing through the air with incredible speed, reaching the heretics in an instant. Their expressions turned to panic as they tried to defend themselves. However, under the unstoppable force of the annihilation rings, their defenses were as fragile as paper. One heretic, precisely at level 60, watched in horror as a dark red ring easily sliced through his shadow barrier and continued through his body. As his body split in two, falling to either side, his face still registered shock. When the other 5 heretics caught a glimpse of the scene, terror instantly seized their expressions. Having blocked a strike from the ultimate annihilation ring blade, they immediately chose to flee. However, the ring blade, faster than they could escape and controlled by Diana's telekinesis, swiftly caught up and slew them. Lyacru charged towards Diana, who was high in the sky. With the suppression of the great sun lifted, its power was fully unleashed, proving far stronger than the heretics. A terrifying black current surged, transforming into a spear over 30 feet long that was violently hurled forward. Boom! The spear broke the sound barrier as it sped towards Diana. An ultimate annihilation ring blade met it head-on, shattering the spear, while the remaining 2 ring blades quickly struck at Lyacru. It conjured 2 giant serpents, tens of meters long, which swallowed the ring blades. However, in the blink of an eye, the lengthy serpents were pierced through and continued flying towards Lyacru. Below, for evil fallen creatures, seeing their chance, charged at Chen Lin with murderous intent. His divine protection was about to shatter, and all the ring blades had been blocked. It was the perfect moment to kill him. This human must die. The Black Wolf was an impressive 28 levels stronger than him, and the angel who could control the sun and moon was unimaginable, overpowering them by 10 times, 50 times, even 60 times. If he were to fully mature, it was unthinkable. Even on the front lines, he could likely cause a huge stir. However, Diana was closely monitoring Chen Lin's safety. She immediately recalled the 3 ultimate annihilation ring blades and swiftly slashed at the evil fallen. 3 of the fallen stopped to resist, but just as they were about to meet, the 3 ring blades collided and merged into one. The ring blade, now 3 meters long, wrapped in even more powerful force of annihilation, instantly shattered the dark shields condensed by the fallen and struck them down. The remaining 2 fallen, witnessing this, were sweating profusely. This dreaded angel was terrifying enough, and her attack methods were so versatile. As the dark red glow of the ring blade approached, they felt overwhelming fear and raised their black shields in defense. However, once merged, the power of the ultimate annihilation ring blade doubled, shattering everything in its path. The last fallen had not even come close to Chen Lin before being swiftly slain. This is too powerful.
Yekeci eklaymet in age.
She even felt that Chen Lin's angel was stronger than the Black Wolf. After all, the giant rock dragon lizard was only level 52, and even with a hint of royal bloodline, it couldn't possibly defeat several fallen, not to mention dealing with heretics over level 60. After dealing with the 4 evil fallen, the ultimate annihilation ring blade turned towards the man with the purple scar, who was fighting Ji Fei. Before he could react, it flew past Ji Fei and slew him. Then it split into 3 paths, coordinating to eliminate all the heretics and the evil fallen fighting Qin Kong. As the 6 ultimate annihilation ring blades flew back to the solitary angel, everyone was simply dumbfounded. She was incredibly powerful. Qin Kong knelt on one knee, hands on his sword. Wang Yao, hearing this exclamation, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the angel race was breathtakingly beautiful. This was a pure admiration for a beautiful creature, with no disrespect intended. Glancing at Liacru, still struggling, Diana slowly raised her hand, and the 6 ultimate annihilation ring blades began to merge together. When Leia Kroll witnessed the scene, his expression twisted violently as the last vestige of fallen power within his royal blood was triggered, forcefully repelling the triple ring blades. He crashed heavily to the ground and, noticing he was now alone, a twitch flickered at the corner of his mouth. Anger surged within him toward these heretics. Turning to Chen Lin, his eyes filled with endless envy, he wondered, why should such a perfect angel obey his commands? Chen Lin's summoned creatures displayed combat abilities beyond level 25, forcing Leia Kroll to admit that Chen Lin's future was terrifyingly formidable. However, it was precisely because of his demonstrated power that Leia Kroll decided he must die there and then. With a sneer, Leia Kroll drew out a dark disk, and as it spun, the ground lit up with a radiance that spanned 100 meters. This summoning disc was originally intended for use on a creature awakening with a triple S grade talent to guard against any powerful protectors. But the potential shown by Chen Lin's summons was too horrifying to allow any further growth. To prevent humans from using smoke bombs to conceal the true monster, he distributed summoning discs to all the leading fallen ones. To their surprise, the throne's predictions were correct. When the ultimate ring blades slashed down, they were blocked by a rising black light. Countless mysterious runes emerged, intertwining and forming a massive dark summoning array. From it, a towering gray fallen, over 10 meters tall, stepped out, enveloping the area with a suffocating aura of terror, rendering everyone breathless. Qin Kong and the others turned pale, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. A black current slowly spread, withering all life in its path. Diana's expression was grave. With a gesture, the moon transformed into a vast sun that crossed the sky, yet its golden light could not penetrate the darkness. Chen Lin realized the gravity of the situation and almost thought to flee, but he stayed, bolstered by Yang Xiao, who approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, "We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Don't be afraid." Realizing this might have been planned, Chen Lin nodded in understanding. Indeed, the alien throne ignored them, instead staring emotionlessly towards the Hongshan base. There, as the summoning array was completed, an immensely powerful aura burst forth, shattering the clouds and advancing with a terrifying force towards them. In an instant, it was upon them. The alien throne spoke slowly. Zhangju, you dare to leave the front line and come here? Aren't you afraid that your defenses will be breached? The consequences will be more than just the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers. Zhang Ju shrugged nonchalantly. That's just how we humans are. The alien throne scoffed. Do you think I would believe that? I've been tricked by your kind too many times. You should know what it means that the news of you leaving the front line has reached our people. Zhang Ju just chuckled, glancing below. Aren't you going to run? Waiting to be shaken to death? Hearing this, Yang Shao immediately led everyone to swiftly evacuate the area. In the fierce clashes among the thrones, even the mere aftermath could devastate hundreds of thousands of meters of territory. Though Zhang Ju's power insulated the inner realms from violence, within this domain, they remained an insurmountable force. Faced with this situation, the other alien thrones opted to wait and see, as Zhang Ju's presence meant they couldn't easily make a move. As one of the most active thrones on the battlefield in recent years, Zhang Ju's prowess was well known to all. Every alien champion was familiar with him. Do you really not plan to return? We won't leave until you are dealt with.